And there's the right button. How's it going, everybody? I'm Smashed Game Boy, and welcome back to episode 2 of the Untitled Top 100 podcast, where we're talking about all our top 100 favorite games. I am joined by our co-hosts, Sirius Fink, who wasn't able to join us last time, but is here now.
Hello, I have internet now.
We have Nexus.
Evening to you all. I go by the name of Nexus. I'm here for some degeneracy tonight.
We have our loosely based art Blair.
Hello, it's me again.
We have Kaido, the Twilight Izer.
Elmo was right, and Rocco is a scorn on existence.
And Michael will be joining us later tonight. He is just busy with some stuff right now. But
The bum.
Really quickly, just to go off of what he said. Nah, he's
Wow.
right. He's right. Rocco is garbage.
Elmo
Put
did
that out of the way
nothing.
real fast.
Elmo did nothing wrong.
Nothing at all.
wrong.
He was right the whole time.
He was right the whole time.
he's just a rock.
Exactly. He has no right to
Literally what
exist.
I'm opening with. Twitter just reminded me that Elmo going off on Rocco exists.
That's still like one of the funniest things that Sesame Street's ever done. Why are you playing again? Why are we just in a loop? Fear Factory, why not? But yeah, so last time Sirius wasn't able to join us, so let's open up with him. And we had a few questions about some games on or where you placed them. Not so much yeah, we don't need you to defend them. We just want to know like why they were there. Like, I know the big one for us was immediately our Kirby's Air Ride.
Okay, so do you want me to just go 100 through one at a time, or did you want me to just talk about the instances of weird?
I mean, we can. All right, what we could do is.
Because I could just shotgun through all of them and give very simple, like 2-sentence explanations of why they're where.
Yeah, or let's go with that, because like we talked about like we were trying to figure out the reasoning, like the games that we did have experience, like we were able to like probably convey like how good they are. Let's just go ahead and start with shotgun your 100.
Number 100, we have Halo 3. I enjoyed it. I played a little bit of it multiplayer. Didn't get to play much multiplayer at all across my childhood because the only people I could play anything with were my friends on the very rare occasion that I could go over, or with my brother, who he and I enjoyed very different games. Halo 3, I enjoyed. I got most of the way through with the campaign. I beat the campaign on every difficulty up until Legendary, and then he sold the game from under me while
Oh
I was trying to
no!
beat Legendary. So it dropped to the bottom of the list because of that.
No!
That's disrespectful as shit. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, he and I have a very... Anyway, number 99, Sub Rebellion. A very weird underwater collectathon. It was just a generic PS2 game that I got one day, and I played it, and I was like, oh, this is actually kind of fun. So I played a lot of it, and because I played a lot of it, it's there. Battlefront 2, again, almost no multiplayer to speak of, so all experience I had of it was just the single-player campaigns. It was fun for what it was, but most of what I was able to play was only on PSP.
PSP, you said?
Yes,
Oh,
where you have to use
Oh,
triangle,
no
X,
wonder
square,
it's
and
so
circle
low then.
to be able to move. And that really dampened my want or ability to play the game. Pokemon Pinball Lit Ruby Sapphire, just a really nice time killer. I got to play it side by side with one of my friends in high school, and it was a lot of fun. We would compare high scores, and I would usually win. Great. Kirby Air Ride. Again, I didn't get to play very much at multiplayer. I got to play some, so I do have some of the multiplayer history under me, and it was a lot of fun when I got to. But
Serious, real quick.
mostly, yeah,
You live in Arizona, right?
I do.
All right, cool. So, Game Boy, when I come down there in September, we're having an air ride night.
Oh,
Hell
let's do this.
When it was on this selection in the hit VOD, I was hearing about that, and I'm like, I want to be part of it. But anyway, most of what I got to do of Kirby Air Ride was me and my friends trying to beat the story, and we got walled very hard by DDD, and once we got walled by him and tried for like 2 hours to beat him and couldn't, we just stopped playing the game entirely. Ace Combat 5: Unsung War. Very cool game, very cool soundtrack. I never played the game personally. I watched my brother play it start to finish. Really cool experience. Not my kind of game personally, so while I enjoy the game itself, it's way low on the list because the Pathless. Really weird indie game, very heavy on movement, very short game. I played the entire game on stream. A very empty game, but had a lot of cool things into it. It was just a fun little contained experience. LEGO Harry Potter Years at 1 through 7, one of the many games on this list that I have 100%ed. Just a LEGO game. Say about it.
I mean,
Elite the Agents.
oh, yeah, just go ahead. I was just gonna say like Harry Potter's or Lego is just like.
Yeah, I have at least one more LEGO game higher on my list, so I can talk more about LEGO later. Elite the Agents, probably the only rhythm game I have on this entire list. It's fun. I didn't like the control scheme of it being a DS game where you have to tap the screen to be able to do any of the beats, and I'm really bad at rhythm games anyway. But the song selection it had was fun, and the story that it put to all the songs was a lot of fun. Kirby Superstar Ultra. Had a lot of fun with it, but because I went through it so quickly, I didn't really get a full... Like, I 100%. I played through it a lot, but because I played through it so long ago, I have so few memories of it that I can say that I have beaten it and completed it, but since I remember so little of it, I have it way lower. Echo the Dolphin Defenders of the Fleet. Specifically, I played the PS2. It is a underwater action adventure kind of game where you're controlling Echo, and you have combat based on the echolocation. You can bash into things, get power-ups along the game. It was back when I had the PS2, I didn't have super many hit games for it, so I was playing as much as I could with as many games as I could, and just the free flow movements within the game was so enjoyable to me that it just held a spot in my heart for a very long time. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Added a lot of weird things to the series that I didn't really like, but it was a Mystery Dungeon game nonetheless, so I did enjoy it. Final Fantasy 1. I played a remake of it on system, I don't remember which. I think I played it a couple times. I think I finally beat it on later on. Not much to speak of. It's Splatoon 1. I never got into Splatoon 2. I watched a little bit of it, but I played most of the story of Splatoon 2, and I had a lot of fun with it. I just didn't get to finish it because I was only borrowing it from a friend. Mystery Dungeon DX. It's a remake, so it's a lot lower on the hit list than the original because I played a lot less of it than the original. It was cool. The graphics were nice. It was cool to see a lot of people get back into what the franchise through it. But overall, It wasn't my favorite. Ratchet and Clank into Texas. Very, very short game. I think on my most recent playthrough, I beat the whole thing in 3 hours, 100%. It's a nice little self-contained story, but because it's very short, it's very forgettable as well. I watched some of the speedrun, and watching people beat it from start to finish within an hour is a lot of fun to watch. Actually, I think it's really. But anyway, I've watched it enough times. I'm kind of done with it. So it's very low on the list, but it is a Ratchet and Clank title, so I have it there. Oh, with the previous episode, something everyone started off with was how many hit games that they have on their list that they were whittling down from. I was whittling down from about 125. So, not too much leeway in terms of what I could get rid of and what I could add. So, a lot of these are just, they're in their place because I didn't play better.
And that's totally fair.
Yeah, because I think on my entire list of making a list of every single game I've played, I think there was 250 things, 250 games on the list. And I separated it by games I enjoyed, games I didn't enjoy, games I haven't played but I enjoy the idea of it. And I just chose from the games I did enjoy the idea of it, and limited from there. Anyway, Bad Company 1. Really fun. It was a single-player, almost exclusive game in a shooter style, where the main idea was just making fun of the shooter style, and I had a lot of fun with that because I hate shooters in general. Four Swords Adventure, mostly supposed to be a multiplayer game, but the solo play of it was enjoyable enough to where I beat it all the way through, but I remember very little of it. I just remember that I beat it. Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, very short. I've played it several times. I like it, but not nearly as much as almost the entire rest of the franchise. And the overhypedness of everyone else within the community for these games makes it really low on my list because of how much I have to see it. Cuphead. Never played it. Love the aesthetic of it. But a lot of the games where if I haven't played it and I have it on my list, it's if I were to play it, I know this is where it would be. I have the Tasmanian Tiger. I got to play a good chunk of it as a kid, but I never got to finish it until there was a Kickstarter for a remake of it for newer gen consoles. I was a backer, so I have my name in the credits of it. I got to play through it 100%. Enjoyed the hell out of it, but it's a lot lower because I have other games that I enjoyed a lot more. It was just a nice time kill. Pokemon Sword and Shield. This was the first game of the Pokemon franchise where I learned about a challenge concept called the Professor Oak Challenge. So because I spent so much time on the game in a lot of the same area and not doing much else, it's a lot lower on my list than it probably should be because I wasted so much time doing so many dumb things in the game that my memory of the game is sullied for me. Mass Effect 1. I enjoyed the game a lot. I got about a third of the way through the game before my PS3 got taken away from me by my brother to be able to play other games. And by the time I got back, there were other games I wanted to play instead, and I had forgotten everything that I had done in Mass Effect, so I didn't want to go back to it. Little Big Planet. Mostly played demo of it, but I enjoyed the aesthetic and the level building of it a lot, so most of it where it is just because of the aesthetic. Oblivion. I got to play probably about half of it. I enjoyed it a lot, but because I didn't play super much of it, it didn't get a very high spot. Legend of Zelda 1. I 100%ed it on the main and the Master Quest playthrough, and being able to say that I've beaten an old and rather difficult game has enough justification for me to put it on the list. Donkey Kong Country probably would be higher if I've ever been able to beat the game.
Well, gonna pause that
I-
real quickly. Next, or serious, we still need to finish our playthrough.
I know, I've reminded you several times.
You've-
Um,
last year, but like we still need to make, or we can make time this year to do it. Damn it!
Yo, you just got your ass. You can't come back
of-
from that.
One of my earliest memories of Donkey Kong Country is whenever I would go to my birth mother's house, she had a SNES, and I would watch her play that. But I remember like nothing of it other than that she was playing it. So most of my memory is having it on the Game Boy Color and just trying to play through on that and losing horribly in every Minecraft. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, they were okay. I didn't like a lot of the things that made the hit games a lot more dumbed down and more accessible. I was not the biggest fan of Mega Evolution. I tried my best to not use it, and also that was it. A lot of the time in my Pokemon time where most of my reason for playing a Pokemon game was just to beat the Pokemon game, not to actually play through.
Really quickly,
So-
because you said you weren't a fan of Mega. How do you feel about Gigantamax and Dynamax?
I also avidly avoid it, but keep in mind, I only play single player for a lot of these things. So if I were to get into playing against others, I would learn to use them just to be able to fight others. But within the story, using it sullies the experience of it being able to battle your way through something rather than it just like I want in Pokemon for it to be harder for me, which is why I put restrictions on myself, and
That's
having
understandable.
the things that where you just sweep everything instantly sullies my experience. Portal 1, I beat it in a single night at a sleepover at my friend's house after he fell asleep, and I didn't go to sleep that night. I just played Portal instead.
Sounds like a night well spent.
It was a night well spent. And when he woke up, I had just finished the entire game, and I was on the credit scene. And it was very enjoyable. Fallout 3, I probably put about 250 hours into the game and never beat it because I was just on Collectathon and trying to beat every single side quest I could and avidly avoiding doing the main quest as much as I could. And also, I saw my brother Fred beat the final level and to find out that there wasn't continuation after the ends. I was like, I am going to not bother ever beating this game. I'm just going to enjoy it how I want to. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, really fun game, but because it was on the 3DS, it was holding me back a lot, and because I didn't really play multiplayer, a lot of it was just me fighting the same monsters over and over again, and that stopped being fun very fast. So I stopped playing the game at like HR 8. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, first game I ever had on the 360. I played it through a lot. I had a lot of fun with it. It's where my love of the Marvel franchise itself got started, and where I wanted to start learning more about Marvel. But it wasn't until the Marvel movies started getting big that I could actually do anything about it, because I'm not about to spend money. Animal Crossing New Leaf. Very enjoyable. Being on 3DS kind of held it back because I didn't want to really play on my 3DS quite as much, and being Animal Crossing is best played with others, and only being able to play it yourself just kind of limits the creativity of it. And New Leaf was also coming off of me having played Wild World for a whole lot longer, so I wasn't enjoying New Leaf as much because I missed a lot of the things that Wild World had instead. I also made money a non-issue way too fast by manipulating the islands and getting millions of bells every single night. So the game got really just cut and paste every single day for me, and I lost a lot of my enjoyment entirely by accident. The first is number 67, Dissidia Final Fantasy. I played it a lot. I fought my friends a lot in it, and I was the best among my friends in Dissidia because I would just play Onion Knight and they couldn't keep up with me. It was a lot of fun. I did beat the whole story mode of it as well, and I had a hard time of it, but it was fun. Shantae, that's a placeholder for the entire Shantae series because I've never played it, but I love the aesthetic and the idea of it, and I know that if I were to play it, it would be at least at that position, if not higher. Shovel Knight, same thing, placeholder for the series itself. Army Men Air Attack 2, a really cheesy game. Oh, I had a lot of fun with it. You just control different flying ships in a world full of green army men, green and tan army men.
Oh.
And you're just going through fighting things with ships.
Hold on. Serious, can we pause real quick?
Yeah.
Just Boots and Roses, thank you for the raid with 8 people. How was Monster Hunter World? Yeah, right now we're just all going through our top 100 games lists. And because Sirius wasn't here last episode, we're just doing a quick recap of the games that he did for last episode with his perspective for it. Annabelle, how you doing? There's the raid notification. I need to fix that timer.
Imagine breaking that. Couldn't be me.
You don't even have that. Of course it couldn't be you.
Exactly. See, you get it. Can't break what's not there.
Hey.
Totally fair. Yeah. Serious, you're good to go back.
Boy.
Alright, number 63, Fate. I never owned it until recently, where the Steam Summer Sale had it at 99 cents. So as soon as I remembered that I had ever played the game and that people remembered that it was actually a game and I saw that it was on sale, I was like, oh, hey, I'll pick it up because I might play it again sometime. Fate was, I think it was the very first roguelike game I ever played. It just an underground, dungeon crawler where you get all sorts of weird weapons and armor and you're just trying to survive as long as you can. And every time you get all the way to the end of the dungeon, you can have a kid and send them into the dungeon. And they can inherit one of your pieces of equipment and have it be prestiged to where it gets an additional ability. And if you keep doing that, you can find more and more really weird weapons that shouldn't exist but do. It was a lot of fun, and it had some of the most variety in enemies that I've ever seen in a game, especially at that time. But I could only ever play it when I went over to my friend's house for sleepovers, and I could only play it when he was asleep because he was on his computer the entire rest of the time. Because I didn't have a computer of my own at this time. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. Loved the hell out of the game. I 100%ed it. And then after I 100%ed it, I went through and just used a whole ton of cheat codes so that I could just do whatever the hell I wanted in the game, to where I could like grind infinitely or do the spinning stuff infinitely, ollie and nollie infinitely, all that kind of stuff, and just go everywhere and do anything that I wanted to do. Number 61, Harvest Moon Island of Happiness. This was one of the Harvest Moon DS titles. It was the only one I played on DS. I had a lot of fun with it, but after I looked up some of the things about the recipes for in the game, I instantly lost any desire to keep playing the game because the mines that you go into in that game, a large chunk of the recipes that you could unlock in that game, you could only unlock by getting all the way through the mine, talking to the Grand Fairy at the end, and she gives you a choice between like 3 choices: a random recipe, an increase of either health or energy, or a sum of money. And as soon as I saw that I would have to go through the dungeon, which was like 99 floors of mine, that you don't have rest stops in and you can't really gain back energy, and I had only ever gotten to like floor 30 and barely even that, as soon as I saw that most of the recipes were locked behind that, I stopped playing the game entirely.
Yeah, that sounds rough.
Yeah. But the amount of time and enjoyment that I had with the game up until then still keeps it pretty high on the list because I love these types of games. That's a good little recap of what I was going for.
Okay, Sirius, do you want to take a small break, or do you want to just continue or get up to 51 and then we could get then we can go on to Nexus, or do you want Nexus to go now and then get him
Let's
caught
ride.
up? That's
Let's
powerful.
ride. I can do it.
All right.
All right. Number 60. The first real this is where my list starts getting like actually solid, because up until here it's mostly games that I had loose enjoyment of or hadn't beaten but had some enjoyment of. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green. This was, in my opinion, the hardest Pokemon title that's ever come out. This was the only one where I actually ever lost to the Elite Four.
Really?
Which sounds weird because it's just a remake of the original game, but the level curve of the trainers was reworked drastically, and because of that, you fight the Elite Four. If you're just going through the game, you fight the Elite Four when your party is probably level mid-40s, and the Elite Four starts at level 50. So you go in at a severe disadvantage, and the entire Elite Four, all of their Pokemon, are set up to be able to counter whatever you can have. And that was my first experience in Pokemon of being like, oh, I actually have to train my Pokemon. I actually have to grind. I wasn't expecting this. So because it was actually something somewhat difficult, it held a much higher ranking than it probably deserved. But also the Sevi Islands was a fun little addition from the original games.
Hard agree with that. I love the Sevi Islands.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was a lot of fun, even though it probably shouldn't have been nearly as fun. And a lot of the game was reworked to work around it, and being able to go and find Gen 2 and 3 Pokemon within the same game after you beat the game was a lot of fun. And some of the weird stuff that happens in the Sevi Islands still stands out to me to this day.
Artman, thank you for the raid. We're having a party tonight. Jeez.
Party time.
Let's go.
Alright. Number 59. have Ratchet and Clank. You're gonna change it?
Yeah.
Alright. We have Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. This is the
Nice.
newest title in the series. It was an interesting title. A lot of people really enjoyed it. The controls for it really messed with my head because each of the weapons in the game, because it was PS5 and it wanted to show off the PS5 controller and everything it could do, a lot of the weapons in the game, the fire button, instead of being on circle like it was for the vast majority of the series,
Oh, I know where this
all of
is
the
going.
all of the firing was put on R2. And to show off that R2 now had 2 separate button presses to it, each weapon had separate methods of firing depending on whether you half press or full press.
Mm-hmm.
And
That
it
sounds
took
just
me-
like Returnal.
It took
Yep.
me 3/4 of the game just to get used to that, and it's a very short game as well. So by the time I finally got used to it, I was so far into the game that it didn't feel like it was necessary for me to have it. I was also, because I don't have a PS5, my only experience with having played it was controller passing with my friends and playing it on his stream. So I only got to play like probably a third to a half game, and of that, there's 2 massive sections where it's just you have to do a bunch of arena battles. So it would probably be higher if I got to sit down and just play through it myself and enjoy it. But because I didn't get to really do much with it, it's stuck at number 59, which is still a respectable position for it.
Yeah.
But it's overshadowed by almost the entire rest of Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, I listened to like a few spoiler casts when the game first came out. Like, it sounds like, or like, the biggest problem that the reviewers had were just like there wasn't enough variety with the Colosseums like there was for something like, say, a Crack in Time.
Yeah. Like with the Colosseums, if I remember right, no part of the Colosseum is optional. To be able to progress through the game, you have to beat every level of the Colosseum to be able to get a weapon or gadget that is required for progression in the game.
Huh.
And because you came to those sections of his story where everything is put on hold to force you through arena combat, where the arena combat was done the most poorly of the entire franchise to this date, it was not an enjoyable thing at all. I also found out after watching his speed runs of the game after I finally played through it, because I didn't want to watch any of it until I had beaten it. The Clank segments and the so the Clank segments are their own little self-contained thing where you have to use Clank to do some unlocking of various mechanisms, all this kind of stuff. And then there's also another unlocking minigame dealing with this spider bot where you're having to use it to destroy viruses inside of locks for it to be able to actually unlock. I found out through watching the speedruns that you can, through the start menu, skip the entire minigame.
What?
I found that out on accident and chose not to because I wanted to do the game. But it's much like the 2016 remake where you can just press triangle on the trespasser and then you're fine.
Yeah. So a whole big, like, there were probably 3 or 4 each of those sections, and being able to skip out of almost half of the game just through the start menu was a lot to take in. Because they were annoying sections, but only because sometimes you had to really search for what you were supposed to do, and knowing that you can just skip it just really sullied my whole thought process. But anyway, number 58.
That's 5, not 8. There we go.
All right,
Lord.
so number
The
58,
good one.
Dissidia Duodecim.
Oh yeah.
This game frustrated me no end. I still never beat Final Chaos. But the soundtrack of having to fight Final Chaos, absolute banger. All 3 versions of it.
Agreed. Complete fire.
So that lead up into the final boss. If you lose to the final boss, you have to go back and redo all of the 7 fights that lead up to the final boss. And the final boss is a 3-part fight.
There we go. Sorry.
So I exclusively used Onion because I was trying to get better with him, and my friends were actually starting to get good at the game now, so I was losing with them, so I was trying to get as good with Onion Knight as I could. I could not beat Final Chaos with Onion Knight as much as I tried my best to, and it drove me so mad that on my PSP, when I was playing it, I lost to Final Chaos one time, and I just screamed at my PSP, "Why won't you die?" and then broke the PSP over my forehead.
Well, you answered the question. It did.
So I beat the game, but not as intended. But the whole process of it getting up there, I had so much fun with it, and the music and the remixes within the hit game, everything was just so enjoyable up until that final boss gauntlet that I still really badly want to go back and play this game, but it being on PSP stops me from wanting to do that. Remember the PSP's controls? They're not great. Anyway.
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with the PSP at all with its controls. Ahaha.
We'll get into that later because I have something to say about that way down on my list.
I think I have another title somewhere on my list. Maybe. Probably not. I think I left it off. Anyway, number 57. Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage.
Fuck yeah.
You know,
This was-
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just noticed the 2 sitting behind the Spyro and the Ripto's Rage.
Yeah.
I've looked at this logo for like fucking years. Excuse my language, sorry, but I've looked at this logo for years. I never once saw that too. I never once saw it.
So, Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. This was the only Spyro game that I had as a kid. I loved this. Back when I had a PS2, when I first had it, I had like no games. Then suddenly, my mom's ex came home one day with a binder full of random game discs that he had gotten from one of his coworkers, and said, here's a bunch of PS1 and PS2 for you. So we peeled through with that binder, found all the games that were worth playing throughout most of the games that were worth playing, because it was like 2/3 full of just sports games.
Ew.
And my brother and I couldn't play sports games. We still played a couple of them. None of them made it on this list, but we did play a couple of them. But Spyro 2 was in the hit pack, and I had never seen anything about Spyro before. So I started playing it, and I loved it. I finally, this past week, bought the Reignited trilogy, so I'm going to be able to play through it again to re-experience that. just my memory alone of it held so much memory for me. So when I was making this list, I was like, I remember Spyro. I remember that game. Number 56. This one was certainly a title. It was a lot of fun and a great big collectathon. We
Yes.
have Simpsons Hit and Run.
Ain't no way.
Let's go.
I spent.
Oh, Michael's finally here.
Hello,
Michael,
friends.
hello.
Hello,
I spent-
friends. I love you all.
Oh,
Welcome to the party. You're late.
Damn. Yeah, just
Sorry.
There's nothing quite like arriving late to a party because who arrives on time?
Yeah.
Certainly not
I'm a
me.
drummer. That's my job.
Here for an hour. So Simpsons Hit and Run. I spent so very much time in every single world trying to do every single thing that I possibly could that I don't actually know if I ever beat the game because I was never renting it from Blockbuster.
Same, but from Hollywood Video.
But I think I rented this for like 2 weeks straight and was just playing through it as often as I was allowed to. I had a lot of fun with it, a lot of just doing really stupid stuff and just looking everywhere I could and not actually progressing anything within the game because I wasn't going anywhere that I was supposed to be going. But the game really lends itself to that. And the Simpsons humor really, really came through in this game to a very good degree.
Hard agree.
I would agree as well.
Number 55. This is the other Army Men title that's on my list. This is the only other one. This was just a full-on campaign centered around some of the established characters within the Army Men video game.
I thought you were just gonna say the Army Man universe, and I was just gonna you were just gonna blow my mind.
Same.
No. So across the various worlds within the game, you're swapping between various of the characters, which is why it's called Sarge's Heroes, just a Sarge's hit game. You're going through using all of these various characters across the hit game. You're unlocking the ability to play more and more of the characters, and then one of the best memories I have of this game is there's one level where you're stuck with using Sarge because all the rest of the Green Army Men got captured by the enemy and got stuck in these little capsules. And you're all forced into a pinball machine. And using Sarge, you have to make your way through this entire pinball machine and go through playing pinball as yourself with a gun and try and save all of your captured out. And just the sheer audacity of the game where you're going through a pinball machine as a Green Army Man really just ignited my little kid mind and soul. It was a lot more fun than it should have been, but at the time of PS2, I didn't have any means of having money and buying my own games, so I was very locked into whatever games were either given to me or I could find from friends who were getting rid of games. And this was one of them, where it was just, I think it was also in that binder of CDs.
Oh yeah.
Number 54. This one was a Christmas gift one year. This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, one of the various. It was a 2.5D beat 'em up, where it was mostly open world levels, but it was very railroaded for where you're able to go, and you have to find the enemies to be able to know where you're going. But the dialogue and the sounds within the game were a lot of fun. There was a lot of extra content within the game that you could do. Like, for example, in the sewers, you could go up to Master Splinter, and he could have individual training dojos for each of the 4 turtles, and you had progressively harder dojos for each of them, and you have to really use your character to the max of what they were able to do to be able to beat any of them. But the biggest memory that I have of this game is with using Michelangelo. If you double jump and then hold the jump button, he sits there hovering and slowly dropping while twirling his nunchucks above him, and he's kicking his feet out in front of him, and the entire time he's just yelling out, "Eat feet." And that line of dialogue is so stuck in my subconscious because of this game, so I had to force it somewhere on the list. It was a very enjoyable experience. Number 53. This is another very enjoyable indie game that I got to play back when it was free on the PS3 store. I only got to play it because it was free. But art style,
Same.
the art style, music, ambiance of the game, everything about this game, I had never seen anything like it before. And every minute that I was going through the game, I was just on the edge of my seat, like, what's gonna happen next? I have no idea, and I'm so here for it. I remember very little about the game, other than that I played it and that I had a very enjoyable experience with it. But that I remembered it at all was a testament that
Annabelle in chat, hate the spider, otherwise it looks really cool. Well, I'd watch it, or I'd watch someone play it.
yeah, it was a really cool game, especially for its time. But I do want to watch it or play it again so I can remember more about it. But it was a 2D forced perspective platformer, puzzle platformer, where you had to accomplish specific goals to be able to actually unlock the way for you to win. And it was fun for what it was. It was a lot of fun for a free game.
Enroll in chat is asking you serious, have you played Inside?
Nope, never even heard of it.
Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing of it too.
I think I've heard of it. I think it's by the same developer.
It is made by the same people. Inside is made by the people who made Limbo.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
Ray did a stream of it a while back. It's interesting.
Number 52.
52 while Annabelle screams at us for not having heard of Inside.
Yeah, I'm I'm used to that.
Yo, Jack and Daxter, let's fucking go, dude.
Yep,
Annabelle, I
Jack
got
and
you.
Daxter, the precursor legacy. Another one of those PS2 titles that I had as a kid and got to play a lot of, but because I was because my brain forces me to only be able to enjoy games if I can 100% them, I never got to beat it as a kid. I only got to beat it years and years later when I got the remakes, HD remakes of it. And my goal was to sit down and 100% Jack 1, Jack 2, and Jack 3. So I 100% Jack 1, got into Jack 2, realized what that would take, and I stopped playing. But I played and 100%ed Jack 3 before I ever even knew that Jack 1 was a thing. So we'll get to that later. But Jack 1, very enjoyable game, very enjoyable dialogue, wonderful world. I loved every second that I got to play. Number 51. Number 51, this was a game that
Yes.
hit on every
Yeah.
that hit on every level that I wanted it to, but was harder than I thought I was going to have. It was a harder time than I thought I was going to have with it, so I still haven't beaten it. I'm like halfway through it, which is a testament to how I thought my brain worked. It doesn't. So it was a very humbling experience and realize I'm not nearly as good at video games as I thought I was. But very fun game. The only reason I even picked it up in the first place is because Smash Game Boy told me, "Hey, you like games like this? Play this game." And then
That's how I've heard of it.
And I saw it was on sale like the next week, so I picked it up and I started playing it. Had a really rough time.
Oh, shit.
So I really need to go back and playing. It's on the Switch. And that was number 51.
Yeah.
So pass the mic over to someone else now that I've been talking for well over half an hour. Oh, almost an hour. Hey.
So let's pass the mic on over to the other person that needs to catch up. Let's head on over to Nexus.
Hi, hello, how would it be?
If I could just
How it be?
You know, I be living.
Let's go. It's
So
always
I
good.
think I stopped off. Where did I drop? It was
It was 70, I thought.
I think so too. PJ, do you want me to do numbers again?
Yes, please. I was literally texting or gonna text you that. I accidentally texted Blair.
Yo, this is a good game.
I was listening to Sirius and I thought we did up to 72.
It's not displayed on screen yet, but you can see it if you're watching my stream. This is also a good game.
Yeah,
It was a very good game.
this is fantastic.
At least it's not Free Riders.
Listen, we don't talk about that cursed
Yeah,
garbage.
that game is cursed AF. Let's go.
That game is liquid shit.
No, we were
Liquid. You'll see in a second.
The stream left off with him about to talk about number 7. With the
Number
previous
70,
So he's got
79.
79. Okay.
Okay, so he's got
Yeah.
79 to 61. That's right. He's
Okay.
got to do his last 20.
I can do that then.
Yes, it is the countdown. It's countdown time. We're letting Nexus and Blair's caught up to where we are, or not Blair. Sirius is caught up to where we are because Sirius wasn't here last time. Yes, please shit post at me.
All
All
the
right,
shit
so
posting.
we're gonna go ahead and do 79 to be extra safe then.
Yeah, let's.
All right,
Alright.
so
Yeah,
my
'cause
number
where-
79.
Yeah,
Go
where
ahead,
you
sorry.
left off, you were about to. You said, "All right, next up is this so and so game," and then you were like, "Actually, let me hold off on that. My food just arrived on the other side of the apartment complex."
Oh yeah, that was a night.
That was a night.
All right, so then
Where's Game Boy?
He just went to go get a drink. I just
Oh, okay, because he doesn't have the thing up on his stream. So if you guys, I'm just gonna
Oh,
shout
yeah.
myself
yeah, that's
out
why I haven't.
shamelessly.
That's why I haven't started talking because I was waiting.
Wait, what's up?
There you are.
I
I
think he's
hadn't
on a
started
BRB.
talking yet because I was waiting on you.
Oh yeah, all right.
Overlay isn't on. The
I can't give
Oh,
myself a
shoot.
shout out. So when do you poker rap all the game titles? Never.
Absolutely not. Stop immediately.
There.
No, we're not gonna do
There.
450
We're
titles. We can't do that.
All right, cool.
All
So
right, there we
my
go.
number 79 is Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Um, as I've stated once before, literally everything, with the exception of my number one game, can be like switched around with each other and it'd still be right. I just love video games. But number 79 is going to be Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, personal favorite. Um, Smash, what the shit?
Yeah,
There
thank
we
you.
go. Thank
Well,
you,
Okay,
Michael.
cool. Let's
We're good.
let Michael do
Alright.
the numbers.
We're doing
That,
79
that
pitch.
wasn't a me thing. That was the people working behind the scenes thing, Hammer. I'm
Alright,
not
so-
in control of the numbers.
So
Could you mute it if you're-
79. Good God.
It's
Yeah.
correct now.
We're
Again,
good.
Metroid Prime 2 is a personal favorite. I love Metroid Prime as an entire series. 2 is this low on my list because I feel like it's a little bit, in my opinion, not as good as 1 or 3, but that's only because there were a couple of sections in the game that violently pissed me off within the Dark World, and that's literally the only reason. 78.
78 is
78 is Sonic
Good
2.
fucking game.
Sonic 2. OG Sonic 2 on the Genesis. There's not much really that needs to be said with this game. I mean, like if you know of it, if you've seen it, you know the situation. Sonic 2 is phenomenal. I'm not saying anything more. 77.
what is going? PJ, what are you doing? PJ, you're muted.
What do you mean I'm muted?
Jesus Christ, what are you doing, my guy?
PJ,
I'm
have
falling
you got the
apart
nu-
apparently.
Stop clicking. I've got the numbers. Hit
Oh.
escape.
Okay. We're good.
Escape, you madman.
We're good. I'm not in
Alright, Michael,
anything.
to take
No,
control of the
take-
numbers,
there we
and then
go,
you
Jesus.
ignored it.
Yeah.
I've lost the rights to my own stream.
This is what
Yeah,
happens when you
Get
fuck
out of
up.
here.
This is what happens when you're a gamer. You lose your rights.
I'm not gonna make any further jokes beyond that. 77, Link to the Past. Fun fact: I actually played this game first on the Game Boy Advance because I never actually got to do it on Super Nintendo until emulators later on. But I played this one on Game Boy Advance. I fell in love immediately. The game is phenomenal. I mean, it's one of, if not, in my opinion, the best Zelda game. And that's saying a lot because Twilight Princess is my personal favorite, but in terms of like gameplay and everything, A Link to the Past really just hit different. Sure, it's a top-down like adventure game, but like Link to the Past is just a phenomenal game. If you've never played it, I implore you, once you have the opportunity to, as soon as possible, fucking do it.
While I have yet to play Link to the Past, I think the best thing about Link to the Past is just watching the
Jesus
Link to the
Christ,
Past and
dog.
Super Metroid mashup runs that people have
Yes, absolute insanity.
Yeah.
So 76. It's not Fallout 76.
Good, that
Good
game's
job, man.
garbage.
Anyway, number 76 is OG F-Zero. On the Super Nintendo.
I mean, it would work if somebody switched it.
Fair.
You,
My goal.
Oh
you
my
swear to God, you guys get on the same page, or we'll be here all night. All right, there
I
you
was
go.
muted this time. My numlock was broken. Hold on.
Oh
I'm
my
good now.
lord.
Jesus Christ.
This is a nightmare scenario, and I'm here for it. I love you all.
Do you? Are you sure?
Sounds like
I
Cap
don't
to me,
know.
dog. Anyway, 76 is OG F-Zero. I mean, phenomenal soundtrack. The tracks were great. I loved this game immediately. Like, holy shit, this game is good. There's really not much else I feel like I need to say. Like, you're literally in jet cars going thousands of kilometers an hour, and don't talk to me. 75. This
70.
one is a childhood favorite.
Let's go.
And anyone who says otherwise, you're lying. Mega Man motherfucking X. Let's go. Mega Man X is one of the hardest platforming action games I've played in my life. This one right here, right there with Mega Man Zero 2, gave me the most issues in my life. But Mega Man X is great. The soundtrack is iconic. The gameplay is dope. I've never had a game on like Super Nintendo give me such a challenge with like managing resources and stuff like that. Mega Man X is next to perfect. 74.
Fallout 74.
Stop immediately. You're banned.
Isn't it 76?
That's the joke.
It's been sure.
74 is F-Zero GX. This is the GameCube one. I had my issues with this game because the story mode was actually locked. You had to buy story mode missions from the in-game shop. So you like had to go through and like play the game in like free mode, and you only get like maybe 100 credits per like cup that you would win, depending on how well you did. Like how well you did, how many knockouts you got, blah blah blah. Because in F-Zero GX you could knock out other racers by crashing your machine into them and then doing like attacks and stuff. So like for me, it was just the fact that the story missions were locked behind it that will never have this game go higher on this list. I know I said that they're interchangeable, but like this is staying right the fuck where it is. This is locked.
Every other
And
game.
it's for that.
It's interchangeable except for the few random exceptions that we're going to probably find.
There are only two that I can think of.
That's understandable.
But yeah, F-Zero GX, like I loved it a lot. It had a great soundtrack. It was on GameCube. Like, it was it had a lot of customization to it too. But it's just the fact that the story missions are locked behind getting credits and stuff. So you either had to play multiplayer, you had to do free race and stuff like that. Whereas like, if I'm trying to play a story mode, I'm trying to play a story mode. I'm not trying to like grind out credits to play the next mission, and I'm left on a cliffhanger of Captain Falcon almost dying, Like,
EA
miss me.
would like to know their location.
73.
Okay.
This one is a really good one. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. I
Let's see.
don't remember getting to play the OG Ultimate Alliance, but Ultimate Alliance 2 I played a lot with my friend. For me, it was the fact that you got to play as like random mashups of your favorite Marvel characters, and at the time they basically had everyone in it. There were a couple of exceptions, but like there was some stuff in there that was really nice. And then you would get different buffs depending on like which team you had. Like, if you had like a full team of X-Men, they would have a different buff that would like increase either cooldown or strength. I forgot what it was. Then there's ones where like if you had enough Spider-Man, like variation of Spider-Man, like they would get a buff. It was just a really super solid game. It can be very short, but I mean it's still a super solid one.
Playing through the Ultimate Alliance series and just playing around with the team comp and trying to get all of the different combinations of team attacks is really what led to real memories within this game.
Yeah, definitely, because like it's basically theory crafting the video game in a way, but it's like theory crafting with superheroes that are already established, and it's super nice.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. I've never played this game.
Really?
Yeah, I missed out on a lot of like the Marvel vs. Capcoms, a lot of the Marvel games I just never played as a kid.
Ultimate Alliance 1 got a way higher audience than it should have because it was one of the games that was bundled with 360s.
Yes.
I can see that.
Which is why I got the game in the first place.
At number 72. Number 72 was a game that I've noticed not a lot of people know about. Some people do, a lot of people don't, but the ones that do, you know what's up right here. Virtua Quest is a game that it's almost in a way like the OG SAO, because you play as this kid named Sei, and you get trapped in a virtual video game. But while you're in there, you're trying to stop real-world things from happening. Evil corporation trying to take over the world type beat. But you play as this kid, you find out about stuff, and you're just trying to play a video game, and then like you end up getting roped into this whole horrible conspiracy. And it's really cool because there's what's called Virtua Souls, and you're taught various attacks by the cast of Virtua Fighter. and there's like things you can collect that will make the game easier. There's different virtual souls, so you can put together like your own combos. And then depending on how you play, depending on how you as a person play the game, your armor will change. If you're fast and nimble, try to end your fights quickly, you'll get like the light armor set, which increases your speed, and you basically look like an old-time ninja. Or if you're like more like defensive base, you do a lot of blocking and countering, you'll get the heavy armor set. Makes you a little bit slower, but it looks super dope. Like basically you're wearing plate armor. Fantastic game, fantastic soundtrack. I'll be saying that a lot because I love music, and as I'm playing games, I'm usually listening to the music. But Virtual Quest is one of those games, again, if you have the opportunity to, definitely play it. It's worth it, trust. 71.
I've never heard of this
God.
game either. I was just
Really?
there's so many of these lists that I haven't heard of or played. Like this one too.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
Oh, dude,
surprising me
Orcs Must
because
Die is
Smash don't let it.
dope.
Thank you, a person of culture.
Fucking
Smash had
Orcs
no
Must
idea
Die
this
is
game
so much
existed.
fun.
Smash had no idea this game existed until I saw my list.
Oh,
The
we
guy in the
gotta-
box art is a super Chad.
He is an Omega Chad, bro, not Giga Chad, not just Chad. He is an Omega Chad. This man, this man right here. But no, Orcs Must Die is a fantastic like horde/tower defense game. You're basically protecting a couple of portals from waves and hordes of orcs. And Orcs Must Die is fantastic. Orcs Must Die 2, I think, is later on in my list. But in Orcs Must Die 2, you have two different characters. You got like this dude, and then you have the sorceress. And each of them has like their own ways of stopping enemies with various traps, their regular attacks and stuff like that. Game is great if you're about like some just hordes, and if you have homies, you can actually play up to 2 people regardless of where you're at, so it's really good. Number 70. My personal favorite of the series, and by the series I mean the Riders series. Number 70, OG Sonic Riders. OG Sonic Riders is one of those games, dude. Like the times that I've spent playing this game with my cousin or alone, just unlocking everything, going through and getting all the medals for the trials and everything. This game is great. Once I unlocked Shadow, it was literally over. The skates was my personal favorite like vehicle class. Again, because Shadow's my favorite character in all of Sonic, but it's just like the speed, the music, the attacks, because once you got to level 3, your attacks would change when you're boosting. Really good game. If you've never played Sonic Riders, again, for me, everything on my list, if you haven't played it, do it. You're missing out if you're not, high key.
I'm pretty sure that's all of our lists.
Yeah, that really is it. Because like, there's some games on y'all's list where I'm just like, eh, but then I'm just like, okay, I'll try that. For example, Limbo, one of those games where I'm like, eh. I've thought about it, looked at it, not my thing.
A lot of my list is probably stuff you shouldn't play. I will say that straight out. A lot of the games on my list, if you've never had interest in playing it before, you won't have interest in playing it now. But they were fun for me.
That's
Respect,
completely valid.
4-player Sonic Riders playthrough win.
Let me fucking know.
Yeah,
I'm
hold
so
on.
down.
I'm fixing something that I thought was a really good idea. Where?
I'm gonna take a trip out to Arizona. Play with me if you want to.
Hell yeah. I'm so down.
Number 69. Nice.
Go.
Please tell me the rest of y'all made that joke. Anyway, number
Oh, yeah.
69, Ratchet and Clank 2016 question mark?
Oh, okay.
Um,
This is on me because I have, or like you both you and Sirius have Ratchet and Clank. I have no idea if you're talking about the remake or the original. I just went with remake for safety.
When
I
I
was talking
originally
remake.
when I originally sent you my list, I put in parentheses 2016
Hang on, I'm just.
if I was referring to the remake.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I've played almost every Ratchet and Clank with the exception of the ones on the PS3. Oh no, never mind. That means I've played 5 Ratchet and Clank games out of the what, like 13. Anyway, I Ratchet and Clank is a phenomenal game. It's actually the very first game that I decided to platinum. Um, I've had the opportunity to platinum many games, just never decided to go for it. But Ratchet and Clank was one of those where I was like, you know what, this game deserves it. It's a very faithful retelling and remake of the very first Ratchet and Clank. It's told from Captain Quark. Like it's basically he's in prison and he's telling the story to his cellmate, and you're just playing through it as you normally would. I love it a lot. Invader Zim's voice actor is in it, as he is in every Ratchet and Clank I've noticed. And that just made me die of laughter. The controls are very intuitive. The game doesn't really ever feel like it gets too boring or repetitive. However, on your second playthrough, once you get the Rhino, nothing matters. Literally nothing at all matters.
That's mostly true. Let's be real.
No, you're completely true. You're very correct. But it's just like, I don't know. Once I got the Rhino in this game, I was literally just like, oh, yes, let me use my LMG rocket launcher and move on.
Valid.
68.
Okay.
Number 68 is One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. Your average Muso, but it's set in the world of One Piece, obviously. It's got a very streamlined story for the most part, because it, in a way, either assumes that you've watched One Piece or played the other Pirate Warriors games. And even if you haven't, it gives a very good synopsis of the events that go through when you play story mode. And then it has you play a lot of the like more significant story moments, like the Ionis Lobby moments, the Dressrosa moments, the Whole Cake Island arc as a whole. Unfortunately, the game came out before One Piece reached where it's at, so like the Wano and the Wano story in the game are kind of just like freeballed. Like, hey, here's the things that we have an ending for the game, and it's not exactly the same as what happens in the manga by any means at all. Actually, it's not at all, because there's a bunch of stuff that happens in the manga afterwards that isn't in here. But if you like Musos, if you like One Piece, this is it for you. They made some changes to a couple of characters that I didn't like, because I played way too much of Pirate Warriors 3. But there are some changes to some characters like Sanji and Crocodile, for example, that happened. And Crocodile is my favorite character in all of One Piece. Don't at me. But yeah, good game. Phenomenal story. I'm just a giant One Piece nerd. Fight me if you want to. 67.
Man of culture. Let's
Man
go.
of culture. You know what I'm in. Nier Replicant. I never actually played the OG Nier because it was a rated M game, and growing up I wasn't allowed to play rated M games. So Replicant dropped, what was it, 2020?
2021, I
Or
thought.
2021?
Yeah. it was
Okay,
last
yeah.
year.
Okay, I thought so. I wasn't sure because I was still living at my parents' house when that happened. But yeah, 2021 we dropped Nier Replicant, and it's from what I understand, because I did go back and watch some stuff from OG Nier, it's a very, very faithful retelling of that game. Just go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I bought the original Nier to check it out, like, on PS3 after playing Replicant 122, and it is so faithful and surprising how accurate this remake is to the original. It's,
Right? Like it's almost like a 1-for-1 almost.
Yeah, it's wild how ahead of its time the game is, while also being from 2011, 2012. It's so crazy.
But we also have to remember that Yoko Taro is an absolute mad lad.
He is the maddest of lads.
He can't be stopped.
He really can't. But Nier Replicant, the music's great, the story, everything about Nier Replicant is great. I'm a huge fanboy of Nier Automata, and like, you know, Nier Automata was they basically took the combat and everything from Nier Automata, but then put it in this game in a way in which it made sense. It didn't feel forced. It wasn't just like, oh, this is just Nier Automata, but again with reskinned characters. No, it felt and looked exactly like OG Nier did, but with just upgraded graphics and like the perspective changes that Near Automata would have had, with the exception of top down, I think.
Yeah,
I think there were a couple of sections where it was top down, but it was like more like going through a maze than it was just like, oh hey, we're in a top down shooter now. Good luck, nerds.
yeah, it's. I'm gonna go off on this game later in my list, so don't. I have a lot to say about this game.
Oh, I'm in the
Right.
same boat.
Oh,
So
interesting factoid I just learned. You know, if you look up the girl's skirt, she kicks you, and if you do it enough times, she straight up murders you. It's literally a game over.
Yeah,
yes,
it's an
I did not
achievement.
know
It's an
Yeah, you
achievement in the
get-
game.
It's
so
an
good.
achievable.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the only reason
achievement.
why I knew about it, because it's a trophy.
Yeah,
Like you literally get a trophy and you're called a pervert from the trophy. It's beautiful.
yeah, it's a great Yoko Taroism.
Yep.
And something I just want to say about Nier Replicant, some of the best characters in any video game. Period. I think.
Agreed. God, dude, can we talk about Emil? We'll talk
Emil?
about Emil.
If we have time, we
We'll talk
can.
about
We,
it
we need
later.
to. We need to move.
I could talk about Emil for 5 hours straight, so we should move on.
the
You're
lad.
correct. So 66 and 65, it's basically just the series. It's Neo and Neo 2. I put Neo 1 lower at 66 because Neo 1 is a fantastic game.
Did you take over numbers?
What?
Can I? Yeah, I can take over.
Okay. So 66 and 65, again, Neo 1 and 2. I put Neo 1 a little lower because it's the first one, so it feels like it's like getting itself together in a way. It is a Dark Souls clone in a way. You know, you die, you lose your stuff, you have to go get your stuff back, type thing. But it has a very unique mechanic with the yokai, because they put down like these little puddles, and you have to like do a key burst, which helps you get your stamina back. But then it also will purify that area, so you don't have to worry about like, you know, losing your energy while you're in there. It also switches you between the real world and the yokai realm at the exact same time, and some of the bosses will switch in between both. And then in Neo 1, you have like a guardian spirit type thing, and you will use that for your special attacks. Neo 2, though, you're half yokai, so you can just like randomly turn into your giant demon form once you get a gauge up. So both are great games. If you like Souls-likes but aren't a fan of Dark Souls itself, this would be a good play. I don't know why you would be into Souls-likes and not want to play Dark Souls, but that's just me. But that's also me, because I don't want to play Dark Souls 1 or 2.
Valid.
64. Um, 64 is Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2. The Rogue Squadron series is fire. Rogue Squadron 2 was a really good addition to the series, and I actually didn't think that they would ever make another Rogue Squadron, because Rogue Squadron 1 on N64 is phenomenal, and then this dropped, and I was like, hey, yo, and I was lit. It's really
You're
good.
getting let's goes from my friend in chat.
Let's fucking go. Person of culture. We're gonna move on from this one. There's really not much to say when it comes to Rogue Squadron. Either you think it's fire or you don't, and that's really it. 63. 63 is Infamous 2. Infamous 2 specifically because it introduced the karma system in a different way, because like depending on which side you chose, you would get a different ability, and I thought that was the sickest shit. I never owned a PS3 myself, so I played this one at a friend's house, and like at the times that I did play, I had an absolute blast with. Cole is a great main character. The powers you get with like either fire or ice that's added to the lightning is one of the coolest things that I've ever seen implemented in a video game, and it felt like it did it right. So yeah, Infamous 2 is great. Fantastic gameplay, fantastic open world, like third person action game. Good shit. 62. Have I played Second
Yo.
Son? Sweetie, I am 2 trophies away from platinuming Second Son. I just gotta do it. But yeah, number 62 is Jet Force Gemini. This is If you know, you know. That's all I gotta say. Like, Jet Force Gemini was an absolute classic on the N64. I never owned it, but I did play a lot of it with some friends, and man, this was a party and a half growing up. If you've got the opportunity to, I believe it is actually part of the N64
The Rare
virtual
Replay.
console thing on Switch.
I don't think it's on there. It might be on Rare Replay though.
Okay, definitely check that though. But yeah, this is a phenomenal game. I believe it was a third-person shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, from what I remember of it, because like I said, it's a very hazy thing. But like Jet Force Gemini was one of my favorite things ever, and I was mad that I never got to own it. 61.
Dying Light.
I didn't get to play the one with the spin-off of Second Son. But yeah, 61 is Dying Light. Dying Light is one of those games that I never thought that I would like, because I don't like zombies personally. It's I have to constantly explain this to people, because like it's not a fear of zombies. Like I'm like, oh no, zombies. It's more so just like fucking zombies. Like I just don't like zombies. That's all it is. But I was checking out Dying Light 2 when I was like, this actually looks good. So I decided I'd grab Dying Light 1. It is very unique. It's not your traditional like zombie game in a way. Like there's a lot of crafting, there's exploration, there's missions, there's things to do. And it's not just more so like, oh hey, there's a horde of zombies. Execute the zombies in a party type arcade fashion. It's more of like a first person almost RPG-ish, because it's got crafting and a level up system to it. But it puts a different spin on the zombie game genre, in my opinion, that made me like, okay, I like this. Plus the parkour is lit, and the stamina system when you're attacking with melee weapons is actually really good too. And then what number am I going to?
You're going to 51.
Article 51. I'm going to try to go as quick as I can from here.
All right.
Number 60. Number 60 is
Dragon
Age
Age.
Inquisition.
Yeah.
I have loved Inquisition. I love BioWare. I love all of their games, with the exception of Anthem. We don't talk about that one because I'm still sad. Inquisition is great. The story was solid. Gameplay was great. The advanced class is dope. Number 59. Number 59 is Devil May Cry 5. I don't have to say anything.
You
Yeah,
play.
you don't.
It's Devil May Cry 5. What do you want from me? Like, moving on. 58.
Dead
Number
Cells.
58 is Dead Cells. I love roguelikes. This is a 2D side-scroller roguelike. You play as literally a bundle of cells after you get your head chopped off in an execution. There's a lot of different weapon types. It's solid. Plus the music. Oh my god, the music in roguelikes. Why are they so good? 57.
Oh.
57 is original Darksiders. I love me some third-person action games / collectathons, and Darksiders is right there for it. War is a great main character. He has his reasons for doing what he does, and he's basically blackmailed. The game is good. Number 56 is the next one, Darksiders 2. Darksiders 2 is my personal favorite because have you seen death?
Fair.
Like, if you've never played Darksiders 2, bro, I played that for the first time, saw death, and I was like, this man has two sides. But then he goes into his Reaper form and like some of his combos, and it's like he turns into the epitome of what you would think death would be. Bone wings, absolute god tier design. Darksiders 2 is it for me. Like, Death is an amazing main character. Love him to death. 55. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. My personal favorite in the second favorite of the entire Kingdom Hearts series is Birth by Sleep. Switching between the three characters was good. The stories are intertwined very well.
Hold on,
Aqua's
Nexus.
Valley-
Can I pause for a second?
You come at me.
I love that. All interchangeable, which technically means that this is lower than the other two.
Technically, yeah. But it is my while it may be, there's various reasons, because it usually comes down to like how I feel the controls are or something like that. Like how much did I like the command deck? But Aqua, and that's it. 54. Bioshock Infinite. I actually just recently started playing Bioshock Infinite and almost fell in love with it immediately. The controls are nice, and I want to say like remastered quote unquote version on PS4.
Yeah, the complete
But,
edition.
Yeah, the complete edition. I mean, it's my first time experiencing it personally. I watched some videos. I watched a full playthrough of it a couple years back. But Bioshock Infinite is super solid. I mean, it's got a great story for the most part. As we all know, time travel is super fucky.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, because it shows time travel, it loses points to me because fuck time travel. But the environments are gorgeous. The gameplay is phenomenal. Weapons are dope. And the tonics, bro.
Do you want a fun fact about this game real quickly?
Maybe.
The creators of this game are friends with Zack Snyder, and they are directly credited Sucker Punch for the inspiration for the story of this game.
Of fucking course. I love that. All right. Next up, Kingdom Hearts 3. In my opinion, Kingdom Hearts 3, which is 53, has the best feeling combat of the series, but it falls hella short in a lot of different ways.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 is still super solid. I mean, like, Sora's outfit design, though, absolute fucking peak. He lost the clown shoes for a little bit, so I was ready for it. Like, man. With the exception of Riku's 2012 Toyota Corolla Keyblade, and then some story options, like, Sora's looks dope, Sora is dope, Big Hero 6 is fire. Moving on. 52. Final Fantasy VII Remake. I haven't finished it yet, but I fucking love it. I actually got gifted it for my birthday on release because it came out a couple days after my birthday. But this game was really good. The choice to make it a third-person action game over turn-based was what I was hoping for, not gonna lie, because I'm not very much of a fan of turn-based games, surprisingly. But this one being third-person action was right up there for me, so like I was finally able to experience Final Fantasy VII. I know that there are some changes from this one from the original version, so I do want to go back and play the OG version because I never have before. So this was like a really solid introduction proper to Final Fantasy VII for me. And then I'm gonna get a lot for this one. Number 51. Battleborn.
Hell yeah.
So for me, Battleborn had a lot going for it if it didn't come out the same time as Overwatch. And
True.
I say the same time because like the advertising for this game fell hella short because of Overwatch. Overwatch was basically what this game was in every possible way. Honestly, I feel like this game was actually better than Overwatch after playing both of them. And it's because of the hero variety, the fact that this game actually had its own single player story, that you could also play multiplayer with that story if you chose to. But like the characters are more memorable. The mushroom dude on the top, I believe he is one of the snipers in the game. He is actually super fun. Like, I love Battleborn, and the fact that it got overshadowed by Overwatch as heavily as it did because, oh, it's the same dudes who did World of Warcraft. They make good games. They must be amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, Overwatch is okay, but Battleborn did everything that Overwatch did, but better. But it just got overshadowed because, you know, Blizzard's got god-tier advertising teams.
So I'm not like fully gonna debate this, but I remember Battleborn being more like a first-person shooter League of Legends, and it did not go for me.
So yes and no, because there are modes that are very much like League of Legends, but then it's also got different modes the way that Overwatch does with like control points, with the payloads and everything like that. But the laning was the one that most people remember it for because that was the most popular game mode. That's what that was. So like the lane phase where like you had like the big base that you had to go after and everything, that was the most popular game mode. Yes, but it did have payloads, it had control points, it had stuff like that. And
Like how everybody remembers Fortnite for being a battle royale and not being a zombie defense game.
exactly.
Yeah.
exactly that. So, like, yeah, like Battleborn really did have a lot going for it. It had a fantastic story if you actually did get to play it. But I mean, again, it was just overshadowed by Overwatch and its god tier advertising team because Blizzard knows what they're doing. I hate to admit it, but for the most part, they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
And
Yeah,
game design,
and I-
specifically game design. we'll
specifically game design, we're gonna move on from that though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I got from there. So that's my number 51.
Let's go.
I'm still mad about Battleborn and how it died. I'm not gonna lie, but I just got to get over myself and deal with it.
Totally fair.
don't.
And then I think that's it for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
Good for you for the moment.
good shit. All
Then
right, moving on.
Next up, we
Let's go.
are going to Blair.
We're going
Oh,
to Blair. 60, right?
Yeah, we are starting with 60. Like from here on out, we're going to 60. Or we're starting from 60.
On my list.
Hold on, give him a second.
Yeah. I also need to get or import Blair's list. So there we go.
Good lord, sir.
That's why I was struggling earlier when doing series. I was just trying to. I was trying to keep up, but then you guys started shotgunning me.
You deserved it. Hold your L.
I am holding my L.
Just a reminder to everybody after this one, please send him the next part of your list immediately after we're done with this. That way this doesn't happen again.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
my list should be already on.
Yeah,
I think-
I've got everyone's lists. I was just keeping it off of like the main spreadsheet because I have a copy of this as just so I can copy and paste everything, so that way people aren't peeking and getting spoiled. I should trust you guys, but
No,
That's
we
fair.
just got to make sure that you like actually have the list. Yeah, did something break again? They can't see the list on your screen.
no. I just did the.
I think he turned off the.
Yeah, I turned off the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So now,
On Game Boy, what you can do to have everyone's lists updated but not have it peaking, you can hide lists from people who only have viewing.
but if I hide the lists, then I need to go into still need to go into.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like just having us send it to you over Discord is what I mean. The next part of the list, just so you have them in messages.
Oh no! Like I have that as a
He already has
Yeah.
them all right now.
yeah.
He's
Yeah. What I was
He just-
saying was for the trust kind of thing of it, if you want to have everyone's full list in the so-and-so's list thing, you
Oh,
can
right,
have
yeah.
it on the hit spreadsheet and hide the hit spreadsheet from being able to be seen by anyone except who has privileges for the spreadsheet.
Okay.
You can just hide it and it will still be on your version but not visible on anyone else's.
Good to know.
That's beside the point.
Yeah. Blair, start blasting because I'm about to smack you.
Damn.
This
Damn.
this is my number 60.
This isn't turn. Or wait, hold on.
No,
Oh,
Black White 2
that's-
was like in the It was back in the 80s.
Oh, right. I was gonna smack you even harder. I just did the alphabetical. Give me a. This is why.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Oh my god.
You're doing great, sweetie.
we love you, PJ. Keep it up. You got it.
Everybody flame him in the
It's
chat.
okay,
flame
Game
him in the
Boy.
chat.
There. This.
There we go.
Oh, now I'm about to start slapping bitches.
Hey, yo.
All right.
Hey, yo.
Fuck that game.
Creed
Fuck
Black
this
stick
series.
has been passed to the next player.
Assassin's Creed 2, the first Assassin's Creed game I played, because I didn't play the first one.
Hmm.
Don't.
Wasn't planning to.
Don't. Fucking garbage.
I had fun with this one. Yeah, the very first Assassin's Creed game I played. I love running around, just climbing buildings and just stabbing people in the back. That sounds bad to say, but that's I
In
had
game,
fun
well,
with it. Yeah, in game.
I know who to suspect first when I'm playing fucking Shadows over Camelot.
Yeah, I like the I just like the armor that Ezio has, or like the outfit. I think it's a cool outfit. I liked the scenery being in Italy, of course. The combat was good. Not as good as Brotherhood, which is later somewhere down the line on here. But yeah. I mean, for my first exposure to Assassin's Creed, I had a lot of fun this one.
Oh yeah.
59. I think someone mentioned this one in the last episode, and I got hyped for it because I didn't think anyone else would have mentioned this one. But Bulletstorm.
Let's go.
Bulletstorm
Good game.
was
Yeah,
it
it
on
was-
Nexus's?
It was on
Yep, it was
Nexus's,
me.
Yeah, it was,
It was
on
me.
Nexus.
This
I was
game
all
is
like-
so fucking fun. It's so sorry language. Sorry, it's so fun.
Wait, do we have to have a
Swear.
language thing? Sorry.
Not
No, we're
anymore.
good.
I think. Yeah, I think my cousins left, and they.
Okay.
I don't. Be blunt. They weren't watching in the first place, unfortunately. So we didn't
We
even
were
need
playing Hollow
that.
Knight.
Yeah. Which
All right, but yeah, Bulletstorm is great game. Nexus touched on it last time, but the scoring system is it's a really cool mechanic to put it in a shooter like this.
Mm-hmm.
The music is actually like really good. There's some good humor in it. And yeah, like I like the I like the weapons, I like the characters, I like the story. Just all in all, a good experience.
Oh yeah.
Really good game. Oh my god.
I need to play.
My okay, so question: what's your favorite type of kill to get? Because mine's like grabbing the shotgun, getting a slide kill straight into a cactus with it.
I think there was one kill I got where I kicked one like I'll call it a pumpkin, but it was some like orange thing. I kicked it onto someone, and then like quick scoped it with the sniper,
Ooh.
and I felt like a badass after that.
That's spicy, actually. I feel that.
Hell
All right,
yeah.
moving on. Sorry.
You're good. 58. Third person shooter, Gears of War 2. Another fun. I only played through it once, and I also never beat this one. I know the first Gears was on here somewhere. I never beat the first Gears either. I guess I'm just destined to never complete a Gears of War game.
I think they're fun shooters that
They are.
I've always enjoyed playing them, but I've never beat one either.
Yeah, no, they're fun.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about it. Like, it's just a fun third-person shooter.
Yeah.
Very not many colors in this game.
No.
Or the first one.
Sometimes it's all you really gotta say about a game.
Yeah.
Like
It's
DMC
definitely-
5, I ain't gotta say shit.
Good
50
fucking game.
57 is a Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, one of only
Oh.
2 Fire Emblem games that I've completed on this
Okay.
list.
Let's go.
Um,
This is my favorite one, and I have not completed it, but I love it.
Mm.
It's so good.
I think
This one's
I
Ike's game, right?
What's that?
This one's Ike's game, right?
It's Ike's second game.
yeah, this is like
Yeah.
second game.
Yeah. Radiant Path, I think, is the first one.
Radiant
This will
or
be-
Path of
Path of
Radiance.
Radiance.
Path of
Path of-
Radiance.
Yeah, that's it.
Fake gamer.
Fake fan, fake gamer, that's me.
Uh,
At me.
I love the character designs in both Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. I like character designs and the art style. I think for me, who really enjoys like medieval fantasy, like shit like that, and back in like elementary school, not elementary, junior high and freshman year of high school, this is like my jam.
Mm-hmm.
The best unit in this game is Har, and I will take no further.
Oh no,
criticism
I
for
was
that.
gonna pop off on Har if you weren't.
Kinky, okay?
What's that?
I said kinky
Hey, yo.
for what
Hey,
PJ said.
yo.
He's gonna pop off on hard. Never mind. Bad joke.
Hey,
Whatever.
yo.
Let's move on.
Didn't want to say anything.
All right, moving on. 56, the OG Halo Combat Evolved.
Vibes.
Let's go.
I think I played this one after I played 2 and 3. Funnily enough. So that's why this is. It's still better. It's still better than Halo 5.
Anything's better than Halo 5.
Yep.
True.
I mean, the controls nowadays compared to 2 and 3, they are a bit dated, but
Yeah.
the story's still there.
The stories are still there, and it's so much fun just to go through the campaign, just like multiplayer. And just like the multiplayer, I think holds up pretty well for being a 22-year-old game, 20-year-old game. Right? Am I wrong on that?
I think
No, I think you're right.
It's at least 20 years old.
Yeah.
But on the subject of Halo, another thing that has Halo 3 so low on my hit list is that Halo 3 and Halo Wars are the only entries in the series I ever got to play.
Fair.
We'll fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Halo as a whole is just is an incredible story, incredible lore, and all that stuff.
As someone who just started playing, who just played the original trilogy, can confirm.
Anything else to say? If you guys haven't seen like the Cursed Halo mod, there's some good shit. That's some good shit. It's really funny.
I know we heard this, but we're gonna hear it one more time. I can change it.
All right. Moving on. We have another Assassin's Creed game, Revelations.
Sorry.
Yeah? Interesting. Okay.
For what it was, I thought it was fine. Not great by any means, but good enough
Blair,
to.
I just want you to know this is whenever I barf whenever I see Assassin's Creed, this is not me shitting on you liking a game. This is me shitting on the fact that like Assassin's Creed 1 turned me off from the entire series except for Brotherhood because Brotherhood gave me multiplayer. Sorry, continue.
That's valid. Like again, I think I had. I'm looking at my list. Did we go through Assassin's Creed 3 already? Yeah, that was back there. That one was weird. Yeah, Revelations. I had no real problems with it. The combat system like changed a bit, which threw me off. I never really got used to it. To where like, you know how you could chain one hit kills between like 8 or 9 different people. To get that chain going in Revelations, you actually had to parry the attack. Whereas in 2 and Brotherhood, I think you could just start off with it. I might be misremembering that though. I haven't played an Assassin's Creed game in like years. Because I tried playing Black Flag and that game actually turned me off from the series because I just cannot get into it.
Fair. That's the only one I played, and that was the only one I like really got into, but I never owned it or beaten it. Black Flag, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the pirates.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
54, it's Among Us. We're gonna skip this. Moving on.
Among Us.
Sus.
Among Us.
Sus.
Hey, Sus. Remember that? Remember a couple days ago?
Yo!
Hold on. Dog's barking. Be right back. Talk amongst
Yes.
yourselves.
We are going to talk about how cultured Blair is.
Yeah, this is cultured.
This is a game I've
I-
always wanted to get into.
It's a lot of fun. I didn't have room for it on my list. This is definitely like in my top
Honorable
like,
mention
150.
rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, speaking of, before we guys do our top 10, do you guys want to do an honorable mentions? Like, if we have any?
Yeah. I wanna do an honorable mentions of like a quick top 10 of those, but I also want to do like top 5 games you knew wouldn't make it on this list that you've played. Because
And also,
that's just funny as shit.
and then also, like, if there's any games that we've been playing recently that could have made the list somewhere. Because I think there's a couple.
I can think
we
of
do
one game from, or that would probably have made my list if we started this later.
yeah, if we could do with the edits into the hit list after the hit fact, let's not give them a general ranking of where they would go. Let's just talk about the game themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
for sure. Hey chat,
Because like,
check out this Gardevoir I got.
I want to look at this Gardevoir.
oh
Did you
man,
not
I
see
have
it?
to open a third Twitch.
Oh my god, I've got 4 Twitches up right now. The YouTube playlist. I've 2 Google Sheets pulled up. My displays are a mess right now. OBS.
It's a train
Yeah.
wreck.
But I went to a store. I went to a Japanese store at a mall.
Oh, that's a nice Gardevoir.
Yeah, it was a model kit. So I have this Gardevoir model kit that I built, and then to go with my Mimikyu one, and 2 of my favorite Pokemon, and they're rad.
Right now, I'm play testing a magic deck on my Gardevoir map from back when the Gardevoir was in standard play for Pokemon TCG.
Hell yeah!
Because that's the only time I ever went to a Pokemon card tournament was when that was in standard, and my friend won a draft pack tournament of it using a Fortress card that deals damage based on the number of heads you flip.
Let's go! I love that.
Yeah, he won the map for me and gave it to me.
Let's
That was-
go. I love decks like that.
Okay. I'm back. Dog
Welcome
is
back.
stop barking.
Welcome back.
Number 53, Age of Empires 2.
We're talking about how
I-
cultured you were.
Good game.
I love games like this. And spoiler, I'm not going to say what, but there's another game like this on this list. That's not Age of Empires.
Wait, coming up or I'm guessing.
Coming up, like it might be in this episode. We'll see.
Okay.
But just the idea of just starting in just a random space and just building a civilization, an army, and just attacking other armies and civilizations in game is
Game.
such a fun con. I enjoy it. Like there's not much to say about that. I like building and I like attacking in game.
True. As a big Risk fan, I feel like I would love this game. I was a kid in junior high and elementary school. It was like, let's get together and play Risk, everybody. Every
You're a
week.
Kid in junior high.
What?
I was a kid in high school.
Yeah, true.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right.
Interesting.
52. Yeah, Majora's Mask. I put this one at 52 because I only beat the remake of the Majora's Mask, not the OG N64. I have the cartridge. It's a used cartridge, and so there was like a used file on it, and that's all that I would play on it because
Goated.
young kid, game too hard. Which, to be fair, this game is actually very difficult. IMO.
No, you're right. You're right.
Very right.
But,
Even the remake is wild.
but soundtrack, great. I mean that all the soundtracks are great, but soundtrack great, characters great. I would be probably doing a disservice if I didn't mention the Ben drowned creepypasta with this as well. I don't know if you guys have heard or read that.
Oh no, yeah. I
Yep,
know.
that's old school internet.
Yep.
Okay,
Old school.
Don't worry,
internet
everyone
yikes.
will be
Hold
hearing
on.
more. Everyone will be hearing more about this game later. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I imagine so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised
but-
that. Yeah, the most surprising thing is how low it is on your list because I know how much you like Zelda games.
Yeah, no. I never beat this. I never beat the 64, so I've only beat the remake of it.
So it doesn't have the nostalgia bump for it. That's fair.
Essentially, yeah. Again, still phenomenal game though. Phenomenal game.
Yeah.
And then number 51, we have
Waifu Simulator.
Hey,
it's
yo.
here. It's Genshin.
Oh, gross. I'm sorry.
No,
Coming from a Genshin fan, I'm sorry.
Like it's fun. I enjoy it.
That's true.
I play the game in like spurts. Well, I'll play it for like religiously for like 2 or 3 weeks, then I won't touch it for another like month or so.
Same.
I still need to get back into it because I started recently.
Yeah, you got a
should
gaming
fucking play
phone.
14 instead of playing Genshin.
I don't have to spend money on Genshin.
You don't have to spend money on 14. Make a new account. Get the free trial version.
He has a point.
That is true.
He's
yeah.
got you there.
He really
But no,
does.
so
I'm
I
gonna
stopped
murder
playing
you,
Genshin.
child.
I stopped playing Genshin because, well, various reasons. But for me, it's the fact that, I was actively going for Hu Tao on her banner.
Mm-hmm.
And, I spent way the fuck too much money attempting to get her.
I didn't spend way too much money trying to get her. I spent no money trying to get her, but played the game as her banner came out and didn't get her, and then
Yeah,
stopped
so, like,
playing.
I spent the money to actively get her. And I think it was the banner before that, Klee's banner, where I got Klee first pull. I did a 10 pull, got her immediately. I spent so much money attempting to get Hu Tao that I ended up getting Diluc 3 times instead.
There, the
That's like me in the
problem.
mirror.
The problem with Genshin is that Genshin doesn't, and to my knowledge, have a successful. You will get this character guaranteed pity rate.
It should.
Oh
Dislike
yeah,
has one. Dislike has one.
100%. 100%. There's an event going on. Sorry, you first.
My friend explained it to me how there is a way to like manipulate it, or like if there's like 2 separate banners, if you have the first guaranteed pity, you'll get one of the characters on the 2 separate banners. But if you don't get that one, the next one you do, if you do like, if you get, I'm trying it's still kind of foggy to me.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
no,
good.
I understand what you're saying.
So
I think I get you.
let's say there's the Raiden Shogun in one banner, and then Hu Tao on the second banner. If you're going for Hu Tao on the second one, but you get the Shogun, if the next guaranteed pity, if the event's still going on, if you're on Hu Tao, you're guaranteed to get Hu Tao on that.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the way my friend explained it to me.
Fuck Genshin.
I
Oh,
like how
so,
Genshin
like,
looks.
Currently,
but I
right
could never
now, in a mobile game I'm playing, I'm sorry, I really wanted to say this real quick.
yeah.
There's an event going on with the Atelier series, specifically with Ryza. If you roll 9 times unsuccessfully, you will get the fucking character.
Yeah.
Like,
The near mobile
straight
game.
up.
The near mobile game, if you roll 20 times, you get to pick what character you want, and usually every event has 3 characters you can pick from, or you can
Yeah,
get.
KOF does that.
Yeah.
KOF All Stars does that. They implemented the system at some point where they were like, all right, pick 5 fucking characters that are your pickup characters. If you roll that character, it's part of your pickup. If you don't, when you get to a certain amount of rolls, we give you a ticket, and then you can pick one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're in the gaming economy are where people are willing to spend the stacks of money on this. So Genshin has no real incentive to want to play CAD because they've made so much money off of people doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
With Genshin,
And it might be the second coming of pull rates being examined once more because of the fact that Genshin's raking in a bunch of money and probably causing people to go bankrupt.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
But a lot of people have stopped playing the games that came out, so it might not be under as much investigation.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
stopped playing it altogether. I'm probably not gonna go back to it. There's various reasons behind that one, aside from like bullshit pulls.
I'm currently playing it.
Yikes.
I enjoy like the mechanics and like the weather, or the not the weather, but like the elemental mechanics and the look
Yeah.
of the game. I just can't care about the story, so it's hard for me to like keep going back.
I've gotten to the point. I'm just mashing A. It's like I just want to.
Yeah, I
I
just
just
like the
wanna play.
environment. There's something about the environment or something about the game that just like I can't get myself to keep going back to.
It's a pretty ass game. Beyond that,
It's a
Miss
very
Me.
pretty one. I'm excited for the next for that like urban like shooter one. Looks really cool from the same
Yeah.
company.
Done right, the story is a little interesting.
Yeah.
So side note, I have not spent money on this game, and I hope to keep it that way.
Valid.
But it's hard.
I'm just impatient. That's the only reason why I spend money. I'm just impatient, and I know it.
Okay, but yeah, that's number 51.
All right.
Oh yeah.
That's the exact reason why I avoid games like that with the plague. Like, I tried my best to play Fire Emblem Heroes for free.
Oh,
And then
Sam.
when they
Can't
when
fucking do
they
it.
did that one update where you could sacrifice units you have to give some of your existing units their abilities, I stopped playing the game because you can't pick up anymore. You
Yeah.
cannot play that game
Fair.
for free after they did that. I was like, nope, not worth it anymore.
I remember just playing it for a while and then never just like I stopped because I was busy with school. I think.
All right, let's move on to my list.
Oh, we're
Let's
doing
go.
you next? Okay.
Yeah. Number 60 is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Okay.
Like I really enjoyed.
you.
I enjoyed the turn based, or I enjoyed the
I feel
turning this game in from an action turn based into just like full on action RPG. But I also appreciate the fact that like it's at a slower pace so that it still feels, or that it stays true to the original. Admittedly, the only reason why this game is as low as it is for me, it's not a complete story. I don't see it as a complete story. Like once we get once we finish the trilogy, this will probably either go up or or even go down depending on how they handle the story. Because like mechanically, everything is fantastic. Like Tifa specifically is like one of the most fun characters to play as in an action RPG.
Absolutely. I love her.
Yeah. Hard agree. I'm listening right now on the playlist. We're listening to the Aerith theme from the remake, and
Like the remixes in this game are fantastic. Not even just the orchestral rearrangements of like Tifa and Aerith's theme, but
just the
also
whole game.
yeah, and just like having the Airbuster battle theme, and just like of Those Who Fight Further, the rearrangement of Tifa's theme when you're going through Don Corneo's hideout, where just like the techno remix of Tifa's theme. Like
It's so good.
it's all fantastic.
I spent $35 for the iTunes version of the soundtrack just so I could have it to listen to it, and it's on my shuffle frequently.
Like it's just fantastic. Like the motorcycle sequence is like one of the best end sequences, and like does a perfect homage for just like how disc 1 ended in the original. But again,
It's a red game.
but again, it just goes back to it's just all covering disc 1, which is fine in its own right, but there's still so much more that we know that should be in the game. Like that's the only reason why it's as low as it is. 59. Burnout 3 Takedown.
Hey.
Fucking go.
Game.
Good shit.
It is fantastic.
Good
The road rage mode specifically,
Yeah.
just slow-mo explosions. You don't need any more. You can't get any simpler than that.
This game makes your brain go burr in every way as fast
Oh,
as
yeah.
possible.
Oh yeah.
Just scratches that into the back. You're like, yeah.
the want to like wreck a car and take out a bunch of people and take out a bunch of other cars on the road, but not have to pay thousands and millions of dollars in damage.
What was the
Okay.
mode where you have to do the most damage possible?
Road rage.
Road
Oh, that
rage.
was it? Okay. I thought that was the get as many crashes in a race as possible. Not like the drive into oncoming traffic and get the dollar amounts.
I thought that was just called takedown. Road rage was like you go down, you have a certain amount of time to just rack up as much damage as possible.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. I'm talking about the drive into oncoming traffic and try
Yeah,
and hit
it's
the
like
taker.
takedown.
Yeah, takedown.
I don't remember exactly what that mode is, but I think it's the takedown.
But yeah, it's
I
just,
love-
it's just a fantastic arcadey racing game.
With a ton of missions too, ton of maps, tons of
Yeah.
cars.
Yep.
This game had so much content for what it was.
Yeah.
Nope.
58. Rock Band 2.
Ooh, too low.
Yikes.
Get some taste.
It's too high. Get it away from me.
Oh. Nexus, you and I, we're gonna have some words later.
Oh no,
That's
words.
right.
But Rock Band 2, like this is kind of like more representative of just like Guitar Hero and Rock Band as a whole. Like I'm just picking Rock
Yeah.
Band 2 because I think it has like the best set list of any of the games. Or the most fun and diverse set list, I should say.
Rocksmith
Okay.
did it better than all of them.
I
Do
never
not
played
disagree.
Rocksmith.
Oh, you're missing out.
PG also doesn't want to play real instruments too.
That's fair.
Dude, I play bass. Of course I don't want to play instruments.
PJ, you've touched a bass like twice. You can't say that
In
you
the
play bass.
game!
Oh, okay. that is very true.
Michael, you would always be lead guitar. You'd never let me be lead. I was always bass guitar or rhythm.
I was in Rock Band. I was always drums.
Not for Guitar Hero 3.
Well, that's not Rock Band 2. The game we're talking about.
Michael, you conditioned me to be bass for these games.
PJ's
That's
a
something a
sub.
you problem, my guy.
That is.
Yeah,
fucking
PJ's a
bottom.
sub.
Fucking bottom.
Real bottom energy. Being a bassist. Sal, if you're out there, you heard me.
Aren't you a bassist?
No, he's a drummer.
Oh, okay. Damn, I almost roasted your ass too.
Almost. You almost got me.
But yeah, it just like,
Rhythm section though.
but like it just like, I just love like getting up with 4 people, just like basically doing karaoke with a bunch of different instruments.
There's a Comic-Con where they had a Rock Band like karaoke, Rock Band 2 karaoke, and it was so much fun. You just go up with a bunch of strangers and play songs.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
that, or experiences like that are just a blast.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have words about that one because
Uh-huh.
they set that up right next to the tournament venue that I was trying to help run, and not a single person hear their matches because Rock Band 2 was blasting at full volume across the entire venue.
I'm
That is
sorry,
also very true.
serious. All right,
I,
50.
being the person that I am, I like completing shit. And so failing a song because my friend couldn't keep his vocals up or couldn't play the drums better just had me violently pissed off. So yeah, no, miss
That's
me.
totally fair.
All right.
Fuck Rock Band.
That's why I play so many single player games because I can't stand my enjoyment of a game being solely dependent on someone else being good at it.
Speaking of the enjoyment of a game being solely independent or dependent on another person being good, Soul Calibur 2.
Yikes.
Would
Get
you-
out!
Good game, but what the fuck?
I'm fucking yikesing this shit. Get out of here.
No, I said yikes because of the being good at it.
Yeah,
That's why
'cause,
I'm
like,
shit at Soul
wow.
Calibur.
This is like the only fighting game Michael and I were comparable in strength or in skill in.
This is so yeah. PJ would always beat me at any competitive game other than Soul Calibur. So I loved playing this game more than Smash because
Oh.
I actually stood a chance.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a chance because there was one time where we did the team battle. He did it 8 players. I was just a single player Mitsurugi, a character that I never really even touched before, and I still managed to do 7-1. I still lost, but I got him down to his last character.
Yeah. Because PJ's a tryhard and I'm a casual and I like having fun and not knowing what I'm doing. But Soul Calibur I got good at.
Yeah,
And it's my fighting game. which
but
is
also just
because
like
a casual.
I loved the various missions that you had in Weapon
Weapon Master.
Weapon Master. Just the extra arcade modes where you have all the different weapons.
Weapons and the stat effects and yeah.
Yeah. And also I just loved playing as Link. And
Soul
Cassandra.
Calibur 2.
And the
Soul Calibur. Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say like my main three were just Link, Cassandra, and Sophitia.
So Soul Calibur 2 is such a weird entry in the series for me because every single other entry, I either played Taki or Talim. Soul Calibur 2, I could only play Voldo. That's the only character I could figure out how to play properly in Soul Calibur 2, and I was unstoppable with Voldo. I perfected so many people with him. Like, I couldn't
Yikes.
figure out how to fight him.
Hell yeah.
We love to see it, but goddamn,
56 Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
good
Let's
shit.
go. Good shit.
With
In the words of Perfect Cell, that's that good shit.
yep. I feel like I don't need to say anything more for Sonic Adventure 2.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah, 55 Shovel Knight Plagues of Shadow. Like specifically Plague of Shadows.
Okay.
Like this is like 99% of the game is just basically our original Shovel Knight. But I just love the movement options that Plague Knight brought to the table, as well as like having a few different areas. Plus Mona and Plague Knight's relationship was just like one of the most wholesome things in a video game.
I never played this, but I enjoyed watching you play this. Like either I don't know if you ever streamed it, but just like watching you play it every once in a while when I'd be walking by.
Yeah, you might have seen me playing another Shovel Knight game, which is later on this list.
Yeah, I've seen you play a lot of Shovel Knight. Like, is this the one that I gave you the vinyl for your birthday? Or
Yeah,
was it
yes,
the,
this was the one that you gave me the vinyl for.
yeah. Like
Dude,
I love
what
the
a
aesthetic.
flex and a half. I love that.
Yeah, it's like I want to get into the Shovel Knight games. I just have a hard time with the controls and like the just like action platformers like this. I have a hard time with, but I love the aesthetic and the sound.
Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, I know. I need to get good.
54 Tatsunoko versus Capcom.
Good shit.
Like,
I wish I had that game, bro.
dude,
I also wish I owned this game.
dude, I'm staring at a fight stick that I owned that doubled as a classic controller for the Wii
Yeah,
that I got specifically for this game.
Imagine a young PJ playing Wii Virtual Console games with the fight stick.
What a
flex
with this shit.
I don't have to imagine that because my choice, like my controller of choice for playing Mega Man games, is a fight stick.
That makes so much sense, actually.
That's so valid, though.
Like I beat all of Mega Man X1 with a fight stick, and it was amazing. The experience was awesome.
That makes so much sense, though.
But yeah, like I just like specifically Roll and Saki were like two of my favorite characters to play as in a fighting game.
This is my first introduction to the versus Capcom series.
Oh, same. Like we saw Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in the arcades in the arcade that we lived by growing up, but we never really played it. Like this is our first like proper experience of, hey, this is what a versus game is like.
Yeah, and it was,
Kids, get off my lawn.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, same.
It's not that we were like old enough. We just like, at least for me, like growing up, Marvel and like I enjoyed reading like
Marvel
Spider-Man
comics.
and specifically just like Spider-Man anthology comics and Fantastic Four comics, but I was never really into like Marvel as a property. So it's like Marvel vs. Capcom didn't do anything because I also wasn't into Street Fighter Capcom. So, but playing this, I was like, the art style is so sick. What are all these characters from?
What
This
are
is
all
amazing.
these colors? Just so many
Yeah.
colors.
Yeah.
Right. 53
53.
Paper Mario or OG Paper
Hey.
Mario.
Okay.
I'm looking at the English and Japanese cartridges for this game right now. I love the game.
Yeah, no, it's just a fantastic like spiritual successor for Mario RPG, and I played this game before Mario RPG like by 7 years basically, like I got this game when it first came out for N64. I didn't play Mario RPG until it came out on Wii Virtual Console back in, 2008. Like, I'm not even thinking since I think Paper Mario, like, in just about every aspect except for specifically Geno, I think Mario RPG does better than, but I think Paper Mario does better than Mario RPG. Like, I think music in Paper Mario is just a little bit better than, or in Mario RPG, even though it does have fantastic pieces from Yoko Shimomura. I love the party system and just like having to use your party members outside of combat rather than just like, oh, Mario's just running around and jumping.
Yeah.
I love all the different bosses in the game.
All the different like environments and places you have to go for the story.
Exactly.
Like Toy Box Land.
Yeah, Shy Guys Toy Box, Shiver Mountain.
Yeah, the
Gusty Gold specifically, like I love that Western aesthetic. Or just going from forest to a Western.
The Ice Mountain is the reason I like ice music in video games.
Oh, same.
It's one of the best songs, I think, in N64 games.
Hey, I'm gonna go off topic for just 1 second. I have one question.
Go ahead.
PJ, your channel point thing. I just noticed something that you have that says "Choose my next playthrough restricted."
I need to update that. Like, or I need to update that spreadsheet. I honestly should be taking that or take those point channel redemptions down. But basically, that just translates to there's a short form where like I think I could beat in like a stream or two. There's a medium form where where it'd take like a week for me to beat, like 3 or 4 streams, and then long form is just like pick any game.
Okay.
As long as I have it, you can you can have me play it.
Third of the way to 100K, and I'm saving up.
And I am desperately afraid of the garbage Michael's gonna be throwing at me. 50,
Oh, I'm at 25K.
52 Near Replicant. I honestly had this like a lot lower, but then I just like started to sit down and really think about Near Replicant. And like I have a fair bit of problems with just area design and just like combat or for Replicant that I think like falls a little bit short compared to Automata. But the story of the characters and the music specifically like do give it that extra push. Like
the story, the characters, and the music carry this game so much.
Yeah, like I was surprised that I ended up putting it this high, but like it just feels right.
Yeah, I know you liked it, but I didn't think you'd put it this high. Well, in my head, I was like, you're either going to put it really high or around here, and this makes sense for you.
Yeah, like I'll be honest. From 45 onward, looking at my list, 45 onward is like 10 out of 10 games. Like from Near Replicant, from there, like I would say like, or actually no, from like 60 to or from 70 to 45, I think is like 9 out of 10. Like even though I like Michael got the most of my brunt of my like complaining about Replicant, I still think it's a 9 out of 10 game and that people should play.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I'm going to talk about this much later.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, it is on my list, and
it is pretty high.
It is pretty damn high. Not going to lie.
Like,
no spoiler alerts, but
yeah. 51, Portal 2.
Okay.
I see you.
Like, it is... Like, single player is just an absolutely delightful experience. Like, Wheatley and GLaDOS are fantastic characters that, like, propel this game forward for me. Like, they're just, like, so entertaining. I wish that I had someone to play the multiplayer with, though, because, like...
BRB.
Okay. But like just the single player, like or beating Portal 2, not only is it like or does it have like a fantastic final boss theme, it's just like after the song that plays after you beat the final boss and the credits are just like just so well done. Annabelle has Wi-Fi after her designated time. Let's go.
Hey yo, let's go.
But yeah,
Good.
like Portal 2 is
We love to see it.
like it's just one of the best puzzle games that I've ever played.
Nice.
And because Michael is, and that's it for my section, because Michael had to go away, Kaido, let's go on over to you.
Y'all ready?
I need to
Number
get
60.
hype it up. I just got to change the formulas.
Okay. So, I'm gonna hype up this game. This game's good. This game, unfortunately, is technically the last game of the series.
Oh,
You will not talk to me about the one that comes after it because it is garbage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Twisted Metal Black. All right. So the first like 4 Twisted Metals on the PS1 are like sort of edgy, but mostly lean on sort of like the goofy shit. Twisted Metal Black is a reboot of the series that goes a bit more gritty, but does it in the right way. You still have Insane Murder Clown with fire on his head, Sweet Tooth, as you can tell here. But a lot of the other characters get like either complete overhauls and redesigns, like Darkseid, who's driven by Dollface, and just a bunch of other characters. And everything in this was like really well put together. You find out like everybody's in the same as insane asylum, and the whole point of them winning Twisted Metal is for them to get out of it. Just a really good, fucking good, fun, stupid blow up cars game. 59.
59.
Yes. Dot Hack Outbreak.
ooh.
I'm gonna stand
Man.
on my soapbox here. I chose. Literally, you could probably put all of the original IMOQ on here: Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, and Quarantine. But we're gonna put Outbreak on this list. Outbreak introduces Balmung as a playable character, which fucking awesome. He was hinted at since like the first game, and you just didn't get to play with him. And it's the third of the series out of 4. It's just a really good game. It's a lot of fun. The story is really cool. The episode that comes with this one is my second favorite. My first favorite would be from the second disc. But yeah, really, really good stuff.
Question, are
Fun.
the Dot Hack games turn-based?
No,
Okay.
they are not. The first one, however, involves a lot of menuing still. The first 4 anyway. The GU series does not, though. The GU series is very much action combat. In this
Cool.
one, you mash the X button fervently. That's it. You just mash the X button. Even in menus, you open like I don't think I have a recording of me playing it recently, but I am going to get back to playing this on stream because I still haven't beaten the full series of the first 4 games, nor GU, but we're going to fix that. And there's a lot of me just sitting there like pushing the X button. It's an MMO, but not an MMO.
Yeah. See, the main reason I was asking it was because I wanted to get the GU series for a little bit because I finally was able to find it at a GameStop. But after looking at it, I thought it was turn-based, so I decided not
not.
to at the time.
It's not. GU is not a turn-based game. It is action.
Cool.
Action
that
combat.
changes everything, and I will now go grab it.
But yeah,
58.
58.
There it is. Sorry, I needed to switch the windows. Ninja Gaiden.
Hey.
A game that I got when it first came out and did not beat until I want to say like 15 years later. I could be a little bit off on my math, could be more like about like 7 to 10, but this game took me forever to beat, unfortunately, but I love this game and it's absolutely amazing and phenomenal. It's a lot of fun and the story was really cool, and Ayane's a cutie. 57.
Sorry, on my stream we got dot hack music playing as soon as you were talking about. Oh, hold on. That we got this.
We got a missing image.
Yeah, or because it's the wrong file. Give me a second.
Oh no!
Well, you see the title,
Fire
but you
Emblem.
only will know which one this is if you know them by the Japanese names. This is a Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem Recca no Ken is the Fire Emblem game that first came out in the States.
Literally
This is
just
the first one
called
we
Fire
got.
Emblem, and I cheated because of that.
Yep, literally just called Fire Emblem. This tells the story of Lindis or Lynn, Eliwood and Hector, Nils and Ninian, who are in that back left corner there. I love this game. I have beaten Lynn's story. It's sectioned off into different stories based on difficulty. Lynn's is the easy path. It's also just sort of a prologue and a tutorial for you to understand the systems of the game. Eliwood's story is the actual meat and potatoes of the game, and Hector's story is hard mode. I have not beaten Eliwood's story or Hector's story, but I've made it very, very far in this game to know that I enjoy it. And it being my first Fire Emblem, it definitely earns a spot in my top 100. 56.
This game
Oh.
made me so sad when I tried to play it because I was playing it on my friend's computer. Well, on an emulator on my friend's computer,
Mhm.
and it was the first time I had ever used an emulator, so I didn't understand the save function in emulators. So while I saved in the game,
Mhm.
pretty like 20 chapters into the first story, I saved in the game, but didn't save in the emulator. So when I went back to finish it a few days later, the file hadn't saved in the emulator, so all of my progress was gone.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But I had a lot of fun with what I was able to.
56. Valkyria Chronicles. Much like Fire Emblem, only instead in a fictional sort of maritime World War I style world, rather. It is awesome. Character designs are super cool. The art style is just amazing. Absolutely beautiful game. Very, very dark, but still very good. Also haven't beaten this game, but I own this game now, so I'm definitely going to be playing it and beating it because I just gotta at some point. But everything I played of this game, I know I adore it. I think it's absolutely cool. That's pretty much it. 55.
Michael, if you're talking, you're muted.
I was about to say Amana Culture. I have the art
Thank you.
book of this game.
Thank you.
I have a 400-page art book. It's incredible. I'm gonna
This
talk about it
game-
more later.
Yeah.
I fucking love this. That was the reason I bought a PS3. Was that game?
I
That's
can
how.
understand that.
Yeah, I saw a random streamer at the time. Like this is like early. This is like sophomore year of high school. Someone
Save
was
this
doing,
for
like-
when you do it, because it
Yeah.
sounds like it's on your list. Save this for your
Okay,
list.
yeah.
55 is Battlefield Bad Company 2. I've been seeing a lot of you guys saying Bad Company 1, and that is perfectly fine. However, I am a Bad Company 2 boy. I'm a Bad Company 2 boy so fucking hard. This game was so much fun to play. So much fun to play the single player, so much fun to play the multiplayer with friends. I had a friend who we would just like go, oh, it's after school. Oh, let's just go fucking play some Bad Company at home. And we would just fucking get online, get on Xbox Live, and just like destroy buildings and torture people. Like we were just stupid. Yeah, love this game. Great game. 54. Final Fantasy X, not 10-2, just 10.
Vibes.
Let's go.
I can't put 10-2 on here because reasons, not because I don't like the game. I do like what I played of it, but I only played a demo, which to me is not enough. I don't know if I own 10-2, and if I don't, I think I own it for the PS2. And if I do own it, I'll just boot it back up when I get the chance and start playing it and beat it. But 10 is just a good, solid Final Fantasy game. I love Blitzball. Blitzball's so much fun. There were a lot of unique, different things about this game. The concept of how this relates to Japan's status is one of the things that drew me in after I learned about it. Just overall great game. Next. Psycho. This is another game I haven't beaten, but I've played very much of. I should sit down and play it from the beginning and beat it. It's one hell of an experience. It's really freaking cool. And I mean, I just watched a speed run of it recently for Summer Games Done Quick, and it was awesome to watch.
Oh yeah.
But really good game. This, I want to say franchise, even though they're all technically not a part of like a singular franchise. They're like, each game is different, but they're all shared universe. The music for these is beautiful. Really, really freaking cool. And it's just a very different game, and I appreciate that. 52. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. It's
Okay.
my turn.
Yikes.
Okay, so I'm not sorry for doing that.
I don't blame you.
This game is so good. It is better than it has any fucking right to be. Full stop. This game is absolutely awesome. If you've never played this game, please pick it up. You will not be disappointed. It is very, very fun. It's just adorable. It's a fun little isometric puzzle game. The soundtrack's great, and Toad and Toadette are adorable. There, enough said. 51.
Valid.
Cadence of Hyrule.
Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Oh man. So I liked Crypt of the Necrodancer from the concept of, I watched speedruns and people play it, and I was all like, that's really freaking cool. I do own it, and I still have never touched it, but I touched this game. I like, when I saw that they were making this, I was like, I'm buying this day one. I bought it day one. It does not disappoint. It's cool, procedurally generated world of Hyrule where you get to play as Cadence, Link, or Zelda. And you know, you move to the rhythm of the beat in order to beat enemies, and it's just fun and unique and a different take on Zelda. And Nintendo, please do more of this.
Yeah.
Let more people touch your IPs in new and interesting ways, because this is charming. And
It's also how we get
because it's-
F-Zero.
yeah, it's also how we're probably going to get F-Zero, to be perfectly honest. But it being charming is like the fact that it had so much charm is what made it so good.
Yeah.
That's my 60 to 51. See you for
Let me-
my 50 to 41.
Hell yeah. Let me chime in really quick on Cadence. Like, I have the reverse of you, where I've played and loved Crypt of the Necrodancer, and I bought Cadence of Hyrule day one, but I haven't touched my Switch in a while, and I haven't got around to playing it. But I cannot wait to play this, because
Fix that.
holy shit. Yeah,
Seriously, fix that. It is really, really good.
I shall. My voice correct. Cool.
All right, Michael, you're up.
Batter up. All right, Jedi Fallen Order
Good shit.
for number 60. This game is pretty damn good. If play as Cal Kestis. It's a third-person action game made by fucking Respawn, Kings of Polish, and FPS's making a third-person Star Wars game. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I loved it. It's Star Wars. It's the things I love about Star Wars. It's a good action game. There's some jank here and there. It's a little too much sliding is a meme that I could say that it has, but it's so fucking good. I have nothing to say about it because the story is really good. It fits into the timeline really well, and I can't wait for Jedi Survivor, the next game from them, because that's gonna be rad as hell. Because if it's anything like this from a good sequel, then this could, like, the next game can be amazing. And this game's already like a 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. 59, Super Mario Sunshine. I think this is my first 3D Mario on the list, and it might be the only, because I love Sunshine. I know PJ doesn't.
I'm
PJ
saying
doesn't
quiet
have
for optimism. Oh, we we're gonna have words later, Kaido.
PJ doesn't have any fucking taste. It's
I
fine.
100%ed this game.
But yeah, Super Mario Sunshine, it's so fucking charming. It's so cool. I love Flood. I love the mechanics. I have so many good memories of playing this game. And maybe they're just memories because I haven't played it, but they're still there. And
We have 3D
I
All
love
Stars. You can
Wild-
play it some or when you want.
I have too many other games to play.
That's
I'd rather
fair.
have the memories. And yeah, it just is so good. Isle Delfino is so much fun. I love everything. I don't think I ever beat this game, but I had such a good time with it. And just remember, it's so much fun just to find all the power-ups and get all the boxes for each world to get more and more and just like have fun with Flood. And that's about all I really needed for this game. It was a really, really solid, fun time for Mario, and it's my favorite 3D Mario, I think. Because I liked Galaxy well enough, I just never got into them. And I haven't played a lot of Odyssey, so that's not on my list because I haven't played a lot of it. But yeah, Super Mario Sunshine, awesome. Another game that's awesome, Kirby 64.
Hell yeah.
Crystal Shards. This is probably my favorite it's my favorite or second favorite Kirby game. It's so good. It is charming as all hell. It's my first Kirby game. It's a short, fun, amazing time. So many power-ups. I love the ability to combine power-up copy abilities with other ones to get different power-ups.
It's so good.
So good. The ability, like, finding different combinations to break walls and barriers to get the collectibles in this game was so much fun. An amazing time for a young me playing this game, and also just an amazing time for just like a fun, quick nostalgia trip because it holds up pretty well still. I got nothing else really to say about Kirby other than play it if you haven't. You won't regret it, and it's probably only a 3 to 4 hour time,
If that.
for a adult. I also have for 57 Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. I never played this, but I fucking love this game. I got stuck in a part where your party separates later in the game, and
You were
because
literally in the last part of the game, Michael.
I was at the last parts of the game, and because I grinded one section of my team so much, the team that I had all alone, I could never get past that area because everyone was too lower leveled, and I didn't know if there was like a mission replay selection or not because I was a dumb kid who didn't look at menus. So I kept on trying the same missions over and over again, and I didn't want anyone to die. So anytime anyone would die, I reset the mission, and I just never beat the game. But I love all the character designs. I love the turn-based tactical strategy game, RPG. It's the character designs, the characters. I love Micah. I think
Micaiah.
Micaiah.
Yeah, Micaiah. They're all great. I just adored this game. I think Blair talked about it too, and I had nothing more to add other than really damn good tactics game. I think this is the only Mario Kart game I have on my list. At first, 56, Mario Kart Double Dash. So many hours of just playing this game, the same courses with friends. Four players
Double
always.
Dash.
Michael, when are we
So
playing
good.
this again?
Soon. I was replaying this recently on my overclocked GameCube, that's at my desk right now, and I've had so much fun just playing through it and just going back and just reliving memories.
All right, let's play
It-
Real Baby Park.
Dude, yes,
Baby
so
Park,
down.
let's go.
Baby
Real
Park
Baby
is so
Park.
real.
Baby Park the way it was meant to be intended, with 2 players on 1 cart.
Yes.
Let's fucking go.
8-player Mario Kart win.
I don't think
Yeah,
you can
OG
8-player
Baby Park
double
was a
dash.
nightmare.
You
I
can
thought
only
you
do
could with online.
with
You could do
LAN.
8 players actually
With-
with LAN.
Only with LAN.
Yeah, with LAN.
But I don't think an overclocked GameCube can support that, unfortunately.
Damn.
Annabelle,
Really got-
no.
We'll figure that out. But yeah, I'd love
Stop.
double dash.
Stop immediately. Stop immediately.
Hold on, I
I'm
gotta
in
see what
chat.
Annabelle.
Baby Park. Do, 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 do.
No, no,
baby.
stop. Stop. Canceled. Fucking canceled.
Oh my
I
god.
Kirby
finally
and-
made
or
it
Kirby
to
Nightmare in
21 so I can
Dreamland.
go. Oh, good shit. I remember the
Good-
theme song for that. Not the theme song, but the commercial jingle.
For Kirby?
Yeah. Nightmare in
Actually-
Dreamland.
I don't remember that, to be honest. I think this is my first experience with Kirby on with the Dreamland game. Superstar
Mhm.
Super Dreamland.
No, it's just
But
Kirby's
this-
Adventure.
Kirby's Adventure.
Yeah, this is
And-
Kirby's Adventure.
I loved it. I played on Game Boy Advance all the time. This is after N64 Kirby for sure. And I just had so much fun playing through this game. All the mini games were goated. The style and the aesthetic of the Game Boy Advance graphics with Kirby is bar none amazing. And yeah, I have more Kirby games in this list to talk about, especially the Game Boy Advance, because Game Boy Advance Kirby games are some of my favorite platformers ever made, full stop. And Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland, definitely no exception. It's so good. And I just loved the collectathon of this game was really good. And I might be confusing that with another game on the list, but still, goated game, amazing.
Big
I
facts.
love it.
Big facts.
Big if true.
Big
All
if
right.
true.
Another game that is goated. The first game that I played on Switch N64 online when it dropped, Star Fox 64. Sorry,
Let's fucking go. Good game.
when
Good game.
we
this
got
game.
this game and the theme song hits and you see the little cutscene at the start of the game. Dun 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 dun. Dun.
We need
Let's
your
fucking go.
help, Star Fox.
Da, 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 da,
Eh.
da.
I love this game. It's it's goated for me. A lot of nostalgia for this personally, but I like the difficulty as a kid, getting the different paths and trying to beat every mission, every route. And I had such a good time with it, and a lot of good memories playing that. We never had 007 for N64 as a kid, so this was our multiplayer game that we played with all of our friends, and always an amazing fun time here. Pardon me. 53, not 59, 53. Tony Hawk Pro
Yo.
Skater 1+2. Fucking
1 and 2. It's not 1 plus 2. It's 1 and 2.
1 and 2. 1+2 and 3. You're right. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. This game came out of nowhere, had no right to be as good as it was, and it is my favorite Tony Hawk game I think I've ever played. Maybe I think there might be one above it, but it's up there. It's for the music selection, to the feel of how Tony Hawk should be played, with all the classic maps and a lot of the classic songs returning. You can't beat going to
Warehouse.
Warehouse with Superman playing on a soundbar on a big ass TV. What else is good in life? This game, Tony Hawk the Originals, defining my music taste, which therefore defined me as a person, and I can't not have these games on my list. And this was another one of the games that I was a lot better at PJ. That was a competitive multiplayer game.
50,000 versus 2.5 million.
Yeah, I would go hard, and don't get me started. I'm going to talk about the originals and this, but just like Moon Gravity, Big Head Mode, the selection of like bonus characters and secrets and all the missions, so much fun.
The saddest
There's one
thing about this is like, because Activision lost the rights for Marvel characters, we're gonna get Spider-Man back.
Yeah.
Okay, but also
It-
fuck Activision.
Yeah. Also,
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that goes without
goes without
saying.
saying.
Not only for like, there's the big stuff for why we should just say screw Activision. There's also the small stuff like the fact that they
like here's
canceled.
missions are on the. Yeah, they canceled Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 for the Warzone factory.
No, they canceled it because it would be too popular.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
they got sent to the
Tony
Blizzard
Hawk-
salt mines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tony Hawk mentioned that he had a meeting with them, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm super excited to do that one. Like, a bunch of the fans are super excited." Then they all got into a huddle and said, "You know what? Never mind," and then left.
Yeah. Like we're
I'm like, what?
like what?
You don't want money?
But yeah, Tony Hawk 1 and 2, I went through and played every character with every skater, did every mission, and like maxed out the stats on every skater just because I could and because it was fun just to like do all these challenges. And I just wanted more and more and more of this game. And boy, am I close to platinuming this on my PS5, but also fuck that platinum.
Yeah.
52. This kind of encompasses the entire Shantae franchise, but Pirate's Curse I think is my favorite.
Oh, we got a hydrate or dihydrate redemption from Annabelle.
Yo, Annabelle, I will hydrate and dihydrate.
You know
Thank
what?
you so
I'm
much.
just leave my drink here and not do that at all.
You got it,
Sparkling ice
Annabelle.
cherry lemonade.
Where I put my water.
I ain't drinking shit.
But Shantae is a weird series where I just like bought it knowing nothing about it, and I just fell in love with. It's like a Metroidvania, and this came off. I played this coming off of Hollow Knight, and I really fell in love with Metroidvanias after playing Hollow Knight and Shantae, which I think are two of the better, if not best, Metroidvanias that I've ever played. So it's hard to come off that high. And Pirate's Curse just had a really fun map, really fun power-ups, because you didn't have the transform abilities, I think, in this one. Right, Blair?
Correct.
And I thought the aesthetic of Pirate's Curse is amazing. And the creativity with the power-ups using just, like, being a pirate genie is, like, really fun. And there's, just, like, so much fun power-ups and collectibles to get. And I had a great time with it. And a lot of replayability, even though I never got into like the speed running and achievement hunting for this series. The whole franchise is amazing, and this is my favorite, but I couldn't justify putting all the games in the franchise in my list. So
That's
we're going
fair.
with Pirate's Curse. At 51, we are going Minecraft.
Okay.
I mean, what else is there to say about Minecraft other than it's Legos and a video game? And it just continues to get better and better, and it's a lot of fun to just build and hang out with friends, and just a good time. I think there's not much to say about
Yeah.
Minecraft.
You guys
That
are still
has-
using the realm, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to start using it
are.
again.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun just to jump into every once in a while. It's literally, you can go as high, the sky is literally the limit with that game, and you can do anything if you wanted. You can even build a computer to play Minecraft in it, which is wild. Yeah, that's my 6351.
Heck
I
yeah.
think I need to go any.
Or
Is it
I get
Serious
so
it is it is all the way back to Sirius. Sirius, sorry for making you
Oh, spoiler alert.
also that's gonna need that's
Yeah,
also
you're gonna need to fix that.
yep, it is
I will fix that. Because we're still on my list, right?
yeah. It just
Yup.
needs to be fully typed out with a
Yeah, I know.
colon.
Yeah.
I fully type out Fire Emblem and
I broke it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get to it pretty soon anyway as well.
Yeah. I'm going in right now while you get the stuff pulled up, Peach.
Okay.
Everybody who has terrible taste.
Everybody has
what?
terrible. What?
You throwing shade?
There we go.
bro?
50 for
Yeah.
serious.
Alright, so number 50, not much to be said. Skyrim.
Gross.
As with many people who play this game, I did not beat it.
True.
I spent
Face.
and
I have a story for you guys about
probably-
Morrowind later.
I've probably put like 200 or more hours into Skyrim across two different files and never beat it because I didn't want to. I just wanted to explore and do everything I could outside of the storyline. So I actually have no idea what the actual storyline is. But the last time I played it was probably before I graduated high school, so over 10 years ago.
Fair.
But yeah, so that's Skyrim.
This is the game I've played the most. I've started the most and played the least. If that makes sense.
That sounds like my
That sounds like
experience.
Skyrim.
Yeah, not the
Alright,
same.
so, like I was saying, you'll have to get to it soon because Ocarina of Time is number 49. My only time beating this game was on a N64 emulator on my phone. And the only thing that I couldn't do for 100%ing this game on my phone was I couldn't hunt the giant pose. Because the controls were not good enough on the phone for me to ride the horse, quickly turn around and shoot it with the bow.
Oh,
That's
Outside
fair.
of that, I 100% the game
Let's go.
on a
Very nice.
Yeah, not much else to say about that. Number 48. Crypt of
Hell
the
yeah.
Necrodancer.
Cultured.
Never played it, but I've watched so much of it, and I love every bit about it that I have watched. Especially watching Spoody Biscuit go through on really obnoxious speedruns of it. I love the music. I love the aesthetic. I love the characters. I just
Yeah.
need to play it sometime. I own it on at least one system. I don't remember if I have it on Steam, but I know I have it on the Switch.
Oh yeah. Switch is probably like one of the best places to play it, just because you can play it anywhere.
Yeah. Alright, number 47.
Let's go.
Oh,
Wow.
yep.
Wow.
Well,
We have
47. We have Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. I lumped them all
Interesting.
together because I played so little of it. Like, I beat Platinum, but I played so little of it compared to Diamonds that they might as well all be lumped together. Gen 4.
I'm gonna fully
was-
disclosure this, Annabelle. The reason why it's broken, we have basically every single Pokemon game covered in some different way. It needed to
Here, I fixed it. For
it
now.
needed to explicitly be platinum. Yeah.
That's fine.
Who?
Okay. There. It
There.
Goes again. There it goes again.
Michael, I'll leave it to you.
Oh, because Platinum is misspelled.
Yeah,
Crap.
that was entirely my bad.
Okay. I was like, wait, what's wrong? All that happened was the P
Platinum.
got lowercase. No, I got it in. Okay, so I put 900 hours into Diamond version
Let's
Because
go.
because back in high school, Diamond version was where I was starting to get into brewing for a competitive play. I never got into competitive play because I couldn't afford to enter tournaments or afford to even get to the tournaments. But between me and one of my friends in high school, we would just breed teams and fight each other with them. And one of
yeah.
my favorite memories of that is, yeah, this is original Diamond and Pearl. So one of my favorite memories was that one day me and my friend both had early release. So we had 7th hour as an entirely free hour, but I was still reliant on the bus to be able to get to and from school. So my friend and I used the 7th hour for one day to battle each other. And we both got down to our last Pokemon. I was using a specially defensive Tentacruel with the Toxic Sludge held item,
Yep.
and had Recover and Hidden Power Electric. And he was using a Rest Talking Marvel Scale Milotic.
Oh lord.
And
Yikes.
we couldn't finish the battle because the buses were about to take off, so we both had to turn off our DSs at the same time so that we wouldn't have an actual winner declared.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's so good.
That's still my favorite memory of Gen 4
Some say that
games.
battle's still
So,
going on this day.
True.
I mean, he was a especially defensive bit Milotic with Rest, Sleep Talk, Surf, and Ice Beam, holding leftovers, and I had Tentacruel, specially defensive, holding Black Sludge with Surf, Rapid Spin, Recover, and Power Electric. And we couldn't damage each other more than we were healing. So unless it were to get down to struggle, there was no way we could kill each other. And we both had PP maxed all of our moves.
Let's
Alright.
go.
46. Yet another game that I haven't played, but I have watched my old roommates play the entirety of, and I love the aesthetic of it. I love the voice acting. I love everything about it. I just need to sit down and play it sometimes so I can actually have it on a real list.
It's on
As
my
it
list
is.
of games to play too.
Yeah, like they are the creator of this is responsible for Symphony of the Night, so like we know it's gonna be good.
It's
Yeah.
one of
Creator
those
of this
rare.
is responsible for Symphony of the Night and several other Castlevania.
This is like one of the rare Kickstarter games that didn't suck at that time. Because this came out around the same time as Big Hero 6, didn't it?
Mighty Number 9.
Number 9.
Mighty
Yeah.
Number
Wow.
What
Oh
is
Wow.
nine?
God, get away from me.
Wow, Mighty Number 9, not Big Hero 6. Who was I telling Big Hero 6?
Oh my goodness.
I definitely got them
Kingdom Hearts
confused.
on the brain.
Yep,
Yeah.
A big name Disney movie on Kickstarter.
Yeah,
You heard it
wow.
here first, folks.
I was literally talking, and I gave somebody wrong information today or yesterday. Then
Yeah, but yeah,
Quite
not much more
quite
to say about
literally.
Bloodstains because it's a cool game, but I haven't played it.
Igarashi-san quite literally got his start in the special thanks of Rondo of Blood, worked as the assistant director, programmer, and scenario writer for Symphony of the Night, and then from that point forward, all the way up to Curse of the Moon, I think. No, all the way up to Judgment. No, Harmony of Despair, sorry. He is literally the producer for all of them.
Okay.
Bloodstains is definitely a game I need to play.
So number 45, we have Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
So with Breath of the Wild, I went really hard in this game, trying to do literally everything I could before going through any of the main story, to the extent that the only shrines left in the game for me to get were locked behind main story progression. I climbed through the entire Zora's domain while it was raining to be able to get to all the shrines and beat all the shrines. I went through the Zora's domain so much that I skipped multiple instances of where you're supposed to meet Prince Sidon on, and the first time the Zoras knew I existed was when they were recruiting me to go fight the boss. And my goal with the game was to do literally everything and then go fight Ganon, but I gave up halfway through the Korok seeds.
Oh, you mean
So I-
everything?
Everything. I did every single side quest. I did every single shrine. I got 450 of the Korok seeds, and then I didn't want to look for them anymore.
That sounds like my
Fair.
experience. I gave up on the Korok seeds, and thus Breath of the Wild is much higher than where you have it.
But with this, one of the funniest things that happened to me in this game because of how much I went out of my way to do everything, the last side quest that I had in the entire game was the side quest for finding Zelda's horse, a pure white horse that has the best stats of any horse in the game. So I look at the quest, I see where it's pointing me at, I have the marker indicator written on, I go to where it's supposed to be, it's not there. So I go back to the quest givers to make sure that they're leading me in the right direction. They're saying, oh, it's over there, you should be able to find it. Go back there, it's not there. I look in all surrounding areas, it's not anywhere. I look online and look at video guides for it to try and find this horse, and it's not anywhere. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Am I not going to be able to complete this side quest? Here, let me go to my stable and grab my horse so it's easier to go around. Oh, hey, here's Zelda's horse.
Hell yeah.
I had already gotten it at the beginning of the game. I had that horse from the start of the game, and I didn't know that it was even a quest. So I pulled it out of his stable, walked it over to the quest giver, and they're like, "Oh, you got it!"
That is hilarious.
It's so good.
So I still haven't beaten it, and my save file was on a Wii U that I gave it to a family whose little kids didn't have money to be able to have any consoles from the most recent 2 generations. I gave them a Wii U and all of my Wii U games. So there went my save file as well.
Thank God I'm not the only one who hasn't beaten Breath of the Wild yet.
I haven't even
Yeah.
touched it.
Neither is
I haven't even
Michael.
started either.
I
Yeah.
have a lot of good memories with the game, but I also have a lot more problems with the game than so many people do because of how the game is quite empty when you really look at it. The game has way too few enemies for a Zelda game. The music just isn't there. There's just a lot of stuff that was missing that I want from every Zelda game, and that every Zelda game up to this point has given us, that this didn't deliver on. So I'm really hoping that Breath of the Wild 2 does anything.
Fingers crossed. I could definitely see that.
Anyway, number 44.
Let's go.
Another placeholder for a game I've never played, but I love the aesthetic of.
Let's go. Yeah,
Like-
I agree with Michael.
Like I said, I have not played enough games to where if I were to make a list of only games I've played, that it would look anything good. So I loaded a bunch of games that I haven't played into it to pad it out a little bit, but they're all games that I know would make the list if I were to ever play.
And I think that's
Oh,
yeah.
fair, just because like we're in an age where people can like, or even if you don't have time to play games, you could still load up Twitch on your phone and watch people play games. So like,
Yeah,
like on
I've
YouTube.
watched
exactly.
I've watched roommates beat this game. I've watched many a speedrun of this game. I've watched enough content to have played it, but I've just never played it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. But yeah, I definitely, yeah, I agree. It's the only game that I've ever wanted to speedrun too.
There's a couple games that I want to speedrun, and there's one up the list that if I were to really want to speedrun, that would be the first game I play. But that's not for a while.
Fair.
Alright, number 43.
Okay, I see you. I see you here.
Let's go.
Another entry on the list of games I have 100%ed, because I am a tryhard of if I want to play a game, I sit down to want to beat it,
Good game is good.
fully beat it.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is one of them, and it's one of the games that I never owned myself, but I 100%ed it while borrowing it from a friend.
Oh yeah.
So I had a good experience with this one on GameCube.
Did we
Nice
played
game.
this on GameCube too, right, Peach?
Yeah, we had it on GameCube and Wii.
Yeah,
We just played it on GameCube.
that's right.
Number
Okay.
42, we have Fire Emblem Awakening,
Hey,
the only Fire Emblem that I have beaten. Had a lot of fun with this one. I did, as I usually do, as much as I possibly could within the game before going further. But when I realized, hey, you need multiple playthroughs to be able to get all the conversations, I was like, alright, I'll just stop where I am and just finish the game. I'm not
Fair.
gonna play this game for hundreds more hours in multiple playthroughs just to get all the dialogue. And instead, after I beat it, I just looked up all the dialogue. Know it.
I'm just staring, or I'll talk about it when I talk about it. But go on.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. Having played a little bit of the first one that was released in America, having played that bit that I got to before, this really scratched that itch of never having really gotten to play the series before. So playing this one was a very enjoyable experience. And the
Yeah.
characterization with it was really solid. Seeing how different characters grew depending on what their relationships were with others, and seeing kids in the games was a lot of fun.
This isn't on my list, just because it was on the 3DS, and unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of fun with games on the 3DS. But I did buy the Fire Emblem Awakening Blue 3DS, and I still have it, and it's one of my favorite gaming memorabilia things that I own.
Hey,
It's a game I wish I could get into, and I would like to try, but the 3DS is too small, and I don't want to buy
Yeah.
another 3DS for one game.
then just
Understandable.
emulator it. There's good enough 3DS emulators now.
True.
Isn't
And I got
Dolphin one?
No,
No, it's
Dolphin
not
is
Dolphin,
Wii
my bad.
GameCube.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Dolphin's-
forgot.
We're not
Dolphin-
talking about emulators on here, Twitch. What are you talking about?
No,
Yeah,
talking
didn't
about-
say that.
we're just
My bad.
overclocking. Or we're just overclocking
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, overclocking with the capture card.
Alright,
Anyway,
number 41,
Ooh,
We
good
have-
choice.
Shadow of the Colossus.
Okay.
I see it.
I had this as one of the get free games on PlayStation Plus, and then my PlayStation Plus ran out when I was in the final boss fight, so I couldn't gain access to the game anymore.
Oof.
So I've never beaten this game, but outside of the final boss, I've done everything there is to do in the game. The game was really a wacky experience for me because even knowing how to fight each of the bosses, I still tried to do the dumbest way I could of fighting all the bosses. Like with I think it's the first boss. You're in this little coliseum that place.
I think that's the
Go up into the building.
third boss because the first boss is just in a valley.
Okay, yeah. The one that's in the Coliseum. When I was fighting it, my goal was to make it into the Coliseum, go high enough up to where the thing couldn't reach me, and just shoot it with my bow until it was dead. It took hours, but I did it.
Let's go.
Absolute mad lad. I love it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Alright, and that's my at 41.
All right.
Let's fucking go. Alrighty, next is your turn.
It
I
is.
think-
Moshi
right.
Moshi.
It is Sirius or Nexus's turn.
It's my turn again.
Oh my god.
Not like this. 50 to 41, right?
Yeah.
All right, so number 50 is going to be Batman Arkham Asylum.
Okay.
Super solid game, and actually one of the best Batman games, in my opinion, honestly. It was a really good way to establish the universe that they did too with the games, because I believe all of them are entwined with each other. All the ones that have come out. Liked Asylum a lot. Never actually platinumed it because the Riddler trophies made me want to, commit ankle scooter. Just not a good time. But besides that, really, really solid game. I loved it. The final boss pissed me all the way off though, because literally it was just, oh, hey, have another Titan, but it's got Joker's face on it this time. It's different, promise. Like, no, thank you.
I promise, uwu.
Hated that. 49. Arkham
40.
City.
Okay.
For me, Arkham City is just Asylum, but better. It's got like a much bigger world to it. The grapnel boost that you get, fucking peak. Like, I haven't had that much fun traversing since Spider-Man on PS4.
Hell yeah.
Like it added a lot more to it. There was a lot more to the game. The cryptographic sequencer thing was one of my favorite things as like a thing, as like a ability
Mechanic.
that you can use. Yeah, mechanic. There we go. I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, I said thing way too many times and saying it cheap. But yeah, no. Arkham City is super solid. I like the power ups and I like the beatdown mechanic. Oh my god, that was fun as shit. I feel like they made it better in City than it was in Asylum, so like it gets extra bonus points for me there.
Let's go.
48.
Oh, yeah. I still need to play a Arkham game.
Do it. They're super cheap usually. You can get like the Game of the Year edition that comes with both Asylum and City, relatively cheap at any point in time.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, 48 is
Why?
Star Wars Battlefront 2 2.
Why are you not updating?
It's updated now. I didn't update for me either, but we're good now.
Well, you have you have an image?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't have one yet, but I'm also on Twitch mobile delay, so
I don't even have it on.
I had to go in and change it on my thing too.
Ah,
I don't know why it's like desynced, but because yeah, it's working on my stream. It's working.
Okay.
yeah, on
Try
Smash I
reloading.
still see stuff. Whatever.
Yeah, hit just refresh on the thing page. Anyway, we can still talk about Battlefront 2 too.
Yeah, so I like this meme because it made me laugh when I was talking to Smashed about it, but it is literally just Star Wars Battlefront 2 on the next gen consoles, on PS4, Xbox, all that jazz. At first, the game was looking garbage. That game came out, I was pissed off, I hated everything about it. How is it that somebody can just straight up buy Darth Vader, meanwhile I'm over here grinding my ass off for like no reason. So I actually didn't play it for a very long time. Then it got updated. And oh man, the updates made it better, with the only thing to buy being cosmetics and voice lines. For example, my personal favorite of Darth Maul, hit one of his emotes is just him screaming "Kenobi" as loud as possible, and he like drops to
Oh,
his
yeah.
knees as he does it. It's peak. But the game is a lot better. It's in a lot better state than it was before.
Mhm.
The fact that you can switch between third person and first person is phenomenal. Not just when you're using a sniper rifle, like you can just be in first person as a regular soldier, unless you're playing as a hero, which
Yeah.
low-key makes sense. I'm not trying to play, as Anakin Skywalker in first person. No, thank you.
I had a blast playing this.
But yeah,
And-
the game is great. Anakin Skywalker is completely broken. General Skywalker needs to be like, nah, he's been nerfed to the ground, and he's still violently OP. It's gross.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, great game. Number 47. But yeah, if you ever have the chance to, go ahead and buy Battlefront 2 if you don't already have it.
Yeah,
But
and I know
anyway,
it's on sale a
47.
lot.
Yeah, it's on sale a lot. There's the complete edition that comes with all the DLC and the cosmetics, so you don't have to buy anything.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, 47 is Skate 3. Do I really need to say anything else? I mean, it's Skate 3. The mechanics were refined. The soundtrack was pretty baller. The create a park mode was some of the most fun I've ever had, just like unloading my creative juices onto something. And then playing my friends like create a park. Like the game is phenomenal. The story mode's pretty solid. Just all around great experience. This is back when I was actually skating too, so like I was trying to do stuff in real life that I was doing in the game, and needless to say, I almost broke my tailbone doing a heel flip. So not a good vibe, but super solid still. Moving on, number 46. I just realized how all of three of these in rapid succession have been EA games.
Like EA can make good games if they try.
They can if they try, but they're EA.
If being the key word.
Not EA making the
Exactly.
game, it's their developers. Their developers can make good games if they're given the time and the money.
True.
No, they can. No, EA can give them the time and the money, and then still decide to cancel it. Looking at you, Star Wars 1313. Still mad.
Oh shit, yeah.
Anyway, 46
salty.
Jedi Fallen Order. There's not much to say about this game that wasn't said earlier. Like, it's a phenomenal action game. I'm still an absolute mad lad and refuse to play this game on anything other than Jedi Master Mode.
My God.
And I also refuse to go through the game without beating the Ogdo Bogdo at the beginning of the game without healing.
You mad lad.
So, oh no, I beat it last time within like 5 tries, I think it was. The very first time I did that, I fought that thing like 30 times and I was pissed off.
What?
And then I
Hold
did
up.
it again, and what?
Cheats just kind of crashed on me.
There we go. It's back now.
No, oh, but yeah, we're good.
Oh shit, it died. It's back. Okay, but yeah,
Yeah, it's good on my
the
end, too.
the game is phenomenal. I mean, the powers that you can get, and I love it because like every ability that you have, because it's explained. Like you start off the game as a Jedi. You got your lightsaber and everything. You think I should have all these cool powers, but the game even explains it. Cal purposely cut himself off from the Force to attempt to live a normal life.
Yeah, after
But
Order
then
66.
after Order 66, but then as you're going through it, he's reconnecting with the Force and getting his powers back, and it's just like, I like that. And the way you
Yeah.
get the powers back is through like a past flashback. And there's
There's-
so much exposition. It's a great story. It's great
Yeah.
gameplay. It's so good.
One of those flashbacks is one of my favorite like sequences in a Star Wars game, I think. And
Uh-huh.
no spoil, like I don't want to give any spoilers, but it's like definitely like relating to Order 66, and it's when the music hits and it just is like fuck. It's so
The-
good.
Yes, and for me, the very, very end of the game had me
Oh, yeah.
absolutely shook, and I was like, no way, no way, no way. Dude, I was fangirling so heavy.
It's so good. And something I forgot to mention too, the game just looks gorgeous,
Mhm.
and the score is so Star Wars.
Yep.
It's absolutely near peak Star Wars for me.
Agreed. All right, so then number 45 for me,
45.
that is going to be Monster Hunter World.
I still need to play Monster Hunter games. I have
For
Horizon.
me, I love Monster Hunter as a series. It is one of my favorite game series I've ever played. And narrowing it down to like just one was very hard for me. And it's only because the ones that I wanted to put it in between were Rise and World. And I've played significantly more of World than I have Rise. And it's just like, if I ever just want to have a time where I just want to turn my brain off and not think about anything at all, I'll just load up Monster Hunter World. Like, regardless, because I can play any melee weapon in the game, with the exception of Lance because it bores me, and Gun Lance because Wyvern Stake is painful. personally. But like, I can just not care about anything at all. Just load it up, fight a couple monsters, be brain dead for a couple hours, and I'm good. And that's not to say that the game is bad. Like, the game's phenomenal. Like, the farming and everything, the monster variety, what they were able to put into this, Nergigante as a whole, like, bro, you can't tell me that you looked at Nergigante and said, man, that's mid design. No, 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 no. I looked at Shara Ishvalda and said, that's mid. I looked at Nergigante and said, that's God tier, he's going to murder me.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, the game is phenomenal. Iceborne is a wonderful addition that brings back some old monsters, but then gives us the incredibly gorgeous Velkhana as a flagship. And, oh man. If you've never played it, I 100% will recommend World. It's a great game. And if you've got a Switch or PC, then play Rise too. I mean, I'm going to advocate for both. They're both good games.
Okay.
Next
hell yeah.
up,
They stop.
it's vibes, bro. Don't worry about it. Number 44, the most recent of this particular series, and my personal favorite right now, Need for Speed Heat. Need for Speed Heat is a great addition to the series, in my opinion. It has absolutely amazing soundtrack. The customization that you're able to do is great. The heat mechanic is very, I don't want to say unique, but polished in this game. Because there have been other games, you know, where you're playing as a racer and, you know, you have a heat level for when the cops are chasing you or whatever, and the higher your heat, the more money you get after the race if you win. And then, like, you know, if you win while the cops are chasing you, then it's like, all right, cool, now you have to escape the cops, and, like, it gets more and more intense as you go. And like I said, I don't want to say it's a new mechanic, because it's definitely not, but it's very well polished in Heat. And, you know, there's two different types of races. There's the day races where you get money to upgrade your car, but then there's the night races where you get rep. And the more you race and the higher you get away from cops, you can do multiple races in a night to like make that multiplayer go higher, which means you can upgrade your car easier with the rep, because the rep is what allows you to upgrade like to the next tier of upgrade. And it plays well. Like I said, the customization's great. The music, there's one particular song that has like Cardi B in it, and like it's playing in my head right now. But there's one very specific line in the song that makes me laugh every time I hear it, even when I'm not paying attention, where she goes, "Booty like a Jello cup," and for whatever reason, it just lives in the back of my head rent free. That's it. That's the meme. 43.
Yes.
43 is Doom Eternal. I don't know what more I could say about that one. Like, I mean, it's Doom. It's next gen. The music. Oh my god, the music, dude.
The only thing to fear is use like one of the best themes in a game in recent times.
Mm-hmm. Like, Doom Eternal has an amazing soundtrack. The gameplay is great. I have never played a shooter that's more fast-paced than Doom in my life. And, like, I've never been able to play Doom in my life. I got Eternal, and I was like, alright, cool, this is just gonna be an average, like, you know, first-person shooter. I was hella wrong. Like, I'm thinking it was going to be on the level of not... what do I even want to compare it to? You know what, there is no comparison. Fuck it, I'm not gonna say it. But, like, I was expecting, like, you know, generic first-person shooter A, with a couple of like upgrades because I'm fighting demons. No, I got one of the most chaotic arcade experiences of my life, and I loved every second of it. Like, Doom Eternal is wild. If you're not going into that ready, you're not going in. Number 42. Super Smash Brothers Brawl.
Ayo.
Valid.
Yeah.
But Brawl, with the exception of the slipping, because whatever the fuck that was disgusting. But like, it was a very good game. It was actually the very first Super Smash Brothers game that I 100%ed, like unlocked literally everything possible that you could. took me fucking forever, especially because of like some of the things that are there, and because like I'm shit with certain characters, but like I managed it.
Yeah, some of the challenges were insane.
Like, did
Dude,
you
there
get
was
you got all the stickers and then all the trophies?
I got all the stickers, the trophies, I
Oh my
got all
God.
the tracks, bro. I spent a lot of time in this game,
I'm
and there
missing
was no
like
mutant for it.
I'm missing like one like I think one challenge, one sticker, and one trophy, and they're all linked like the same way. It's like get this one sticker, and then you unlock the trophy, you unlock the challenge, and it's just like I haven't got that sticker,
Yeah.
and I'm still bitter.
What I found out is that it doesn't give you the true completion thing unless you don't use any of the hammers. So you have to have all 5 of the hammers at the end.
Oh.
I didn't know that at first, so I had to wipe my entire fucking save data and do it again.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you at all. Like when I first did it, I was like, I'm not gonna be able to complete that challenge. Let me just use the hammer. Then I found out later on by watching a video, like when I was like maybe halfway through with it, and it was like, oh hey, you don't get the completionist all the way through thing if you do this with using a hammer. And I was like, well, fuck it. I guess I'm rewriting my save data. I was bored that summer. I was playing Mario Kart Wii a lot, so like I would just switch between the two. But yeah, loved Brawl with the exception of the slipping. It was very floaty, which was kind of a problem, but it was one of the games that I spent the most time on. 41 is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. No one saw that coming at all. Ultimate's great. I still need to buy it myself. I'm
Yeah,
a
you
lazy
do.
whore waffle, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, I've played a lot of it, love it. I'm still a disgusting Marth main, and I can and will ruin your existence with Marth, because I just happen to do that. However, I know for a fact that I'm not on the level of either Smashed or a Kaiser when it comes to movement mechanics, and I will get absolutely mollywopped. I'm ready for that.
We'll
I'm
get you
prepared for it.
there.
I know what's happening.
You'll get me there with Tekken, I'll get you there with Smash.
Smashed. I cannot, and I will not get to that level.
That is a promise.
It is a promise, and it is a very personal thing that I cannot get there, because if I do, I will never be okay again. But yes, Ultimate, I love it. It's Smash Bros. Like, what the fuck? Like, what am I gonna do? Pad its numbers even more? Like, get the fuck away from me! It's Smash Bros. Move on.
Alright, and then that's 41.
Yo.
So now we got Blair.
Oh, it's me again.
Hello, Blair.
Hello.
Hi, Blair.
Hello. Number 50.
Number
Burger King
50.
foot lettuce.
Number 50.
Okay.
Remember how I was talking about Age of Empires earlier? This is Age of Empires, but it's Star Wars, and it's
Oh,
badass. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. My friend at junior high would stay up till like 4 or 5 in the morning, like playing this on our computers at a sleepover. Like I slept over at his house like almost every Friday, and yeah, we would just play this for hours on end. So same reasons for me enjoying Age of Empires, just apply them here and just add Star Wars to it, and that's all you need.
Honestly, I have a
Yeah.
very similar experience on my list.
Don't play as the Gungans because they are awful.
they're Gungans.
Yeah.
I probably played as the Galactic Empire the most because they're actually like the most like well-rounded like out of everything. Nothing too overpowered, but nothing too like underpowered. They're like right in the middle. But yeah, everything about Age of Empires is this game. It just adds Star Wars to it.
Oh yeah.
All right, 49. We got the new Halo, the Halo Infinite.
I had a
Okay.
really good time with this game.
Yeah, I haven't played in a while, and I need to change that.
Yeah, I'm always down, Blair.
I know. Gameplay mechanics probably like the best. Like the grapple is like the best thing that they've ever had it added in a Halo game since like the battle.
It's a
rifle.
bubble shield.
Armor lock, armor lock, armor lock.
I was one of those freaks who actually liked armor lock and would use it like pretty frequently. But yeah, Halo Infinite gameplay mechanics are really fun. Grapple shot's amazing. The story has its issues, but like I still enjoyed it for what it was, for what it is.
Yeah, for a first attempt at an open world Halo, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I hope we get story, DLC, and Forge soon, and co-op.
The co-op is supposed to be like next month, I think.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like February.
I mean, you're right.
Just-
I'm glad they went back to Chief's like Halo 2, Halo 3 armor look, and not Halo 4 and 5's armor look, because I do not like Halo 4 or 5's armor that much. And the weapon is adorable, and you cannot change my mind.
I agree. Also, I like the cast of characters in this game, even though there weren't a ton. They worked for me.
All right, number 48
Number 48.
is it's a Pokemon game. It's Let's Go Eevee. I pre-ordered this game and I got like the Pokeball like controller with it. That controller is awful. And I'm actually kind of sad that I pre-ordered that, because it was like it was actually like an extra like 30 or 40 bucks.
Oof.
And yeah, it didn't even work really well.
Oh.
I mean, this game it's a remake of a remake of a.
No, it's not. It's a remake
Yo.
of Yellow, specifically.
Okay.
We never got the Electric Yellow. We only got Fire Red and Leaf Green Blair.
I mean, it's a third Gen 1 game.
Oh yeah.
That's the point. It's like it's another
Yeah.
remake of Gen 1 with Pokemon Go mechanics.
It could
Kind
be
of.
considered the 5th Gen 1 game if you count Gen 2 as having Gen 1.
Also true.
Forgot about that part.
This is the
Forgot
only.
about
The Let's Go's are the only main series Pokemon games that I've never played.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
fair.
yeah, it's nothing to write home about, really. Like, I enjoyed it for what it is.
Yeah, it's
Um,
more Gen 1. Just
uh,
very cute.
I bought Let's Go Eevee because I thought you'd be able to evolve the Eevee. You can't. So I literally caught another Eevee and used that one instead, so I could get a fucking Jolteon.
No fucking way.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah.
That's an atrocity.
Otherwise, I would have bought Let's Go.
Sounds
I would have bought
Like-
Let's Go Pikachu instead. If
So I
would've
understand
known
that with Pikachu, but Eevee, that's the whole shtick.
Yeah, you couldn't evolve it. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna catch another one.
I'm gonna have the evolution Pokemon not evolve. What are you thinking, Nintendo?
Because Eevee's
Pokemon Company.
perfect.
In a marginally related note, in Mystery Dungeon DX, all of the possible starters get the scarf on them. But if you evolve them, they lose their scarf. So,
But why? The scarf's dope.
right? So, in order to have any of the starters as evolved, you're incentivized to keep your main one as unevolved just so you can keep the scarf. And I was very upset about that.
All right, moving on. Number 47.
Agent 47?
Yeah.
I had to do it, I'm sorry.
Shantae Half Genie Hero.
Ooh.
Out of the 3 Shantae games I've played, this one is the weakest, but it's still a lot of fun. I love Shantae as a character design. I love all the character designs in the Shantae series. all the games have a bop and a soundtrack.
Let's go, Shantae.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I enjoy the Shantae games. But yeah, this one compared to the other three that I played, in my opinion, is the weakest of the three. But it still deserves a spot on my top 100.
Hard agree.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I got for that. Moving on to number 46
Let's go.
is Rocket League,
Ooh.
which now I'm not a pro at this by any means. Like back in my air quotes my prime with this game, I still had trouble like controlling my car in the air from time to time. But playing this with friends is a lot of freaking fun. To one of my friends, he's like in doubles, he's like one of the highest ranks you could be, and so anytime I try to play with him, it's fun, but God, it's difficult sometimes. But yeah, I mean, you drive a car, you hit a ball into a goal, and your car can fly. Like the game itself is just a lot of fun.
Wait, we should play this more.
We should. I think it is free to play now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, because whatever company owns Fortnite, they
Epic.
Epic, that's right. They bought the rights to this, so they made it free to play. But,
Yeah, it's free to play, and a bunch of they always have a bunch of really cool like events and cosmetics
yeah,
too.
they do.
Where I have it downloaded, we should play it sometime.
Yeah, I have it on Steam
Let's do it.
and my Xbox as well.
I've got it on my PS4 and my in Epic, so we should definitely play it.
Yeah, it's a fun game. Free to play. Give it a shot if you want. If you don't like it,
It's free,
Yeah.
so you didn't. And it's not a big file either. It's pretty well optimized too, so
Yeah.
just about any computer should be able to run it.
all right. 45. We got Pokemon X and Y. X and Y is actually the first game I understood how the EVs and IVs worked in Pokemon. So this is like the first major, or the first Pokemon game where I actually started making Pokemon like what Sirius did with the DPP. I started making a competitive teams in X and Y. I never went to any tournaments or anything like that because I would probably get mollywopped by everybody. But I enjoy this game. I know a lot of people weren't high on this game. Someone who I used to work with at the theater said that this was the hardest Pokemon game he's ever played.
What?
And I looked at it. I looked at him and I said that you're a fucking bad Pokemon player. This game is fucking easy.
You know, I beat
Like,
I beat this game with a Pikachu.
Yeah, no, I lit him up for it. I was like, bruh, like you're playing Pokemon wrong then, because this game was real easy. I started with Froakie, so got Greninja. That's also probably how he's also my main in Smash Bros because of this game.
That's fair.
And I would argue like before Sword and Shield came out, this probably had like my favorite like gym battle theme. Because this gym battle theme it goes hard, much harder than any other like gym battle theme that I listened to. Again, before X and Y or before Sword and Shield came out.
Sword and Shield gym theme goes hard.
Yeah, it does. I love Sword and Shield. TBH.
Yeah, the Sword and Shield or OST is like fantastic.
Yeah.
So good.
But yeah, general summary. This is where I fully understood how the EVs and the IVs worked for Pokemon, and also the introductions of a hidden, or not the introduction of hidden abilities per se, but I had a friend who actually had a friend garden that had Protein and a Frogadier. So I was able to get a Protein and Greninja, and I was a very happy boy. about that. Um, and this is also the only Pokemon game where I found a shiny and I didn't have any Pokeballs to catch it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Rip the dream.
Yep.
That's
All
happened a couple times.
All right. We can move on to number 44.
44.
Is the OG Lego Star Wars?
The
Video
goated
game.
game.
I played this game for hours on the GameCube.
It's
It-
so
with my
good.
siblings.
It's so much fun.
It's so fun, dude. I think one of the best collectathons ever made.
Yeah. Just the visual humor that the Lego games have in general is
Yeah.
so good, but like this for me was like peak. Like wasn't this actually like the first like Lego game as well?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Like it's the first
the
Lego
very first one
licensed
ever.
game.
Yeah. Lego licensed one. Because there were like random Lego
Lego
original
Island,
games.
Lego Racers.
True.
Oh, true. Forgot about those.
The 2 games that we had
Yeah.
for our PC.
But yeah, like it's Star Wars, it's Legos, two of like my favorite things as a kid.
Hmm.
Yeah, I played this game for hours. A
Yeah.
lot of fun. And I think I'm sure I like unlocked like everything. Like it got all the mini kits, got like the super kits
Yeah.
and whatnot.
And-
Yeah,
It's the best way to experience the prequel trilogy. Not taking any more questions.
all right. 43. We have a game called Jet Moto. I don't know. Have you guys
No?
heard of Jet Moto?
I've never
I
seen
have.
this.
Nope.
I've never seen this before.
Yo.
This game, it's on the OG PlayStation 1. That my dad actually played a lot too. He doesn't play a lot of video games. This is what he played a lot.
I have to look this up.
This game, you're on jet skis more or less, and you're just it's a racing game.
Yeah.
It is so much fun. There's like 5 or 6 separate like sponsored teams. Like there's a Mountain Dew sponsored team, and they're all female, which is odd, but they're all Mountain Dew sponsored team. There's a Butterfinger sponsored team. It's wild. One of my favorite things that I did as a kid is there's a snow map where you're racing on a glacier with a sheer cliffs, but there's no like rails, so you could just drive off. And I would just do that consistently because I just found the male scream really funny. But yeah, this game is a lot of fun. Like for a PS1 game, like if they remade this for like PS5, I would be pretty hyped. Like I would come over to Michael and PJ's house and play it and show them how good this game is.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this game looks wild. I dig the art style. It's like a very 2000s, 90s comic aesthetic.
Yeah.
Too. Hell yeah.
It's a really fun game. It's a really
It-
fun game.
It looks wild. It looks like a time and a half.
And some of the courses are difficult. There's a beach one. Well, there's a couple of beach ones. There's like 3 swamp ones. There's like 3 snow ones. It's wild. It's a wild time. All right, moving on. Number 42. It's the Craft That Minds. We don't have to say much about this. We all know it. We all love it. I think we all love it.
Most of us
I
love
don't
it.
know, but I vibe with it.
Okay. All right, and then 41. We got Nier Automata,
Hell yeah.
which
see you.
which I know I have to get all the other endings. Don't at me.
I know.
only-
even
How many endings have
I've
you
only-
gotten?
A.
There's only 4 more. There's really only 3 more, and 2 of them you do at the same time. So you're a quarter of the way through.
I mean, 3 of them you really do at the same time.
Well, yeah. But it's good.
Yeah, like character design great. I like the combat style a lot. It's very for me. It was very fluid.
Mhm.
Music top tier, like easily
Yeah.
top tier.
Mhm. I think I think everyone except Kaido will have something more to say about this game.
Everyone
Right,
but me
wrong.
will have something.
And
to say
serious, I
about
don't think
this game.
I don't think this
have not
is on your
played-
list. Serious.
I've never played any of the franchise.
Okay.
There you go.
So yeah, Sirius and Kaido are the only two that won't have more to say on this, but we will be talking more about this game, without a doubt.
Hey Michael, remember when you downloaded a mod that made all the robots imposters or crewmates?
Among Us? Yeah. I do remember that.
All right,
It's
that
a-
is,
And on that note,
yeah, that is all.
Hell yeah. We're gonna talk. I'm going to talk about this game later, for sure. I think, yeah. Is it Kaido's turn?
it's my turn
It's Gabriel's.
actually. We're gonna
Yeah,
end off.
him and-
Yeah, we're gonna end off the night with Kaido. So, do you guys want to do one more rotation so we get down to 30?
I'm gonna go fucking fast. So
Okay.
I was hoping we were getting down to 30.
Yeah.
I think we can go pretty quick.
Yeah, Nexus, are you good? Because I know you're a couple hours ahead of us.
Nexus.
He's muted.
Oh, okay.
I'd be talking to somebody.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Anyway, while we just get that figured out, we can or I can talk a little bit about Fire Emblem Awakening.
Awakening.
Like series realize that you need to do multiple playthroughs to get all the ending or all the conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I've got all the conversations up to A conversations for both male and female Robin. Like I've put
You put like close to 1,000 hours into this game.
750 hours into this game.
Yeah. That's insane to me. That's awesome. Yeah.
I love the characters. Long Ku is like probably one of my favorite characters in this game. Love
Who'd
the-
you pair him with?
Cordelia.
Uh
Dude, Severa was broken.
okay, that's nice, but I implore you at some point.
Cheshire is the canon. I get it. Cheshire and
No. That's not what I'm saying. Go watch the Maribel.
oh no, I've seen the Maribel one. Maribel one's also really good. I paired Maribel with Vike.
Yeah, I paired Maribel with Long Q, and then I paired. Have you seen? Who's the smart girl? The mage.
Maribel, or
No,
or Muriel.
Yeah, Muriel.
Muriel.
I paired Muriel with Kellum.
That one
Because-
that support's just funny.
That supports just her trying to figure out the entire phenomenon of Kellum disappearing, and it's great.
I love that
Sorry,
you
I
can
didn't
see
mean to-
Kellum right on the box art.
Right? He is right there.
The joke is no one ever sees him.
That's
Anyway,
funny.
The joke is no one knows he exists until he's like the silence from Doctor Who. You don't understand that he's there until you see him, and then when you see him, you're like, oh. And he's this big knight dude.
like he's behind Crumb's knee, like on the box art. Like that's who he is.
Yeah.
Like imagine him just like sneaking around.
But he's
Can I-
not actually sneaking around, just no one knows him. No one notices.
What were you gonna say, Blair?
Can I get a quick story in here real quick? Because I'm sure we all play Fire Emblem where if a character dies, we restart the chapter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Because I never beat Awakening, but I did have it, and I did a chapter where Kellum actually died, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, let's see what happens here. No one mentioned it. No one mentioned that he died. They just went on their normal life.
Oh
And
no.
I thought that was pretty because you know
Oh,
when
that's
a
so
character
sad.
Yeah.
because I think when a character dies, they mention something like, "Oh, we lost so and so." Yeah, like
Yep.
Kellum was never mentioned that he died. Like it just went on with the story.
Terrible.
49.
Continue.
Path of Radiance. Continuing the Fire Emblem engine. Like, I absolutely love Ike's story. I think Ashnard is like Ashnard is like one of the most interesting villains Fire Emblem's ever had. Because like he is insane, but he has an explanation for every single point he has, as horrible as it is. Like continuing the go for Black Knight is also a fantastic villain. Just like, I also just love the challenge for all the maps. And I don't think there's much else for me to say for Path of Radiance, because we'll get more into my preferred Tellius game later. 48. Kirby's Epic Yarn.
Let's go.
Not extra Epic Yarn, because I couldn't find a good image for the regular Epic Yarn. But Kirby's Epic Yarn is just a very wholesome, very relaxed experience.
One of the best OSTs in a Kirby franchise.
Oh no, it's just so happy.
I always think of the Game Grumps bit where the dude writing the soundtrack is having the worst week of his life. It's like, oh, my fucking wife left me again.
God, Hoshi, yes.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's just like the Waddle Dees are just absolutely adorable. Like, it's just an adorable experience all around. Like, I just to quote one of my personal favorite characters, I like cute shit.
I mean,
47, Sonic Mania.
okay.
Boo, Sonic. Sorry, I had to get out as a Sonic fan.
Yeah.
This is a Sonic game that's actually designed properly. Like,
That's because it wasn't made by Sega.
exactly. Like, Chris Whitehead is a Sonic fan, and you can tell because he actually cares about Sonic.
They gave the fans some money and said, "Here, make a game that we can't." And they said, "Okay," and they made a good one.
And then they took offense to it, or it never worked with them again.
Imagine. That's still better than Nintendo. though.
As you said that, Sonic Heroes started playing, and I'm like, that could have been more perfect.
But yeah, it's like the drop dash is just like one of the smartest things Sonic has ever done. Because it allows you to do proper platforming while still being fast.
I can see that, yeah.
Proper platforming in a platforming game? Nah.
What?
No,
In a
proper
Sonic platforming game?
Exactly. That's the kicker. But yeah,
Sounds illegal.
yeah.
Actually impossible.
46, Tales of Vesperia.
A man of culture right here.
This was
Good fucking game.
It is
Great fucking game.
the first time I ever experienced it. Michael only had me play as Carol. I was not allowed to play as anyone else.
You didn't let him play as Batman, not even once?
He could play anyone he wanted to, just not Yuri. That was my character.
I wanted to play as Yuri,
didn't
so
let him
you
play as-
so you
Wow,
forced
cool. You
me
didn't even let him play as Batman once. Great.
Why didn't you let him play Yuri?
because he was playing
'Cause
Yuri.
I was doing Yuri. I was
love
terrible
Yuri,
as
but
everyone
why
else.
didn't you let him play him?
Because I was terrible as
Didn't
everyone
even
else.
Didn't
Oh, that's
even let
odd.
him play Batman. Didn't even let him play Batman.
I played as Robin at the very least.
True.
But
I
like,
need to finish Tales of Vesperia, but man, Yuri
You mean
is one of my
Raven?
favorite characters.
Yuri
no,
is
I played
so
as
good.
I'm gonna slap
oh,
you.
Carol. Carol's a no. All right. Carol's not really like a fucking Robin though. Like
He's
okay.
the kid's sidekick. He's young Dick Grayson.
But Yuri like
No,
literally
young
is
Dick Grayson
Batman.
was fearless.
Yuri is Batman, but not afraid to kill people.
Yep.
That's
Yuri is a
literally what
badass.
Yuri is. He's just like he straight up murders a dude and like tosses him in the river.
No, he tossed him into a sand
In-
pit.
in cold blood.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
no
straight up cold
hesitation.
fucking blood. No,
Quicksand.
No hesitation.
no
Just says goodbye.
hesitation.
This
You've lost your
was my
you've lost your reason to live. Goodbye.
this was my first true JRPG experience, and my life has not been the same since I played this game.
I have a terrible joke. Yuri said,
Negative.
"I am your 13th reason."
Wow.
But yeah, even with Carol, like he wasn't Yuri, but Carol was honestly still fun to play as. And when I played for myself, like I played as everyone, like everyone is still really fun to play as. Like
I'm the asshole fan who asked for the definitive edition to come to America, bought it, and never played it.
I don't even own the definitive edition, and I need to buy it so I can play it.
I've
I
played
own the
up
definitive
to
edition, and I haven't played it all the way through.
I've played up to the first part Barbos, like,
Yeah.
but like it's fine. Like they didn't get Troy Baker back as Yuri. They didn't even get Matt Mercer because like at that point he was just tired of being the Troy Baker replacement.
Damn.
Which
Yeah,
can you blame him? He's basically been that
like,
for 13
so
years.
Hold up, there's a story about that. Troy actually stated that he'd come back and do this.
Yeah.
They never contacted him.
Yeah, no, and
He-
that's bullshit.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
was like heartbroken about it because he loves Yuri as a character.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like this was like my first experience for Troy Baker, and this is why I love him as a voice actor. He does such like the whole English cast for this game is top tier.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Also, you have Rapide as a dog with a dagger. Let's go.
Agreed. Repeat is such a good ass character.
Yeah.
Best boy, for real, for real.
For real, for real.
But yeah, Tales of Vesperia, like great Tales
Absolutely
of
goated.
Great Tales of game, just or go ahead or try and find it if you can.
Yeah.
45, Resident Evil 4. I don't think there's much for me to say about Resident Evil 4 that hasn't been said already. Like it's just one of the best horror games ever made. The remake,
Also
Leon
another,
Kennedy, that's all you gotta say.
yeah. Leon Kennedy, let me roundhouse heads off in the remake, and then just 10 out of 10.
Oh, they're apparently also adding in the suplex, so you're fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they know what Resident Evil 4 is about then. 44, Kirby 64.
Okay, good choice.
good choice.
Yeah, like honestly, from Vesperia onward, every single game is just a 10 out of 10 for me. Kirby 64 is
Cannot
no
dis-
exception.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with any of these choices so far.
Agreed.
Except for Resident Evil because I've never played it.
It is
And I'm
as
a
much a
hipster.
horror game as it is a puzzle game. That's why I love it.
It's also just an action game that allows you to suplex zombies. I don't know.
Yeah.
Fair.
But yeah, Kirby 64 just or love the idea of combining our abilities. Honestly love some of the greatest bosses in the series. Like I love the robot and the Shiver Star. Zero Two has like a fantastic final boss theme for a Kirby game, and it's like has zero place being in a Kirby game in the first place, but I still welcome it. 43. Radiant Dawn. The better Tellius game.
I hear you.
Michael kind of already hit up on all the points for Radiant Dawn. I'm just like, the characters are all fantastic. Love Micaiah as a hero. Like, it has the, I will admit that it has the dumbest contrived plot point in the series. I'd think, or third worst, with just the Blood Pact.
I was about to reach in through the screen, slap the shit out of you.
Why do you like the Blood Pact?
No, fuck no. You said it was the worst, and I was all like, no, I could think of like 7 that are way worse than
No.
this.
The Throne and Valm as a whole in Fates is significantly worse than our Blood Pacts.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You mentioned the number one.
Because I completely forgot about Valm and the Throne.
and the entirety of Fates.
As you should.
Dang.
But yeah, Radiant Dawn is definitely a Fire Emblem game that should not be forgotten. 42. Baba is you.
All right, I'm getting up.
Game is fun.
I'm surprised this is as low as it is for you personally.
You'll see the rest of my list and you will see why it's so low. Like, I could not move it higher.
Then the top, your 41 higher, I gotta be like bangers.
I do think they are. Like, this is a game, or this is a puzzle game that makes me rethink, like, game mechanics. Especially, like, as it's written in the games. Or in the game itself.
Yeah, it's a game I love watching people play.
Like, it's
It
also
makes
just...
me too mad.
It's also just an
I-
adorable art style that makes you rage.
Yeah, it just makes me too mad to have fun playing it.
Uh-huh.
DBH.
Kaido, we're playing this at some point.
Yeah, we are. I know.
41, Persona 4 Golden.
Okay.
I think this is
I'm
the...
listening to Persona 5 music right now.
I think this is the harshest drop off I had on the initial list that still ended up, or with a game that still ended up on the list. Because I originally had this in my top 15.
Damn. So drop at least like 26 spots.
The homophobia in the game really hurts it. Because, like, there are just blatant parts where they're just blatantly homophobic with Kanji in particular. Which is a shame because Kanji is, like, probably the best character in this game.
I can see that.
Now I am gonna reach through the screen and fucking slap you in the face.
Naoto's good. Like, she's still S tier in this game.
Nexus's internet died and he cannot reconnect to Discord, so he's gonna call it a night. So we'll do another catch up for him on the next one.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, so Nexus will be at 40. We'll all be at 30.
Sounds good.
But yeah, like you set aside all of that. The themes are just finding out who you are, and just like just growing, just the themes is like finding out who you are, how much the culture around you defines how you're seen, and just like everything else is just like fantastic. Like you set aside that, like, the entire core cast of characters is all great.
Yeah.
Like Yosuke the Social Link is a fantastically written character. Yosuke the story, not so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, having only seen the anime for Persona 4, Yosuke is probably my least favorite of the party.
Like
I think
they,
everyone else
I
is
never
more
said he
interesting.
was my favorite in the party.
yeah, he's not my favorite either. Like, he is still probably second worst. Like, I like him more than Teddy. That's about much as I can give him. Like, looking at everything about Yosuke as a character.
That's fair.
But yeah, and like Golden is just the definitive way to play it. Like, even if I'm not super fond of Marie.
No one's fond of her.
I thought, is that the new?
Remember, Dojima has Dojima was playing one of the Persona Q games, got to Marie, and then took his DS and threw it in the trash. That's a legit thing he did.
Very Dojima thing to do.
But like,
Yeah.
in the same way that Vesperia was like Michael's first JRPG experience, I'd say Persona 4 base was my first JRPG experience, and then Golden like just enhanced it even more. So like that, that's a huge part of me that I can't overlook, and why Golden's on the list.
Oh yeah. I see it.
And next up we have
50. Is it my turn?
Nope.
it's Kaido's turn.
Kaido's turn.
Yeah, Michael, you're taking some, not Kaido.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I thought we were going to 30.
I know. Or
Yeah,
yeah,
there's one more. But yeah, I'm going to be last next.
Yeah.
rotation.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So before we start my list, I just want to say let's all pour one out for Choco Tacos.
Pouring out.
If you don't know what I mean by that, Klondike discontinued them. Moving onward,
saw that on Twitter.
Fate Stay Night is my number 50.
Okay.
Had to put some visual novel representation on here. Also, if you're so worried about what the story of Fate is, just play Fate Stay Night. It's a visual novel. Sure, it's 160 hours, but just read the visual novel. I mean, it was the start of something that no one really knew was going to snowball into what it snowballed into.
Yeah.
I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body. Fire is my blood.
People die
all
when they're
that good
killed.
shit. That's the anime, not the
know.
fucking visual novel. Get out.
Okay. Bye.
Did he leave the call?
No, I'm still here.
No. Okay.
I was thinking about it.
But yeah, that's my number 50. Number 49. Why is the image broken here?
Because there's a period for Smash Bros. That is literally it. This is a
You didn't put the period in for Smash Bros. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, well, all right. It's Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Everyone's here.
there we go.
Great DLC. It's okay. Number 48.
I'm sorry, Kaido.
I was the one who was meant to fill your dark soul with light. I'm sorry, I have to do it every time I talk about this game. All right, so I put the first Devil May Cry on here. I know this probably sounds like a controversial opinion, but I love this game. I mean, the more controversial opinion was at the start of the list.
I mean, honestly, having played through 1, 3, and 5, or a fair bit of 5.
Yeah.
1 is still, or like, 1 is still not
It's
as
solid.
good as the other two, but it's still super solid. Like, it is a fantastic first outing for the series.
Yeah, it's campy, it's fun, it's great slaying of demons, and I just really like it. Number 47. Number 47.
You have the
I mean, you can just change it.
yeah.
Mario Kart Double Dash. Hey. See, it was supposed to be 2 exclamation points instead of 1, so even I messed it up. Yeah, no, everything of the sentiment of what Michael said earlier. This is probably my favorite Mario Kart. I think it's the only other Mario Kart that's on here. I love this game. It's great. It's so much fun to play with friends. It's got this really unique system of the 2 drivers switching, storing power-ups and stuff. It's just tons of fun. Number 46.
46.
Here's a game I'm inches away from beating, but still haven't beaten yet.
You still haven't done that yet?
Yeah,
I watched you play through it on stream like years ago.
I know, and I still haven't beaten it. Great game, great cast, great aesthetic. Phantom Thieves really hit me, obviously, because Kaito is a part of my name. There's not much more I can say about that because I just don't want to say much about it. 45. All right, so one of you bitches decided to talk shit about PSP controls, and now I'm gonna tell you that you don't know real horror until you've played one of these games for hours, and I mean literally hours on a PSP.
I think it was
Uh,
Nexus, so you can't even call him out on that.
No,
Oh,
no,
it was serious.
It was
Okay.
serious. So serious.
I've
Have you played one of? Have you played one of these?
I haven't played Monster Hunters on PSP. I've played
Okay.
the Dax 2 game, the Ratchet and Clank game, Battlefront 2.
Oh
both
shit! Come on,
Cynias.
hold on. Why, Moobot?
So-
God, hold on.
What happened?
Mel raided me and then just immediately banned everyone for some reason. Let me fix that,
What?
guys.
They were
Oh,
trying to do the
MooBot
raid
timed.
message.
MooBot automatically timed people out is what happened. Sorry about
Yeah.
that, MooBot. Also, hi everybody. Okay, so are you familiar with the? Have you? Okay, I'm gonna tell you how you had to hold your PSP while playing this game. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You had to use your thumb for the thumbstick,
Mhm.
your index finger for the D-pad,
Mhm.
and the middle finger for the left button, for the L button up at the top. Okay? This motion that your hand would be resting in, we affectionately all dubbed the claw. Like it was a unanimous thing that Monster Hunter players on PSP called it, because you were literally forming a claw with your hand.
Mhm.
Yikes.
I have never been in so much pain in my entire life than sitting there for hours playing this game. We would play for like 4 or 5 hours and then stop for a good 2 hours before playing again to let our hands rest. But the reason why this game is up so high is it introduced a bunch of my favorite monsters. Nargacuga, Yamisukami, a bunch of cool elder dragons and stuff. Like this literally is one of my favorite experiences. Plus I get to talk about how I was bad at this game back in the day, and because I was bad at this game, we would go out on hunts and I would take 2 of the deaths of the contract, and so we'd be down to 1 death left, and I'd have to sit back in camp and do nothing, and I would get all the best rewards. And Kusha would get pissed at me because I would get all the best rewards, including the stuff he was looking for, like Azure Rathalos rubies. To which to me is hysterical.
How'd you manage that?
So the reward system in this game is based on percentiles, and the rewards are random.
Hmm.
So even if I didn't help beat the monster, or rather I didn't help like land a killing blow or help put it in a trap, everyone gets rewards regardless. The rewards that you get though are random.
There we go. So while I'm deafened for the time being, just real. Or wait, hold on. This doesn't work. I'm gonna flash up everyone's list so far, or just for everyone that came in for the raid, and I'll undeafen now so you guys can still hear Kato talk about his list.
Rare items to carves only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 44.
You got that, Michael?
The,
Yeah, I got
yep,
it.
he's got it. The original Ratchet and Clank.
Okay.
On the overlay, it has all of the spreadsheet view, not the main game look.
Oh, I know. I'm flashing that up for the raiders so they can see what we've been talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I absolutely loved this game when it first dropped. I played it all the way through. I thought it was super awesome. One of the best games I've ever played. just so campy, so fun, great, great script. Peak 2000 game design at its finest. Number 43. Speaking of peak game design, building your own levels is fun, kids. Super
so
Mario
fun.
Maker is one of the greatest made games of all time. I didn't put the second one on here because the second one has a bad time with its interface.
Fair, true.
And because of that bad time with its interface, there's just it's not fun building levels for me. If I had the Wii U gamepad functionality still in some way, shape, or form with the Switch, I'd be more inclined to play the second one and build levels again, because that's the reason you buy this game. You buy it to build levels. If you're like me, if not, you buy it to play levels. But yeah, love it. Number 40.
It's
Number
so good.
42. No More Heroes. This is a game that everyone should this is a series technically that everyone should play once, in my opinion. This is I think we're starting to get close to games that are 10 out of 10s. Because I didn't do this based on scores. I don't do that with reviews. I do it based on do I believe somebody else should feels do I believe somebody else should play this, and I believe everybody should play this game is campy, it's funny, it's very what's the word I'm looking for, not sentient, not
Self-aware?
aware, it's very aware of itself, which is great. Script's absolutely hilarious. Travis is just a walking weeb, and it's so funny. He saves by taking shits in toilets. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's a dumb game where the objective is to become the best assassin, so you can just get with this girl.
Hell yeah.
Sure,
PG,
it's like
do we have
male.
this?
No.
Okay.
We had Mad World, which is basically the Wii or the other equivalent for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sure, it's a little male fantasy, but it's still really funny. It's like not like stupid gross. It's just stupid funny. Next.
Let's go. Goated.
This game is a 10 out of 10. Everyone should play this once. If you don't know what this game is, allow me to spin you a web. Do you like Mario Party? The invisible other half of this conversation.
Yeah.
Do you? No, quiet. I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a bit. Do you like Final Fantasy? Invisible other half of this conversation. Have you heard of Fortune Street?
Yeah.
Well, if you've heard of all three of those things, I've got the game for you. This takes Mario Party's randomness, cranks it up to 11, allows you to fight other players in a rock, paper, scissors turn-based battle, sort of turn-based battle style, a little bit of Final Fantasy with equipment and abilities. And you go around saving towns from monsters and get them as property, a la Fortune Street, to have money. And the whole goal is to play an entire campaign without you and your friends, without you or your friends yanking the console out of the wall and throwing it into a mini fridge and then forgetting what you were doing.
That's everything I've heard about this game. Summed up very well.
It is a fucking hilarious game. I love this game so much. I've never completed a campaign for a lot of other different reasons. The campaign in this is very long. It is a thing where people need to invest the time to play. It is not a one-day thing. You're going to play this over multiple weeks. But yeah, really, really like this game. And I think that's it for me for the moment, correct? Yeah. Because 40 is on the next set.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so now it is Michael's turn.
Now it's my turn. Third time's in a row. Third time is the charm. So my number 50 is Fate Stay Night, because I actually just bought the Fate art book, TBH, because I really enjoyed Fate Zero. That's the extent of my Fate knowledge. and I like the character design.
Wait. Hold up. Are you saying that you watched Fate Zero before experiencing Fate Stay Night?
Yeah, so everything's
You did it
spoiled for
wrong.
me.
You
Yeah.
did it wrong.
Yeah.
Folks out there, I'm just going to let you know, doing it right is very important for Fate.
Yeah, it's very important, but
Unless you're already spoiled, in which case just go in.
yeah, and like for me, Fate Zero was just like a really good story, and I was like
Oh,
into
it's a great anime written by an amazing person who also wrote one of the best Kamen Rider seasons of all fucking time.
Is that what
Like,
you and Gameboy were watching?
No, not that season. He did
Okay.
not write Double. No, he wrote a season after Double.
Okay, I'd be into watching that with you guys if you make it to that far.
Oh, we will.
Because I love Zero. So, but anyway, my top 50. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. This one's I like Zelda games a lot. Ocarina of Time is very nostalgia to me, and I just had a really this is a purely nostalgic. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 in the way that it's like one of the best games of all times, like a lot of outlets and people consider it to be. It's got a lot of problems, but it's very nostalgic and just really fun for me. I still have fun going back to it every once in a while. And my girlfriend and I have been going through a lot of the older Zelda games, and we just played Ocarina of Time, and we had a really fun time with it. And we're making our way through Majora's Mask because I've never played it on actual N64, not overclocked. And we're having a really good time. And Ocarina of Time is just, it's a classic for a reason. It's just really good for me. And I think that's all. There's nothing more you could say about a game that's been talked about as much as this, I think. 49, I think, is a goated game. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga for the Game Boy Advance. Are you kidding me? One of the best action RPGs ever, I think. You have Mario and Luigi, awesome turn-based combat, awesome active turn-based combat, I should say. Really fun equipment system, really fun side quests, mini games, a really funny story. I just like the map, the world, the characters are so just like enjoyable. I can't say like enough good things about it, and I think it's criminally slept on. I think because I never hear people talk about this franchise as a whole. But the Mario and Luigi games are some of my favorite RPGs, I think, and I love them. The abilities are fun. It's just a really good game. Number 48, this Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2. Let's fucking go. This game is so fucking good. This game invigorated. So, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance was my first strategy turn-based RPG or tactical RPG, whatever you want to call them. And I fell in love with the genre. It was my first Final Fantasy game I played outside of Kingdom Hearts, I believe. And I had such an amazing time just exploring the world of Ivalice, and I loved the I believe it was this game that had the auction house and the land, the like not land war but like land development, like side modes in it, and I just loved grinding those to get the best items, to get the best equipment, best characters, and just leveling up the jobs and just like doing everything for every character that I could. And I've easily put about 600 hours into this game alone because the DS is probably my favorite handheld system ever made, and I just adore this game. Have I talked about Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 1 yet? I don't think I have. Maybe.
No, I don't think you have.
So I'll talk more about Advance 1 later. But yeah, this game has a very special place in my heart. 47. This game also has a very special place. Atelier Totori. Second game in the Arland series of Atelier games. It's cute as shit. The characters are fun. The grind is real. I love collecting materials, talking to all the characters, building your party, leveling up. The time system is stressful as all hell, and it's just such a. You know what? Bloodborne music is not good for talking about Atelier.
I mean, I'm listening to Rarona's credits theme, so it's fitting on
That's
my
very
end.
appropriate.
Yeah.
I switched to Mario Party. The Atelier Totori, super cute characters, so many feels. I think it's the most feelsy game in the trilogy, and it's all about the main character Totori trying to search and become an adventurer like her mom and find out what's going on with her family and her past or her family's past. And you meet a lot of cute characters. You get a lot of materials, a lot of weapons, a lot of equipment, a lot of endings like the other games in the series. It just is a fantastic time and highly recommend it if you like collecting materials, making items to fill quests, and then doing that loop across different areas in a big map with a time limit. So very much kind of Stardew-esque with a more RPG focus
Yo.
is what I could say it. Blair, I think you would honestly, I think you would really like this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's cute anime girls with just like cute
Say
anime
less.
characters. Yeah. But yeah, say less. 46. Pokemon Sword. I played this after taking a decade break from Pokemon. My last game was Platinum that I played, so it's probably more than a decade. But I got a Switch and I played Sword with my girlfriend a year after it came out, or a little more, right? Probably something. And I had this reinvigorated everything I love about Pokemon. It has some of my favorite. It introduced some of my favorite Pokemon to me, including Dreepy and Dragapult. It had, even though it didn't have a full national dex, all the Pokemon that it had were like incredible to me, and a lot of them I think were from X and Y and Black and White era. And I think it's got an amazing Pokemon selection. I thought the story was like campy and fun. I enjoyed Hop as a character. I thought he was like all right. Marnie is really cool. I started getting into the Pokemon trading card game again after this, so I'm like really familiar with the Pokemon in this, so I'm like really nostalgic. It had great DLC, I thought. I love the raid dungeons that it added for the not Isle of Armor, the Frozen Tundra. It just is like the raid battles a feature in the game is like incredible to me. It's hands down one of my favorite Pokemon games ever made, and I feel like I'm in the strong minority with that, but I just had a really fun time with it, and it made me fall in love with Pokemon again after such a long time. I didn't know that was possible, and my wallet hates it for that. 45, Overwatch. I bought this day one, knowing very little about it other than my friend being really excited for it and showing me the really dope cinematic trailer for it with Tracer and the kid at the museum. I'm like, okay, this has got something special going on for it. And I proceeded to love this game and get really good at this game for about a year and a half. And I spent so much money on loot boxes for characters and skins. All the characters are unlocked, but all for skins, emotes. I was so into it. It was my first time playing a quote unquote, I mean, it was a live service game. This is my first time playing it, and I fell in love with the events, playing it with friends. Like, this is the first multiplayer game I've played like this religiously with people since I was like early in high school and junior high, like playing like RuneScape and other games that I'll talk about further. But I played this like almost every day with lots of groups of friends and just had so much fun. And Blizzard as a company just sucks, and it's a shame, and Activision does too. But this game did have a special place for me, and the nostalgia for years 1 and 2 won't be beat. And I am excited for Overwatch 2. I think it'll be fun to check out, and I'd like to play with more people. So that's what I got to say about Overwatch. I think it's still I think it still has something, and I think the art design and character design are top tier. Number 44, Harvest Moon 64, the OG farming game for me. I'm gonna show my dog to Karen day one and get married, and just keep talking to her until she falls in love with me. that was every time I played this game because it was super fun. But I just love this. It's the prototype to what would become Stardew Valley, and I fell in love with the whole like mechanic of this game. And I remember playing this game because I thought the character on the box or on the cartridge looked like Ness from Super Smash Bros. So I played it because I thought it was similar. And it is not Ness from Super Smash Bros. Or Mother. But yeah, it just is such a charming game that would ruin my life in the future. Without a doubt. And I don't think I have anything more to say about this other than give it a shot if you like Stardew Valley. It's a cute game. I don't think I ever finished a playthrough of it. I'd get 2.5 years in, and there's just like kind of a lack of content to do, where I think other games fix it. But it's the only Harvest Moon game I played, but I adore it.
And
43.
just real quickly,
Oh.
Nintendo, please put it on Nintendo Switch Online.
Please. I would love to play it again.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the fucking music that just came on.
Oh, I'm listening to Papyrus's theme from Undertale right now, so
I've got Tifa's theme.
hell yeah. What you got?
I have
Kato?
your reality.
Okay. All right, 43 for me is Paper Mario. I think everything that Game Boy talked about it earlier, and I chimed in a little bit there, here and there too. But the badge system is fantastic. The whole game, the characters, the party system is so much fun. I love the not only the power-ups and the badge and the party members, but like the star meters is fun to interact with. And it's just some of my just favorite levels or areas, regions, dungeons, whatever you want to call them in RPG. It just is a really solid game that is, I think anyone could enjoy and anyone still can. I think it holds up very well, even if it has some backtracking issues, which I think this game has pretty bad backtracking. 42. Horizon Zero Dawn. This is to me
Aw.
what Monster Hunter is to, I think, the rest of you guys. I never got into the Monster Hunter games, but I pre-ordered Horizon Zero Dawn just based off that like first trailer, and I think I kept like radio silent, but I got it with the collector's edition because it went on like a $20 discount on Best Buy, and I fell in love with this game. The world is super interesting. Robot dinosaurs that you can fight and harvest materials from to upgrade your weapons, to upgrade armor, to just like delve deeper into like combat. The combat just felt so good. And to me, I felt the story was super interesting with all the mysteries that happened simultaneously throughout the story. Aloy as a character, I think, is like pretty cool. I don't think she's the most interesting character, but most protagonists for these type of open world RPGs tend to be like not the most interesting. So I don't think there's an issue with that for Aloy. I think she's fine. I think she's got a cool design. And it just is an amazing world that I just fell in love with. And the story, I think, is where it shines with the multiple levels of mysteries that are told at the same time throughout the game. And with both this and the other game, Forbidden West, it's a game that I finished everything in the map and everything, like every mission, before I finished the game. So it was like one of the first... It was like the biggest open world game I've played at the time, and it was incredible for me. I just had such a great time with it.
I'm sad Nexus isn't here because he'd be popping off so hard right now.
He'll be here for next part. Don't worry. He'll be able to pop off.
Yeah, he'll talk about it on his list for sure.
Yeah, and it's not, spoiler alert, Forbidden West is also on my list, and I haven't talked about it yet, so we will talk about it next time. And then 41 for me is Death Stranding. Amazon Package Deliver Simulator. Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus. This is my first Hideo Kojima
Everybody
game.
have to say that when they...
Because it's a funny thing to say, I think. But yeah, Death Stranding is such a fun, weird game. It's my first experience with a Kojima game, and I just fell in love with like the whole loop of the game. It didn't really click with me until like I followed the news cycle pretty heavily like leading up to the game coming out. And when people said that the game didn't click with them until like 16 hours in, I was like, really? How can that be? And then it happened to me, and like, oh, I get it. Because I played this game for like 8 hours, took a 2-month break, jumped back into it, and I played this game for another 65 hours before going into like getting anywhere near the end. I just loved exploring the beautiful landscapes, going from place to place, delivering packages. It was just like a weird experience, and then being able to the strand likeness that Kojima talks about, where you give likes to strangers to help build your network across America is wild, but so like it worked. And yeah, I haven't played the director's cut, but I played it. I have it, and I've jumped into it just to see like the ultra wide, the quote unquote ultra wide version or cinematic mode they have for the game, and it's really cool and still very beautiful. So it's a very weird and good game that I have on my list. I think it's a good place to have before the top 40. But yeah, I love this game, and it's got some of the weirdest. It's a Kojima weird, good game, and I want more stuff from the cinematographer for this game because holy shit, are the cinematic cutscenes in this game are some of the most like compelling and beautiful things I've ever seen. It's so good. Yeah, that is my 41.
All right. Sirius, you up for one last round?
Gonna
Let's do
shotgun
it.
this shit.
All
Let's
right.
go.
All right. Nope, not 4. We got number 40 for Sirius.
BDSP. Another one of those Pokemon games where I decided I was going to spend way too much time in a Professor Oak challenge, and it sullied my real experience of this game. It was a really fun game for what it was, but as with a lot of the hit remakes, if you played the previous one and you see what little differences there are, there's not really much to expand upon it. It was still a very enjoyable game for what it was. And it's higher on the list because it made a lot more of things more accessible and made the underground a lot more fun.
The underground is the best thing that could have happened to BDSP, to be honest.
Yeah, like the original underground was okay, but BDSP's underground really changed the tide of how that game was going to play out.
Yeah, it gave the Underground a proper single player mode rather than just being multiplayer.
Yeah. Alright, 39.
39.
Sid Meier's Civilization Revolution.
Okay.
I played ever living hell out of this game. I got almost every single victory type with all of the different factions that you could play as. I got almost all of the achievements in the game. I just played it so much and I had so much fun with it. But it's a Civilization game. Fairly much. Once you've played one, you've played most of them, but this was like the only different one as far as I've seen. So it made it a little bit more of a entertaining experience.
Yeah.
Number 38.
I've never played this one.
Yeah, it was a very weird one.
Let's go, Unova.
Black and White. Black and White, probably my favorite story of any of the Pokemon series. I don't remember too much about the last time I played it. Well, The last time I tried to play it, I didn't beat it because I was trying to do a. I didn't have a stream. This was way before I had a hit stream, and I was trying to really poorly stream it as a slideshow of pictures on my Facebook.
Oh no.
Every thing of dialogue that came up, I would take a picture of it and have some weird comments to say about it, and post a bunch of them all at once on Facebook, and it just slowed down the game so much. But I had played it at least 2 times before and beaten it, so I love the story, I love the characters. The gym leaders actually do something. It's a very enjoyable game.
Oh yeah.
Number 37.
Okay.
One of the biggest PS3 titles I actually put time into, time and effort. Really funny because this game, when I was playing it, I didn't have an HDMI compatible TV or cable, so every single bit of text in the game was really ugly and I could hardly read it.
Oh no.
And it wasn't until 3/4 of the way through the game that I finally got a TV with an HDMI port. And it was like a whole brand new experience. So I started backtracking it my way through the game to try and read everything that I missed along the way. And when I got to the ending of the game, I tried numerous times to beat the final boss, and for some reason couldn't. But I found out years later that one of the fights that I had done was an optional secret boss that is supposed to be like at least 3 times harder than the final boss, and I had no problem with it whatsoever. And everyone else who said that that secret boss was supposed to be harder also said that the final boss was supposed to be a total pushover. So I was really confused then and now. I've never gone back for it, but I want to at some point.
Oop, that was my bad, I think.
No worries. I was going to move on anyway.
Oh,
Number 36. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. It's the game that I'm currently in the middle of a playthrough of. I'm about a third of the way through the game. Changed a lot of stuff from the first one, which some of them were good, some of them are questionable.
Mhm.
But overall, very good experience. The Ori games are a lot of fun, but not games that I think I'm willing to put in the 100%, even though it's not too much time more than the regular playthrough. It's just a lot more platforming for me when I'm not good at platforming. So,
That's fair.
but the aesthetic-wise and the world, the characters, all the art, all the music, everything about it just makes it a fantastic game.
I hard agree with that. The Ori games are some of the ones that I want to play the most. It's like really high on my list because they look so similar to what like Hollow Knight is to me.
I think I would have a lot more fun with it and a lot better experience with it if I bothered using controller, but instead I'm trying to force myself to use keyboard and mouse for more games so I can get
Oh
used to the
no.
controls. And it's kind of working counter to me for Ori, but as I get further and further into the game, getting more and more used to it. But now I've taken a 4-week break, so trying to get back in is going to be an awful experience.
Oh my gosh. I can't. I played Hollow Knight on PC and I can't imagine playing like a game like that on keyboard and mouse. That just sounds awful.
It's
But more power
not,
to you, man.
it's not as bad as
Oh,
I would expect, but it's kind of hard. Alright,
I'd
number
imagine.
35. Monster
Sorry, I
Hunter
keep
Rise.
hitting enter before because I keep dropping my phone.
Fine.
It's my bad.
every time you do it, I'm about ready to go to the next game anyway, so it saves me time.
Let's go.
Alright, number
Accidental
35, Monster Hunter
efficiency.
Rise. The most fun I'm having in the Monster Hunter Grit franchise, because this is the first time I'm actually getting to play with anyone. I
Hell
only got
yeah.
to play with people a couple times, and then they stopped playing, so I stopped playing, and then I went on to other games instead.
Okay.
But hopefully, Game Boy and Michael actually do get into it, so I can start getting back into it.
Yeah, I actually
Oh,
just bought it. So
I need to play so I can get through up to Sunbreak. So, because I'm still in base game. So if you want somebody who has really good experience, and I'll have a story about that later for you.
Perfect. We'll
I'd
have
be
all 4
happy.
people.
I'd be
Yeah.
happy to play.
I'd be
Because
super happy to play with you guys.
Hell yeah,
the
we have
file that
we have
the
Monster
file that
Hunter.
I had going was in the Switch, but it's going to be easier to play together on the PC, so I'm going to have to start over. But that's
I'll
not a
have to
bad
buy
thing.
it for PC because I have it on Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it on Steam, unfortunately. But hell yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I just love the Monster Hunter games so much, but it's such a slog to go through if you're not with friends. Playing the Monster Hunter series solo is just not something I'm willing to do anymore.
I totally get that.
Alright, number 34.
34.
A
Okay.
Hat in Time. Another game on the list of I haven't played it, but if I did play it, it would be very high on my list. I love the aesthetic. I love the speed run. Everything about this game is fantastic. I just really need to buckle down and play it because it looks like such a good game.
It looks
But
like
I have so many games on my backlog.
yeah, this is actually a platformer that is on my list as well. It looks really cute, and I like the aesthetic of it too. And I've seen a lot of playthroughs, and I've seen some of the speedrun of this game, and it looks really wild.
Alright, number 33.
33.
Another
Yo.
Ratchet and Clank game, another game I've 100%ed and done literally everything in. I platinumed it in the re-release for PS3. Did literally everything there can be done in the game. I just love this franchise so much, and this is one of my favorites of them. It is just a really solid game, and the writing never misses. At least up to this point, it hasn't missed.
Hell yeah.
There are definitely the second and third release after this missed hard, which is why they're nowhere near my list.
I've never played a Ratchet and Clank game, but I
Me neither.
eventually will.
Game
I
Boy,
just-
make him play one of them at least.
I mean, we have the PS3 set up. I'll probably make him play a Crack in Time.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's one of the best ones anyway. So, yeah. Alright,
I'm down.
number 32.
32.
The other Ori game.
Let's go.
Even more platforming based, even more skill based. The second one has changes that I didn't like that this game didn't have. Overall, I just love this franchise. It's just such a feel good game, even though the story is such a sad story. But it's a very great experience, and I highly recommend the Ori series for anyone who has not played it.
I'm actually downloading that on Game Pass right now.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
Number
'Cause
31.
I had wanted to play those games, but
Sorry, I had to do a quick audible on my list, but it's done, and we're at 31. Okay, I see you.
instead of putting any of the other Lego Star Wars games on here that I also had fun with, I figured might as well put the one that has all of them on it.
I
And
agree.
I did finally 100% it, even after they had put out an update that added more content. So
But-
it was a slog and a half, but I did it.
And I remember your journey with this game too.
Yeah, I got very mad at this game because there was a game-breaking glitch in episode 7 where if you... So when you get into one of the planets, you are supposed to walk to a particular red doorway. Getting to the doorway activates the next quest. But it's set in a castle. It's Maz's castle. There is a tree nearby the castle, and with the right setup, you can go from the tree, glide on top of the castle, just get your way in there to get some of the collectibles before going inside of the castle. If you do that, it removes the check for that quest from that doorway. If you get yourself into the castle before activating that quest, you are not able to progress the story at all.
Yike. Yeah, I remember that.
So what I had to do was, after looking online for a couple weeks to figure this out, what I ended up having to do was start a new separate file, play through episode 7, get through that part, through the next part, into a mission. Once I'm in that mission, save, quit, exit out, go into the system files, take all of the collectible files from my original save file, port them into the file that I just got onto the Get New Mission for, and when I load up the level, I'm inside the level, so it knows to look for the mission tracker because I'm already in a level, and I have all of my collectibles that I've collected up to this point. They didn't put the actual patch for PC out until probably 4 weeks after I did that. On consoles, it was patched like the week after I did it. So
Yeah, I remember that whole.
It was an absolute slog to get through the game, but I got through it, and I'm glad I did because it was a very enjoyable game as it was. But I really need to stop myself from 100% games because it makes me
That's fair.
and that's
PJ,
weird.
hell yeah.
It's
you
literally
gotta
in my
play this
PS4 right now.
We're gonna play this one day. Heck yeah. Blair, is it your turn since Nexus is out?
I think so.
Yep.
All right, number 40 for Blair.
Number 40. Michael, you know this one.
I do know this game.
We
I
play it a
invented
lot.
it.
It's Pokemon, the trading card game online.
I used to play this game.
PTCGO!
I actually learned how to play this game like this year,
Yeah,
and it's a lot of fun.
yeah. I've had so much fun playing this game and the actual trading card game with you, Blair. So I mean, I definitely see it.
I definitely haven't gone on the ladder as much as I did when they had the full art Marnie card because I think yeah, because I definitely burned myself out on that
Yeah, you went hard. You played this game like
a lot.
4 to 6 hours a day, every day at least, just grinding the ladder to get the
to get that
last.
Marnie.
Yeah,
And
Jesus.
I got it, and I haven't gone back since.
you really haven't. We just play each other and then we go to our locals.
Yeah, and I mean it's like once a month we go,
Yeah. Speaking of,
but I don't know if I can tomorrow.
yeah, I know I can't tomorrow, so no worries.
Okay, so don't skip to it yet, but 39
Oh.
is one of
Too late.
okay.
We're getting canceled.
39, yep. It's a ROM hack. So it's a ROM hack of Fire Red. Well, it was already on screen. You can go back to it.
Yeah, canceled again.
Yeah.
For Blair.
Yeah, it's
Canceled
Rolling
first
on.
with the bannable game on Twitch and now this.
yeah. I mean, I didn't pick the art for this.
This was literally the only art I could find of it. Like, Kaido can back me up on this. We looked.
What? Oh yeah.
We tried to.
Paris looked at the screen and gave an audible, or not an audible, but she was wide-eyed at the box art.
I feel like you should have just cropped out her and just left the rest of the image on there.
That
But
would have
then we
required
went down a
editing.
And we couldn't dunk on Blair a little bit.
Yeah.
We love you, Blair.
Yeah, I know.
38. Or
Yeah, it's fire red, with some changes to it.
I never would have guessed.
Some
Okay. When oh my god, when I say some changes, I meant to like obviously there is one major change. But no,
Uh-huh.
like I think some trainers have additional Pokemon. Like the gym trainers have additional Pokemon. It has like Gen 4 and 5 and 6 Pokemon in it.
Huh.
And it has Mega Stones. And
Yeah,
it
it's
has,
like
they must have updated it because
Yeah.
I
it's a
know
proper
there
ROM hack now.
yeah.
I know there was a much older version of the Getmoemon ROM hacks that were before any of that even existed.
Yeah, no, it's like
It's like a proper ROM hack now.
yeah,
And like difficulty.
yeah, it's got the physical special split. It's some of the sprites, like yeah, I know Moemon, but some of the sprites for some of the Pokemon are really like creative, and it's like I commend the artist for thinking of like of that from just like from that book. Like look up a Skarmory's sprite in Moemon. It's
Good.
awesome.
There's some rad ones, not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
I mean,
yeah,
it's-
Pokemon
I'm
Gajinka
not-
artists are really cool.
I'm not bagging you on this. Like, why? It's like no one should be bagging this man
Yeah.
on anything. By the way, I just want to point
Yeah,
that out.
100%.
If Moemon's not your thing, if Pokemon Gajinkas aren't your thing, then they're not your thing. But like, I don't think anybody in here's like,
Yeah, we're not
oh,
dogging
you
on you. on
played
it.
You know,
Moemon? No.
I played
No, we're
Moemon.
just we're just teasing you, or because like of the reputation Moemon has, rather than like
No, I
we actually thinking like it's a bad thing.
I
Like,
It's
wasn't
a-
teasing shit. I was just like, you mentioned that this was, and it's true. This is the only art I could find.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it.
The official Nintendo seal.
Because Photoshop is a hell of a drug.
But hell yeah.
But yeah, like it did add a little bit of degree of difficulty to fire red as well. So that's why I enjoy it as well.
Yeah, it's a
you-
damn good.
You can get all the I think every obviously every starter. I have my playthrough. I had a Swampert, and that Swampert fucking carried me.
well, yeah, it's
Swampert.
Swampert.
Yeah, Swampert's goaded. But
Goated with the sauce.
yeah, but yeah, it carried me. All right, but yeah, fun ROM hack if you ever want to play that.
Yeah, it's a
Alright.
really good one.
All right, 38.
Let's go.
We have Spyro 3, Year of the Dragon. I recently did a playthrough of the Reignited trilogy on stream like a month or two ago now. And Spyro 3, it like the OG, it uses the same engine as a Ripto's Rage, but the addition of technically 5 new playable characters, because you could play as Sparks as well, was a really cool idea. Sheila and Bentley are my 2 favorites.
Bentley's the penguin, right?
Bentley's the Yeti. Sergeant Bird is the penguin.
I like the penguin.
Yeah, Penguin is also like I say Sheila and Bentley are my favorite, but Sergeant Bird is also like literally like right behind them. And then Agent 9. Agent 9's he's hyper. And also the OG like controls for Agent 9 are god awful. And Reignited Trilogy fixed that entirely.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching you play through this play.
Yeah, like a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Like I enjoyed this one more than Ripto's Rage, in all honesty.
Hell yeah.
But not as much as the first one. We'll get to that.
Okay.
Alright, 37. Hey, it's Path of Radiance. Everything that everybody has said about this, insert here.
Fair.
Yeah, we could just move on.
Okay.
Number 36 is the racing game that won't fucking die.
Nor should it.
When are we getting the new DLC courses? Like the
They
next
got leaked,
wave?
apparently.
Hmm?
I thought they got leaked or something like that.
I think that was a fake.
Yeah,
Oh.
because yeah, someone posted that in our Discord, and they're like, no, it's fake. It's like, no.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I mean, this game is fun though. Like it.
Oh yeah.
So I'll disclaimer, like, I never played. My first Mario Kart was Mario Kart Wii, and I like that one a lot. And I, for some reason, didn't put it on this list, and I don't know why. We'll just replace that with Halo 5. But Mario Kart Wii and Mario Kart 8 are the only two Mario Kart games that I've played. Because I never had any interest in Double Dash or any of the other ones, really. But this racing game is one of my favorite racing games.
Really good.
Yeah.
I need to play it more. I bought it to play it with you guys, and I played it once, and then we never played it again.
I thought we played it a couple more times.
I
I mean, I boot it up every now and again just to play it. I love.
Yeah.
I know it's a remake of a map, but Neo Bowser City is my favorite.
fair.
Although playing down a 200cc is
No, we're not doing that.
especially apparently if you had like the
Somebody sounds like a
inside.
little bitch.
I play an
Oh.
inside drifting bike. I cannot make those turns. Like, I literally cannot make those turns without just stopping and turning.
Sounds like you need to get good scrub.
I will
Ooh.
say I downloaded Mario Kart 8 Deluxe over the quarantine, and getting like the gold trophies and 200cc for every Grand Prix was atrocious.
I'd imagine.
I remember I think it was the Animal Crossing map, and it was like the last one I needed, like of all the Grand Prix, was the last one I needed, and the Waluigi CPU like snuck in first, like as I like crossed it, he stole first away from me, and I was heated, to say the least.
I believe it.
Blair with the heated gamer moment.
Yeah. All right, we can move on.
Okay.
Number 35 is Mass Effect 3.
Damn.
Not for the story, because we all know how the ending is trash, because it is.
Just me barfing.
Yeah.
Still never played it, so I have no judgment. I just know the memes and that it's apparently terrible.
Everything up to the end is fine. It's literally just the end. Just it's like so nothing mattered.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. that's what
However, I played the shit out of the multiplayer in this game, because all it was just like it was just a firefight, like horde mode with you and like 3 other people.
that's the only thing I've done in Mass Effect as a franchise was a horde mode with some friends,
It is.
and it was a fun time. It's a good horde
I
mode.
had so much fun, like playing with my. I actually rekindled a friendship with someone that I had in elementary school. That we would be up until like 1 or 2 in the morning, just shooting the shit and just playing the multiplayer in this. I know people spend like a boatload of money on like League of Legends or Genshin. This was me for this. I spent a lot of money getting all the DLC characters, because the more DLC that came out, the more like ridiculous those characters got. But oh my god, they were so much fun.
It sounds about right.
Okay, 34. We have the last, final, and best entry into Assassin's Creed, which is Brotherhood. I think Kaito mentioned it earlier. This introduced multiplayer.
I
Yeah,
really
it's at the start of my list.
Yeah, this was his
Yeah, I remember
100.
correctly.
This has like without a doubt like the best combat system. I think I mentioned it with the two in Revelations how like it's the most fluid for me. Like, I would do like the practice mode or like the training thing where it just keep killing in game, and just go as long as you can without getting hit, and the enemies would get harder and harder, and that one was just a lot of fun. Story is good. Like like this game is the best Assassin's Creed game. Don't at me.
But Blair, what if I want it at you? Where can I find you?
Uh, Number 33.
Okay.
We got Halo 3 ODST, which Michael, we still haven't played this, right?
I was just about to say we still need to play through this.
This one I like this game a lot. The atmosphere is really good.
Be right back.
I will say like it's one of those structures where you play through a level and then like the next level you play as the rookie and you're looking for like clues onto what happened, so it's very repetitive in that way. But other than that, like this game is I had a lot of fun with this game. This game introduced a firefight, which was my favorite game mode to play in ODST and in Breach as well. But yeah, it's just a really good spin-off side story type thing. It takes place after the third level of Halo 2. But yeah, I mean it's a Halo game. Like I can't praise it enough.
Yeah.
All right.
30, or 32?
32
Ooh.
is Skyward Sword.
Good fucking game.
Great game. The very first in the timeline chronologically Zelda game. Funnily enough, I've only beat it once. I know the HD versions on the Switch. So I'll probably get that at some point to replay it. But this game is great. I like the art style, in game, and like the concept art. Like the concept art, like the watercolor looks awesome. And then even in game, it's a combination of. To me, it's Twilight Princess with the Wind Waker graphics, and that's just like that's perfect in IMO. Final boss is like one of the scariest bosses I've seen in video games, but it's such a cool design. Yeah, and I enjoy the story of this. I enjoy just basically creating the Master Sword. It was a fun time. The sacred trials are not a fun time, however, because those robot things creep me the fuck out.
Are we talking about Garamin's tongue?
No.
Oh, never mind.
No, the Guardians in the Sacred Realm.
Okay.
Yeah, they freak me out.
Fair.
Couldn't tell you why. They just do. But yeah, great game. All right, and then number 31.
Last for the night.
Last for tonight for me is
Legends
Pokemon
Arceus.
Legends Arceus.
Okay.
This game gets a lot of flack for not looking great, but who the hell cares? This game introduced so many like awesome mechanics that it looks like some of those mechanics are staying with Scarlet and Violet. I love the overworld. Like I had fun with the story. Like there, a lot of mechanics were introduced in this game that ROM hacks did. And so it's nice seeing like Game Freak kind of like paying attention to that and go like, oh yeah, you know what? That actually kind of works.
Yeah.
I started with Cyndaquil because
You're a civil human being.
yeah, and I didn't want to start with Rowlet because started with Rowlet with both my Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun Ultra Moon playthroughs, and Oshawott is cute, but it's not as cute as Cyndaquil.
Rue.
Yeah. Like I'm a water. I always pick water types, but I'll agree that Oshawott isn't as good as Cyndaquil.
Shiny hunting in this game is broken.
That's what I've heard.
Even after they patched it, it's still pretty busted. Like I think I have an entire box of or nearly an entire box of shiny Pokemon. With the one I granted for the most was an alpha Braviary that's shiny, and I love it. But yeah, this game is a lot of fun, and I hope they do more spin-off games like this, like a Legends Legends based in the Johto region would be awesome.
Oh yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, I'd love a Legends and Unova just to see what the original form of Kyurem looks like.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Also, origin form of Palkia and a Dialga don't look as bad as people say they do. I mean, Dialga looks kind of, it is a little weird.
A little more scuffed, but
Yeah,
They're
Not
derpy,
as
but
bad
I
as they
still
make it.
love them.
yeah. But I like Palkia Origins. Palkia's
I think
design.
I think Origin Form Palkia is better than original Palkia. At
Yeah.
me.
I will.
And you can at me at Michael R Art at Twitter or Michael Rodriguez Art on all
Oh,
social
shit.
medias.
I've been raided by a Hades. Oh,
Yo.
close the gates.
Oh
Close
my
it.
god.
Close the gates quick.
What's up, Raiders?
But yeah, that concludes my 31st game.
Let's go.
Yo. Alright. Now it's my turn.
Game Boy's turn. So you're gonna talk about Pokemon trading card. Oh, never mind.
Nope, double dash.
There's Double Dash. Let's get that Double Dash.
Again, I like I said, every game from 45 onward is a 10 out of 10 game to me.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Just doing or 2-player races co-op is like one of the best experiences from our Mario Kart's ever done.
I think so too.
Like it's just like,
I think it's my favorite Mario Kart game.
yeah, or also just like the fact that every character has unique items, so that incentivizes you to just like mess around with different team compositions. And it's just overall like the only thing that would have made this better would have been a retro courses, but the Mario Kart franchise was still too young to properly have a retro course system, so I understand why they didn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
39. Star Fox 64. Like even going beyond the multiplayer, or Michael and I talked about how this was our golden eye, for lack of a better term. Like whenever we went to do a multiplayer game, this was it. Just the single player and trying to get all the medals was just insanely fun. I
I
never
would agree, yeah.
Yeah, I never got them. But I at least unlocked to the Landmaster.
Yeah.
Landmaster.
38. Devil May Cry 5. Literally the only reason why this isn't higher is I could never understand how to play as V. Like
Fair.
if V clicked with me, this would shoot up like 10 or 10 plus spots. Because like Dante and Nier are incredibly fun to play as. I haven't played as Virgil yet, even though I have Special Edition. But it's just an overall fantastic experience all around. 37 probably won't surprise me, or surprise a lot of people. It'll probably just surprise, or if you know me, it'll just surprise me or people with how low it probably will seem. Kingdom Hearts 1.
Interesting.
Hmm.
It makes sense, but also I would expect it higher, but it also makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I don't expect it higher.
Like I expect much higher. Kingdom Hearts 1, it makes sense being here, but I could have also seen it higher, I think is
Yeah,
the
like-
way to say it.
Because like it's a platforming RPG basically. Like that's how the game was designed. It was designed to be like Mario 64, so there was a greater emphasis on platforming than there would be for like most other like action games.
You know what? I never thought about it like that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Like Square Enix wanted a Mario 64, and then they met, and like two executives from Square Enix and Disney met, and that's how we got Kingdom Hearts. But like Kingdom Hearts, like original design wise, was a platformer. People didn't like the platforming, so they kind of just took it all away.
Oh.
But like you look at Kingdom Hearts 1 as a platforming, or from a platforming perspective, it is an incredibly it is a really solid platformer.
Interesting.
Like it just happens to have like action elements that they also probably took, or they also took from like Ocarina of Time.
I've never thought about Kingdom Hearts design like that, but I'm seeing it in a whole different light almost, and that's wild. Yeah, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, no, like it's like I love platformers, and like it's probably why Kingdom Hearts like I gravitated toward.
Resonated.
Yeah, it resonated with me, like even beyond the Disney stuff, even though I love Disney to death.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there are just things about Kingdom Hearts 1 that I'm still discovering to this day.
Yeah.
36, 80s.
Hades nuts.
Boo!
Get new material.
I know, I'm sorry. Great pick though. Honestly, can't can't fault you for this.
Yeah, this is like the perfect dungeon or roguelike.
I hard agree with that.
Every single weapon that in Hades is fantastic to just play as and just mess around with. Every single boon feels fantastic to get, even if you never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah. It's one of the I'm gonna talk about it later.
Like,
but-
and like the characters and the stories are just fantastic, and like the way it tells the story in a way that only a roguelike could tell it. And I love it
Yeah.
for that.
roguelikes are one of my favorite. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna interrupt.
Or no, it's just like I love it. I just love other games a bit more.
Yeah.
Like,
And there's like, I definitely see what you mean with everything here on out being 10 out of 10.
yeah. 35 is Deltarune Chapter 2, or Chapter 2 specifically, even though like I could probably drop that and just like say Deltarune as a whole. Like it's just in general is one of the funniest games I've played in the past couple of years.
Yeah, Paris and I need to finish and get further into Deltarune. And I'm excited to play it because I'm loving what we've got so far.
Yeah, like Susie is quickly becoming one of my favorite characters. The only reason why this game is as low as it is because it's literally not done. Like it's the exact same thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake earlier.
Yeah.
Like once this game gets done, if Toby hits or nails the landing like I think he will, this probably shoots up into top 3, if not top 2.
I could see that. knowing at least with how Undertale hit for me, I could definitely see him. Like I could definitely see that.
Because like, or like gameplay wise, like Deltarune fixes almost every problem I had with Undertale.
I could see, yeah.
34 Platinum.
Let's go, people of culture.
Like, Sinnoh is probably my. Like, it's hard to say because there's been eight, or already been eight regions. But Sinnoh constantly flips between like being third or fourth for me. But like, using Platinum specifically, it fixes a lot of the problems that Diamond and Pearl had with just like level balance and even or Pokemon balance. Like just only having 3 fire types was atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like having Pokemon that were added for this game held off until the national decks or in Diamond and Pearl was. I want to know what Game Freak was thinking there. But again, those problems were fixed with Platinum. And they gave us, or they even brought back Battle Frontier.
Yeah, Battle Frontier was amazing.
Yeah, like I think that, or actually no, I'll go ahead and say it. Or Platinum's Frontier was the better of the two Frontiers.
I'm nostalgic for both. I can't. It's been so long. I can't give up.
Yeah. Also, Michael, it sounds like you're eating your mic. You're like
What the heck?
a little staticky.
I shouldn't be.
Maybe Michael's just hungry.
I'm gonna unmute and mute.
Okay.
Maybe I hit a knob. Am I any better?
Not really, but I'm gonna continue.
I'm gonna disconnect from the call real quick and come right back. You
Okay.
keep going though.
Okay. 33 Xenoblade Chronicles.
Okay.
Like,
I wish I remember which song it was. Oh, Xenoblade song came on, and it was an absolute rager of a good song.
if it was in the playlist, it was either Engage the Enemy
Wasn't that one?
or Unfinished Resolve.
That was it.
Yeah, that was like one of the only songs or in this game composed by Yoko Shimomura. Of course, it was a banger.
Yeah, it made me want to play the game. Like that's how good the song was. So
Just
It's a-
that you are still static.
so weird.
Try unplugging your mic and replugging it in.
Yeah, give me 1 second, everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But this is basically just a single player MMO. Like the amount of content in here can fill.
No, that's not hacked.
Dude. .hack end this. But the fact that you can get like well over 200 hours from this game and like Definitive Edition especially for Switch. Like that's just insane. Like all the party members are fantastic. All the plot twists in the game are fantastic. Or like I want to go into detail, but I don't want to do spoilers.
How do I sound now, by the way? Sorry.
Much better.
Cool. I don't know
32.
what happened?
Gyro of the Colossus. A game from whatever reason Michael is convinced I haven't played.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen you play this game.
We have it. We have memory card data on it. I've played it.
I don't remember that. I am convinced that you borrowed somebody else's memory card file. I don't remember this game at all.
But yeah, like
But that's just me.
as what's basically an open world boss rush. Like that's the best way I can describe this game. If you're only fighting 16 bosses, but you also have like pretty sizable or open fields to explore.
Lizards and apples to find.
Exactly. Like, Phalanx is one of the most tragic or boss fights in a game for me. Like, or like I'll specifically single Phalanx out because like he's the first boss, or it's the first boss where like you start questioning whether what you're doing is right, and it's also the only boss fight or that I can remember in this game that just does not fight back. Like it's just trying to run from you the entire fight, and it's just like you're trying to revive the girl, you gotta kill it. Are you sure this is the right thing or right play or not? And it's just like questions like that I just love in a game. 31. Kirby Air Ride.
Let's go.
What is there to say except city trial and checklist?
7-minute city trial, checklist make brain go burr. Amazing on an overclocked GameCube. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, like that's not even getting into Air Ride or Top Ride even. Like Top Ride is a really fun like side mode that you don't even need to pay too much attention to, but it's still really fun for what it is.
yeah, like all the modes are. As someone who is playing it again right now, it holds up incredibly well.
Yeah, it does.
It- Such a good ass game. Probably one of the best party games I've ever played, I think.
Oh, easily. But yeah, Kaido.
All right.
Kaido's turn.
So I'm gonna let you know that my 40 to my 31 starts one way and ends another way.
Okay.
So number 40 is GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64.
Okay.
Because unlike everyone else in here, I didn't play Star Fox 64. I mean, I played Star Fox 64, but not the multiplayer. Also, Star Fox 64 is just Star Fox for the N64.
Yeah, it was.
And it's a
Don't worry,
great
I
time.
didn't play it either.
Not a good thing.
I've never played Star Fox. I've never played a Star Fox game in my life.
Blair, we need to change that immediately.
We're not going
Serious-
to because Smash
changing
Bros has ruined Fox for me.
But Blair, you don't understand. Crystal.
Mm,
Smash Bros has ruined Fox for me.
But
Any-
Crystal.
sorry.
Any Star Fox game
Anyway.
I'm not gonna touch. Anyway, continue.
GoldenEye is a great game. I have a lot of great childhood memories of playing 4 players. I used to live out in the middle of nowhere, and by the middle of nowhere, I lived in a place called 3 Points, which is to the west of Tucson. And out there, you have nothing to do. So I had to make fun with the landlord's kids, who also lived basically not even 5 minutes away. They lived like 2 minutes away. I could walk from the trailer thing that I lived in to the trailer thing that they lived in, because we lived in a trailer house when we lived out there, and it was great to play GoldenEye with them like almost every Friday night. It was awesome. Number 39. Also Hades.
Hades Newts?
Had out with you.
AJ made a dead joke funny. Let's give him credit for
Hades
that.
is a really good game. I have not completed a single run yet, but I love this game. Beautiful artwork, great voice acting. You can pet a fucking dog
With 3
with 3 heads. Wonderful fucking a wonderful dog that has its own lines voice acted by 3 actual dogs. Yeah, no, great game. Next please. 38.
38. Okay.
Catherine. This game was great. This is the greatest puzzle fighting game I've ever seen in my entire life. First player story is really, really good. Very, very interesting, very thought provoking as well. Even though technically nothing matters until like the very end. But it was fun for that first playthrough to see how other people would answer questions and look at the online data. That was really, really neat, really, really cool. Yeah, it's just a good, solid game. And it's definitely a 10 out of 10 experience. And we own Full Body, and I haven't played it. Otherwise, Full Body would probably be on here. But yeah, that's why Catherine is here. Next, please, number 37.
I think I've got Full Body. I need to play it. I haven't played it yet. But
Okay, so I think it was Nexus or somebody else who talked about Infamous 2. I owned Infamous 1 because it was the free downloadable game that I got from my PS3 back when the PS3 thing happened.
Mhm.
I didn't get to play Infamous 2 because I just didn't buy it. I also didn't finish Infamous 1. However, Infamous Second Son, on the other hand, is like one of my 10 out of 10 games for the PS4. And it is a great game because of the fact that it's a game that demos off the hardware really well as and I mean like all the hardware, not just like the PS4's hardware, but also like the controller itself. And it just really shows off like the start of what this system is capable of that nobody took advantage of. Being able to do graffiti by turning your controller sideways and shaking it, having the sound for a spray can play through the controller, and then when you actually spray it, it plays the spraying sound of the paint can was freaking awesome to me. Having it play little digital recording, like they took the concept of the Wii remote and what some people did with the Wii remote games, like how in Brawl, when you would pick a character, the volume was up, it would play like the character's sound
Captain
on your
Falcon.
Wii remote.
Woof.
Yeah, well, not yeah. He like the Captain Falcon will go yes. Like that shit was so cool to me, and this game like did that for PS4, and then showed you like different things that you could do with the controller, and then nobody did anything with that shit, which is always unfortunate. This is a brilliant Sucker Punch game. It's absolutely amazing. Next, please.
okay.
For those of you out there who know me, you know my love of Zelda games. You probably might have expected this to be higher. From 50 onwards, it's a really sort of tough issue for me. But I love this game. I really do. I have not 100% completed it. I'm never going to because I don't want to go look for 900 fucking Korok seeds. It's just not something for me. Also, I don't need golden poop. That being said, I have beaten this game. I have collected most of the shrines, not all of them. I will freely admit that. But I definitely do want to do a master or hero mode playthrough, whatever they call it on this, and try it with the amped up difficulty and see how I feel about it. Solid visuals, doesn't really need that much of a soundtrack. It's the first open, like empty-ish open world to keep my attention for hours at a time, because it's like, oh, what's over that next ridge over there? Let me go find out, versus it trying to like fake give me things to do. The exploration was what I loved about the game. Next, number 35.
35.
Mega Man 2. This is a classic. Mega Man 1 was okay. It has a lot of problems. Still a good game-ish. Mega Man 2, though, however, takes a bunch of the problems that were in Mega Man 1, fixes them, and does them better. This is just a good, fun, classic game. That's all I can say. Next.
Hard agree. I never got into the. I never finished. the Mega Man
34,
game, but
Michael. 34, not 3.
It ate my input.
Thankfully,
Oh, that's
Burnout 2, Point of Impact. You had Burnout 3 Takedown. I had Point of Impact. I really love the Burnout series, though. I really wish I really want to pick up like each of them so I can own all of them. These are some of my favorite games. I just absolutely love the concept of being able to run around on just like, you know, drive around in a car and crash into people. I loved it. 10 out of 10 gameplay, 100%. Just a fun racing game that also offers you the ability to take down other racers by crashing into them and having them crash into other stuff.
and then getting rewarded with turbo for it.
Yeah, and getting rewarded with turbo for it. Yeah. Next, please.
Okay.
Splatoon 2.
Interesting.
This game gave me Marie in a kimono, so I mean, I won. Like, I win. Marie was my favorite from the first game, and she won her Splatfest, so she got to do stuff. I win. The online gameplay is absolutely fantastic. It's polished. It added the dualies and a couple of other weapon types that were really cool, like the bucket. I didn't play as much online as I did with the first one, and I'm hoping to fix that with the next one. But I love this game. This is probably one of my favorite shooters of like all time for turn my brain off and just have fun, because I really don't feel like I need my brain to be on when I play this, but I love it all the same. Next, 32.
32.
Metroid Prime.
yo.
Man, there's so much I can say about this game. I'm just gonna start with its score. Like, there's OSTs that are godlike, and then there are OSTs that ascend godhood, and this is one of those OSTs. Phendrana Drifts is just something that comes straight out of like I don't even know how to describe it. It's so beautiful and wonderful, and it's just an amazing piece of music. And it's not the only like good piece of music in this game. There's so many other ones. The ambiance is great. Flipping it from being a 2D to first person is awesome and different, and
yet it felt so natural.
yeah, it felt really natural for the series. It's not like a logical progression, but like a logical choice that they can make, and it's just a great freaking game, top to bottom. I love it so much. And then my 31 and my last game for the evening.
31.
Remember
Okay.
how I said we were starting one way and we were ending another? This is how we are ending that other way. Perfect Dark. I loved GoldenEye, and I played a lot of it. I won't lie at all. I played a lot of that game, but this game right here, this was my favorite of the two. Just like, I didn't even need to think about it. Sure, I have a better experience with GoldenEye because I played it longer and I played it more often, but this game had the cooler guns, it had the cooler gadgets, it had Joanna Dark, it had a really interesting campaign setting. Basically, Rare got to make their own first-person shooter after making GoldenEye, and then we were just like, what do we do? And they said, we can do anything we want. No one's going to stop us. And that was kind of the truth. I mean, of course, within limitations. But I mean, Elvis is an alien. not specifically Elvis, the music artist is an alien. It's just there's an alien named Elvis in this game, and he's awesome. It like the whole game was just really solid top to bottom. It took the best things of GoldenEye and it accentuated to make them better. It offered new interesting guns like the laptop gun, which is one of my favorite weapons of like all time in a first person shooter. Because it has the remote feature where you can just like toss it out, and then if somebody walks around that corner, they die to it, or it's like actually a laptop gun. Yeah, it was the whole game's just great. And if you haven't played it, you should definitely check out the original. I can't wait for the reboot. I hope it doesn't suck, because Perfect Dark Zero was kind of a letdown from what I understand. I never got to play it myself. But I really hope that the next Perfect Dark game is something fantastic for all of us to enjoy. And those are my 60 to 31.
Hell yeah.
You're
We're
up,
get-
Mike.
All
we're
right,
getting to the good shit.
take us home.
All
Take
right.
us home for the night,
I
Mike.
literally, as you were talking about Perfect Dark, I almost completely rearranged a little bit of my 31 through 40 because one game shot up about 15 spots thinking about it, looking at my list. Like, I can't talk about it right now. So everything's right where it should be, Peach.
Okay.
I checked. So this was, until we started talking, this was number 32. But Lego Star Wars 2, this is for all the same reasons as everyone's talking about Lego Star Wars and the Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. This game is the one that I spent the most time in. It's such a good collectathon. I love that it takes place during the original trilogy. That's probably it's my favorite Star Wars. And it's got so much content in it for being, for me, a PS2 game. That
created
PJ and I spent
character.
so much time, created characters, great puzzles, amazing collectathon, just a 10 out of 10 experience. I think from here on is all 10 out of 10 games for me as BJ, and I think the rest of us, I think. It's safe
Yeah.
to assume that. But yeah, I can't say anything
Not
more
even
about Lego.
close for me. Not
Yeah,
even
you-
close for me.
I think that's fair though.
Don't worry, Sirius. We'll get a point where you'll get it or 10 out of 10s on your list.
I'm not
39.
confident on that.
Oh, good
This is-
game. Good
this is a
fucking
very-
game.
This is a very good game. I feel like it's a little controversial to have it this low on a best of list, but especially because Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. This is one of my favorite Spider-Man stories,
Same.
and this is just it is what it is. It's a fantastic video game.
Michael,
This is
I'll make up for what you don't say here. Don't worry.
that's fair. This is just a fantastic game. This is the most fun I've ever had traversing in a game, where I would refuse to fast travel in this game because of how fun it is just to swing around as Spider-Man. This is the Spider-Man fantasy game that everybody wants. And it's hard to beat that. And it took Spider-Man characters that everybody knows and loves and it did a unique take on them. With Dr. Octavius being in the game, Aunt May, just like the whole Feast crew. This game is just incredible. I think I talked about Miles Morales in the last video,
Yeah.
and these two games are just amazing. And I cannot wait for Spider-Man 2.
Literally,
The
yeah.
next Spider-Man.
That is literally what I was just gonna say. Like, Spider-Man
Like-
2 is not gonna be held back by a hard disk drive.
Yeah, and it's gonna go off the rails, and it's just this perfect casting for Spider-Man. I think it's Yuri Lowenthal, right?
Yeah.
It's like he is like probably he's my Peter Parker, I guess. Because Shamik Moore is my Miles from Spider-Verse, the movie. Because spoiler alert, that's my favorite movie of all time. But yeah, Spider-Man 2018, fantastic game. There's nothing else I need to say about it. The story is so emotional. and movie.
Really quickly, you just said, just got to make sure I heard this correctly. You said Yuri is your Spider-Man.
He is my Spider-Man, at least in like video games and animation.
Oh, oh,
I never watched a lot of the animated shows.
we need to watch Spectacular Spider-Man sometime, Michael.
I'd be down.
I'm gonna change your whole mind.
Okay.
That was
I'm gonna
Josh
change your whole
Keaton,
mind.
right?
Yeah, that was Josh Keaton.
Okay. But yeah, I need to watch more Spider-Man content because the comics are where I knew him, and then the Tobey Maguire movies
Yep.
I loved, and then Tom Holland I also think is doing a great job as Spider-Man.
We'll
I have
have
issues.
one more to the discussion about Spider-Man as a character if you want to for a few minutes after the stream, because I don't want to hold us up too much. But
Yeah. 38. We talked about it before, but Horizon Forbidden West, this game, Zero Dawn was great. Forbidden West takes everything that I loved about Zero Dawn and amplified it so much more into a 10 out of 10 game for me. The last thing I had to do for the Platinum Trophy was finish the game. That's how much I played of this. I think I clocked in at 89 hours. Every time I just thought I found something new, or I thought I was done finding new things, I found more areas. The map is huge. Traversal is so much fun. I think they improve Aloy's character a lot. They make the side characters way more important and interesting. They take the story in weird directions. I'm not going to spoil it, but it matches with what this game is and what the lore and world are.
Michael, I'm
And
going to be
it's-
honest.
What's up?
I had this pegged for you, or for it to be in your top 15, if not your top 10.
Yeah, no. I love it, but there are games I like more. And I think this is too new for me to I have issues with it where other games I love just as much. It's still a 10 out of 10 game. Like everything here on out is 10 out of 10. This is not a 10 out of 10. It's not in my top 10 or top 15, obviously, because it's
Yeah.
38. But I think a lot of the games in this section can be interchanged. So this could be a high 30s or a low 30s. It just depends on the mood I'm in writing. Like, honestly, I could probably put this up to 33 and be happy with it, if that makes sense. Yeah, this game, I don't want to get into spoiler territories, but the machine selection is so much better. Story, I think, is just as interesting. Not so much to do with the past as the first game is, but it's still just as interesting and good. And I love it. So many cool things are in this game, and it's just beautiful. One of the best looking games I've ever played. 37, Titanfall 2. We're going from the best looking games to one of the best feeling games that I've ever felt. This is the best first person shooter, I think, ever made as a term of how it feels to play it. And you can at me, you can fight me. This is the truth. And it is one of the best buddy cop movies ever made. The story is fantastic. Multiplayer is pretty good from what I played of it. And BT and Jack Cooper, such a good chemistry between those two. And the level cause of an effect is one of the best levels ever designed, I think. And if you've played the game, you know which one I'm talking about. And if you haven't, play this game. It's only a 4 or 5 hour story. Unless you play it on like hard mode and you'll die a lot. And then it might take longer. The options for traversal, the options for combat, like stealth and how you approach things is so good. The actual story it tells is super fun and engaging. It's everything I talked about with Modern Warfare at the start of my like 96 on my list, where it's like a great action movie. This takes it up to 11 and makes it a great action movie with mechs. And it is so cool. There's a level where you're in a terraforming manufacturing plant, and as you go through the level, you are fighting on different like forms of terrain until you get to the climax of that area where you fight on all the terraformed land in an arena that it's like you've seen everything be parts and then you see it all together as the final piece of that arena, and it's incredible. such an amazing FPS, and I think it's my favorite FPS on the list. Number 36 is Pokemon Emerald. This is the second most played Pokemon game on my list. Gen 3 it's probably my favorite or second favorite. I go back and forth between picking them, but I put probably 600 hours in this game as a kid, and I had such a blast every second of it. I didn't complete the Pokedex, but I had an action replay. I'd do cheat codes. I loved the Trick Room. I loved the Battle Frontier. I just loved just catching Pokemon and just trying to level everything I had to level 100. And that was enough for me at the time, and it still is. I just have so many great memories of playing this game, and it fixed every issue that I had with Sapphire. And it just is Sapphire on steroids and better. 35 on my list is one of the best roguelikes I've ever played. It is called Slay the Spire. It is a deck building roguelike where you have 4 characters now after this latest update. And you go through a tower, build a deck, and fight bosses and enemies on your way. Take a card each time and just survive as long as you can and try and beat the final boss with the build that you've built, that you've built from the randomly selected cards. And let me check my Steam right now, because I think I have 1,000 hours in this game.
Jesus Christ.
I have okay, it's not 1,000 hours, it's 275. But still, like, for a card game that is 4 characters and about 30 to 40 level like encounters per run, if you like make it to the end, that's a lot. And the game, every time you beat it, gets a bit more difficult if you want it, or you can just kind of like relax and play it. And that's how I played it. And it was the first game I bought on my Switch when I bought it, and it is incredible art, incredible game design. Every character is unique. It has great builds that you can do with it, and it's just honestly one of the best games I've ever played. Now, talking about roguelikes, this is the first roguelike that I got, one of the first. This is the second roguelike I played, and I fell in love with this. This is an action platformer, 2D side scroller, Rogue Legacy, and holy shit, did I play the shit out of this game. This game is fantastic. It is, you play as a knight or a mage or whatever, and every time you die, you get sent back to the beginning of a castle. You have to make it through all 4 areas of a castle to fight the final boss. But every time you die, you come in as the main character or your character's offspring, and you have certain traits that dictate how you play the run, and they're range from everything from IBS, irritated bowel syndrome, where every time you jump you fart, to you have a fear of light and everything around you is dark in the playthrough, so you just have like a little silhouette of your character playing through a dark alley, and it's really difficult, to being like a big head mode or tiny body, and it's like a lot of fun, a lot of variance, and it's like Hades. You have perma upgrades that you get through playing the game, but you have to keep playing, keep your money, or spend it to get upgrades to get further in the run, or do perma upgrades. And by the time I beat the game, it was so much fun, and I just had a blast with this. 33 is one of the best rhythm games I've ever played, and the reason I bought my Oculus Rift, or my Oculus Quest, and it is Beat Saber. I played this for the first time at a gaming convention where they had a VR booth, and the gentleman asked me, "Hey, do you want to play Beat Saber?" And I was like, yes the fuck I do. And my life was changed. I had to get a VR headset as soon as possible, and I bought this over quarantine with my Oculus Quest, and I played it just about every day for about a year, and I adore it. I think it's one of the best, most intuitive rhythm games you could play, and it is truly a game that I think anybody can pick up and play and have a good time with. And they only keep adding more and more sound packs I think the latest one they added was either a Billie Eilish or a Lady Gaga, and they're both filled with bangers. And I'm having such a good time still playing it every once in a while. And it has a workout mode as well now, so you can do workout beats, and you're doing like crouches, or not sit-ups, but like crouches, lunges. It's so much fun, and this is a damn near perfect, if not a perfect rhythm game. 32 is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. This is my BioWare game that's on my list. And it's Star Wars. It is a BioWare RPG at its best. And the story is incredible, as are your party members. It was my first time really interacting with a party system where like choices felt like they mattered. And like your decisions that you do in the world changes the gameplay. And the twists and turns that this story takes is legendary. And I hope that the new Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake can even capture like a glimpse of what this game was, because this game is something special.
As long as they as long as they understand what makes HK-47 a fantastic character, that's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, every character in this game is incredible, and there's so much diversity and quests that you can do with each character. And for what Mass Effect is for a lot of people, this game is for me. And like, I don't think there's anything more I can say about this game that hasn't been said. But if you haven't played this game, it's tough to play. It doesn't age super well because you can't play this game in widescreen without like a lot of mods. And the turn-based combat, it can be a turnoff for a lot of people too. But this is incredible, and I hope we get an active combat in the remake. Hot take. And 31, Valkyria Chronicles 4. I love Valkyria Chronicles. Like I said earlier, it was the reason I got a PS3 back in high school. And Valkyria Chronicles 4 is a perfect successor to Valkyria Chronicles. It adds new classes, new regions. It takes place still in the fictionalized World War II era, like kind of like setting that Kaido was talking about when he was talking about Valkyria Chronicles, except it takes place in more of like the Eastern Front and like a pseudo Russian front of this game, and it's incredible. You have in the first game you had like scouts, machine gunners, snipers, and rocketers, and now you have grenadiers and stealth units, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and more options for tanks and tank builds. Like you'd have a transport tank, you could have your full out like assault tank. There's like so many more options that it could take, and the story itself was really well done, and the art style is still legendary, and it's a fantastic Valkyria Chronicles follow up, like the true one that we deserved, other than 2 and 3, which were either region locked to never come into the West, and they're both stuck on a PSP, which trying to play those games were terrible control schemes, so it was hard to enjoy them for me at least. But Valkyria Chronicles 4 fixed every problems, and it's the dream sequel for a Valkyria Chronicles game for me. I just absolutely adored this game. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna finish off tonight with. Stunning
Alright.
watercolor visual anime turn-based third-person shooter.
Alright, so kind of as a just soft recap, I'm just going to take a minute to show off every one of our top 100 lists so far.
Sounds good. I'm gonna cut my stream right now because I only have myself.
Okay.
But thank you guys for watching on my side.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
still here.
So yeah, this is my list going for, I'll be a little frank. I don't think I have the energy to just like list
Read everything off. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna just display it up.
Go ahead and take a screenshot, chat, if you want to peek the list.
I'm leaving it up for like 10 to 15 seconds, like if they, or that way they can pause and read if they, or But yeah, this is Michael's list now.
We've all got such diverse lists already, and I can't wait for the next couple things when we go through 30 to 20, 30 to 11, and
Yeah.
then just a top 10.
Yeah, because like, I'll talk about it right now. Actually, I can get it opened like all together, but like, I have a running count for all the unique games. So far, we've done 30 or 180 minus 600. That'd be 420 games,
Yeah.
or 410 games because we still haven't even done Nexus's or
Yeah,
40
410.
40 to 31. So, or that's 410. We have 354 different games.
Yeah. That's
So like we
crazy.
only share 70 games out of our bottom 30 or bottom 70.
Yeah, that's wild to me. Numbers are weird, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, here's Blair's list. Here's Sirius's list. No, let me. I'll say it here since I have Mel and the Knights and Chance. I would love to do this again with you guys. Like, maybe not top 100, but like top 50 feels like something that'd be a lot more manageable.
Manageable.
But I would love to
This
do
is a
this.
beast of a project.
Yeah.
This has been so much fun.
But the fact that like again, like as you guys are seeing, like I have the groundwork laid out to do this again, like relatively easily. Like I'd
Yep.
love to do it with you
Yeah,
guys.
you created the groundwork to do it with a bunch of people.
Yeah, not only
Yeah.
for I can not only do this with games, I also have the groundwork to do this with movies too if we wanted to.
Here's Kato's list as well.
Yeah, Kaido's list is I'm just staring at 99 specifically and moving on.
Yeah. That's every time I look at it, I'm all like, oh man, 99. 99 was a choice.
And
I
then
made a good one.
And then here is Nexus's. He had to dip early, so he wasn't able to finish his. That is Devil May Cry
Lammy,
2.
that's Devil May Cry 2 because I had to put the game that's better than DMC Devil May Cry on my list.
Didn't you also have Devil May Cry on your list?
Yeah, I have the original Devil May Cry as well.
Like there's
Oh,
DMC.
DMC, never mind.
Yeah,
I forgot. Yeah, never
I'm
mind.
talking about DMC the reboot.
Yeah, pardon me.
yeah.
That's why I say DMC Devil May Cry because that's the full title of the reboot.
And then I'll give you guys this disclaimer right now for Nexus's list, which is on screen right now that he gave us. 3 through 100 can be ordered or basically be put in any order depending on his mood for the day. Like the only things that are set in
Except for
stone,
74.
except for
Yeah,
74.
74.
Or yeah, F-Zero ZX specifically is pinned into place, as well as 1 and 2. Everything else is fairly interchangeable according to him.
Remember when he just casually dropped Roadrunner's Death Valley Rally and just shocked us all?
I was like, what the fuck is this game? Like, I knew Sunsoft did a bunch of Looney Tunes games, but I was like, this is a game? This is a fucking game? What is this?
And then like we all looked it up and it was like it actually looked good.
Yeah.
It looked like a fucking Roadrunner game. Like, I didn't know. It looked like a Sonic game on a Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
It really did.
So I definitely think after watching the previous episode and sitting through this one, it probably would have been a better idea to just make more episodes and just have it 10 games per person
I think,
per
yeah.
episode.
We know that for the future.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I was speeding through mine this episode.
Yeah,
Because I
well,
knew
like,
how long.
you saw, I didn't spend like any time on any of mine either.
Yeah.
Even in my
Let's-
recap, everything was only a few sentences.
Yeah.
And like
that's-
we still got a good 6 hours stream in, didn't we, guys?
Yeah, no, I'm happy about that. Like,
Oh my
I'm
god, it's
at
1:30.
me as
I'm
a
working
streamer
tomorrow.
doesn't mind me as a streamer. I do not mind that we've been streaming for. You've been streaming for 6 hours. I've been streaming for 5 because I started later. But Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, Lammy. Like that's why I was saying like I want to do it with the nights later on. Like you could still say, or like I'd still love to see your lists. I'd also just like to do a shorter form podcast with you guys as well if you guys are interested in it.
Yeah. And I think going to a smaller amount next week where we could talk a little bit more about our 30
Yeah,
through
we're either doing 30 to 20 and then elaborating more, or we're doing the last three as three separate episodes, or we're doing one more shotgun real fast to get us to that
Top
top
10.
10.
At least the next one is 20 games instead of 30.
I mean,
Yeah,
like
and in
we
your
all,
case, it's like 40.
yeah, and like Nexus also had to start from 80.
Yeah, Nexus
Yeah.
had to start from 80, but like he'll do his 10 like he did in the beginning really quickly and move into the next list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I had 70 games to go through today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a lot. But I think now that we're all caught up, next time will be a lot.
Yeah.
We all have the clip to be ready to go with.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
it only being 20 per, it shouldn't take more than 2.5 hours.
That's the theory.
Yeah.
It should not. It more than likely won't. I mean, I'm probably going to talk more extensively about very specific entries as to why they are where they are on my list. But top 10 is where I get into like
Top 10 is going to be a long one for just 10 games, I think.
Like I think
for each of us.
I think each of us we could probably spend an hour talking about our top 10 each.
And I mean, just I know we're on stream still technically. I'd like to pose that for the top 10, we don't just do our top 10. Each one of us does our 10. Each one of us
That's
does
what I
our
was about
9.
to say.
Each one of us does our 8, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Because otherwise people will be sitting there. Because I think
Yeah.
even like today, going 10 at a time, I feel like a lot of people, like a lot of us were just like sitting around waiting for our turn. So that way
Yeah.
it's more, maybe like next time we do 5 at a time for 30 through 11, and then 10, we just do each number.
And
Yeah.
and leave for like at least especially for the top 10, leave room for questions
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
each of your entries, because we're probably I sent my 30 to 11, so Game Boy, don't try and deduce what's the top 10. Just
Yeah, no,
wait till you
I'm not
see
going
it.
to. But you already sent
okay,
me it.
good. Yeah, I sent you 30 to 11. When we get to that top 10, you guys are going to have some major questions about certain entries for me, probably.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to discuss them ad nauseum.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this. But I
I-
think I'm going to hop off for now just because I need to get ready. I need to sleep for work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, this is the part where we cut stream.
Yeah, because it doesn't
guys,
look like
gals,
anyone.
non-binary pals.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone that I'm following is live. So yeah, I think this is. what I'm
Let
just
me
gonna-
double check real quick on my end. I don't know if there's going to be anybody on my end that you might want to like do it with, but I'm just going to check real quick.
Looking
Just
at my top
again,
10,
wait.
I honestly believe that Game Boy will not be surprised in the slightest at any entry on the top 10. Only because he knows me.
No,
already-
there's no one really online. I'm just gonna cut.
Yeah.
There's no one I personally feel like rating that is
Yeah.
streaming. So I just want to thank everybody for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It was so
Whatever
much fun.
Yeah.
streams you were hanging out in tonight.
Yeah, follow
for
all
being
of
in
us up
them.
on the top of the screen. We have all of
Alex
our
Smith is live.
Discords and or all of our Twitch names and our Twitter
Twitters.
ads.
Twitters. But good night, everyone. I'm going to hop off the call and the stream.
Yeah.
Wait,
but-
no, stay in the call for a second. I want to talk to you for 1 second outside of the call or outside of
Yeah.
the stream.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time we do this. Peace.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. It was so much fun, guys.